Do do do. Hello. I was gonna turn on cat cam, but the cat. Where did he? Oh dear. You, sir. Hello. Oh dear. Okay, I should get the chat on screen, but also this cat. Okay, okay. No, it's fine. Okay, never mind. Thank you, sir, for not. Okay, it's fine. He definitely jumped onto what I would describe as a more unstable thing that risked tipping the entire thing over. Does Columbina get anything from Ascendant Gleam? No, thankfully not. Thankfully not. Okay, let me get my windows arranged. Let me get my seating position fixed. Good lord. I'm sitting terribly, actually. Okay. Okay. I feel like I need to... I'm planning to move my desk soon. I was originally going to do it yesterday, but then I realized my Ethernet cord was indeed not long enough. So, not quite yet, but the way I have my desk arrangement is such that the microphone blocks part of my secondary display depending on how I'm sitting at the desk. And usually if I'm sitting properly, my microphone is blocking more of my display. The microphone arm specifically, not the mic, technically. Anyways, I thought it'd be fitting to start near Duran's old dead body. And I also realized, by the way, that I totally forgot about the freaking quest. I haven't done a single one of Duran's quests, so maybe we'll do that today, too, at some point. So anyways, let me get YouTube chats. I've literally been ignoring YouTube chat because I didn't have it popped up beforehand. Meow, why are you meowing at me? Stop. Where's my YouTube dashboard? There it is. Okay. Oh, there's only like one person in the YouTube chat. 2 people, my bad. Okay. Here we go. 5 days of questing indeed. 3. Wait, what? What do you mean? It's only 3 days? Cat cam? I mean, I didn't end up doing cat cam because the cat left. That's why.
I still have so much to learn about human
I still give you something, I guess.
Like, where should I put my hands when I'm
Oh,
nervous?
3 people, I see.
I just really want to make friends with everyone.
Yep. There you go. 80 pulls for 1 Eon song? That is a lot. That is a lot. The banner's still here, right? That's the wrong button. Yes. I just realized I don't think I can properly tell when my... I have water heating up on the stove so I can make some tea because I wanted caffeine. And I can't tell when the water... I don't think I can hear the teapot when I have my headphones on. So I'm going to have to go manually check that, I think. But let me get the chat on screen properly, and then I will do that. Okay. There we go. There we go. Alright. You never test characters properly? What do you mean I never test characters properly? Excuse me? What do you mean? What is... No. Justify yourself. The Tekin way. The Tekin way. What do you mean? Clarify, no name. I just put properly in there because I don't know, because my brain just typed out a title and I put the word properly. There's no particular reason, honestly. But like, I go out of my way usually, especially with like constellation things. But I go when I'm trying to like draw specific comparisons to characters on constellations. I do this more with like 4-star constellations. But like, you put them in the most crazy teams. What do you... Okay, so... Like, if it's clearing the content that if I'm enjoying playing the team, it's clearing the content, why the hell does that matter? With, like Duran doesn't even have... Duran's whole shtick is versatility and not meta game-breaking bullshit. Think thank God. Wow, he's actually, for the current state of the game, a balanced character. To be clear, I think his constellations make him probably a bit more imbalanced, but imbalanced in a way that is more for buffing other characters. And the whole point of me wanting Duran constellations is in order to, you know, again, into the mindset of me just wanting to play the characters I want to play and uplift them. Like, the point is to test a bunch of teams. Even if they aren't the best team possible, you can be Jeff and only play the highest DPS team possible if you want to. If that's how you're enjoying the game, that's fine. But like, proper testing is comparison, though, right? That's what proper testing is, and that's what I've always done. I've always done like actual comparisons. Not to be clear, have I done like truly proper comparisons in that like you should do like 4 or 5 runs like at C0, C1, whatever. So in this case I already have C0 or sorry C1 activated, right? So you do like 5 runs with the same exact team, average out like your clear times with C1, and then do 5 runs with C2 and average out your clear times. Like technically that's proper. I usually don't do that. I just like do one run through kind of thing. But anyways, I like the non-proper testing. I know that you watch me regularly. I figured you did. I just take qualms with the claim that it's not that using weird teams is not proper. I don't think that has anything to do with testing things. Like testing is just doing comparison properly, right? Like doing improper testing would be going and clicking activate here right now and then going and playing. That's improper testing, right? You gotta draw a comparison to actually get anything out of it. So, anyways, rage successfully baited. I don't think they were rage baiting, but anyways, so yeah, for anyone but on the topic of the yap. That is why I wanted Durin C2 though, was because I think, well, Durin C1 I think already does this enough, to be clear. So if you're in North America and you're like deciding, if you decided now in the last 3 hours and 50 minutes, everywhere else's banner is gone. If you decided in the last 3 hours and 50 minutes here that you want to go for Durin C1 over getting Columbina or whatever, which again I think overall my default for generic recommendation is still, you know, new characters over constellations, right? But this is a constellation that he's so versatile, and this is a constellation at a baseline that can change how it feels to use different kinds of characters, and change the dynamic of using Duran into less of, you know, just feeling like he's doing a ton of damage in certain kind of team contexts and making it instead that other characters are doing damage, right? Turns him into more of a buffer than a DPS himself. And I think his C2 is the same, although his C2 does give damage to himself. His C1 can buff himself as well, but you have to go in damage mode. His C1 doesn't do anything for his own damage. Can you not destroy my chair? Bro came up to my chair just to put his claws on it to destroy it. I swear to God, since I replaced the cushion on this chair, King Dedede has decided that his favorite thing to do is now to destroy the cushion. But anyways, he didn't do that in the previous chair. He only does it on the new one. Like bro, you were accelerating the timeline where I have to pay another $200 to replace the cushion of this chair. Stop it. Anyways, sorry, cat was doing cat things. What's this thing? Oh yeah, so overall his C2 will buff him without me being able to control it as much, kind of thing. So it will increase his damage, but it will increase the other teammate's damage more, generally speaking. Replace chair, you mean a new premium scratch pad? Yeah. So just the chair cushions, to be clear, the upholstery. The chair itself didn't replace. Anyways, so yes, I do think Duran Constellation. My prediction is I will not regret getting Duran Constellations, even though I had to spend money for them. And to be clear, I could have avoided spending much of the money. I didn't spend that much because I got fairly lucky when pulling for him. I might not post the video at this point. Maybe I will. I don't know. I feel like when I started to like properly edit it, I did work on editing this yesterday. The venti video I recorded. I kind of just didn't like the overall, like, I don't know. I don't think it's very helpful to post a video that basically is like, because the overall video is just like, I like Venti. The parts I like about Venti's kit are basically the old Venti kit. And then here's some fun things that we can do with Lanyon, and then me mentioning how in specifically 23 days and 13 hours from now. Oh, my tea is definitely boiling. I can hear it. Okay, I'm gonna BRB. BRB. I need to actually take my tea off. It's boiling. It's very boiling.
Each day is a new page in my story.
You definitely got
I
me
wanna
yapping, and I
savor
forgot
every
about my
scene,
tea.
every
Well,
footnote
the water,
before I turn to
not
the
the tea.
next
It's
one.
not tea yet. It will be tea soon. Don't. What do you? Just really? Okay, I need. Okay, really?
Can I stop here and play? I mean, take a stroll.
I wish
I won't go
I
too
wish
far.
everyone to know that, you know, as soon as I got up. Really? As soon as I got up, the cat's like, "Oh, it's my chair. My chair. Can you stop? Like, this is what I'm talking. I need to. Oh my god. Dude, stop it. Just lay down. Just lay down, please. Stop destroying the chair."
Each day is a new page in my story.
Okay,
I
well,
want to savor
here.
every scene, every footnote
This is definitely gonna
before
work.
I turn to the next one.
There you go. You can have a cat cam that's probably definitely gonna stay up for about a whole 2 seconds while I go make my tea more properly. No, now he's attacking my hair.
Does this make a good ending?
Personally, I think the idea of things staying the same forever is quite beautiful. Oh, but alas, that is simply the fun is over.
Okay, sir, can I have my... Oh, I like how... Wow, okay. That's pretty impressive framing, I must admit. How did he manage to do that? Spin the chair perfectly to get Oshru in frame between the arms. Oh. I almost got a face cam. Got to see me being skinny. Don't drink my tea. It's also burning hot right now, you doofus. Drop the hair routine. I don't do anything fancy. Also, was my hair. Also, I'm freezing to death. Everyone's dead. Stop sneezing. You almost sneezed in the tea, dude. This can't. Okay. You know, your sneezing is fine, to be clear. You just caught me by surprise and almost sneezed in the tea. You were not that far away from sneezing straight into my tea. Good lord, what a start to a stream. Okay. That was perfect face censoring, yeah. To be clear, I've shown my face a couple times, but wouldn't have been that big a deal. Other than if I show my face, I'd prefer I looked slightly better than now I know what I look like right now. Alright, you here. Go sit on this chair, please. Go sit together. For once. Anyways. Dragonspine only at 92. When I started playing Genshin, there were other areas to explore, and I felt like I had naturally explored the vast majority of Dragonspine, and so I didn't explore anymore. And that's where Dragonspine has been ever since then. I re-explored Dragonspine. I like Dragonspine more, like the second time through. Gotta finish it for Duran now. I think I gotta finish Duran's quest as well first, but you know. Anyways, hair routine, cuddling cats. They definitely do occasionally attack my hair, and I don't think it's beneficial for my hair. By the way, I decided to try some new tea. I put some sugar into the this is loose leaf tea. I put some sugar into the thing before deciding I was going to try a new tea, which is, it's called Moonlit Mint, aka it is green tea with some spearmint peppermint flavoring. I feel like I shouldn't have added sugar to that, to be honest. But I haven't drank it yet. We'll see. Normally mint plus sweetness is not the ideal, but anyways, well, I'll let you know if I like the tea with sugar in a bit. I can make some non-sugar stuff if I need. So anyways, like green tea with mint, it tastes like candy canes if you add sugar. Oh, I guess, yeah, it's true. Maybe it will taste like that. Anyways, I have like no resin because I logged in very late yesterday. I spent a lot of time yesterday like going over some ideas I had with Meowtus. This wasn't like the whole day or anything, but I spent a non-insignificant amount of time yesterday both editing parts of the Venti video and kind of just deciding I didn't want to post it because I didn't think it was that helpful to post something that was basically just like, yep, Venti is fun now, but like, and it's good that he's a compelling animo DPS now, but he's not that interesting on a gameplay level for me to care about playing as a main DPS, and therefore the main things I care about are his supportive utility, and his supportive utility things only really shine in AoE Abysses, and AoE Abysses might not exist for another year. Yay, thanks, Hoyo. Can you please add more, like please, just make it so it make either new content or make it so Abyss always has an AoE side. Like, please. Like, you already shill, like, all the really combat engaged players care about Stygian now at this point, and you already shill enough in Stygian. You can, you know, do something like not entirely shilling in Abyss. Anyways, yeah, pure fiction, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Give us a pure fiction. I don't care. It doesn't have to have recurring rewards either. Like, just give us a freaking... So anyways, that's basically what the video was, and I was like, you know what, this is just things people already know, generally speaking. I don't think it's helpful to make a Venti video that's basically just me saying, yeah, the buffs are cool for anyone who wants to, like, main Venti. And if you don't want to main Venti, he's basically just slightly better. But yeah. Anyways. I actually haven't tried any of the loose leaf teas I've gotten. I haven't tried putting milk in any of the loose leaf teas. I should try that. Anyways. Durin C should give damage bonus instead of attack percent. I agree, it should have. But anyways. Oh, actually, one thing it is worth mentioning, real quick, with Duran, here, I'm going to get rid of the YouTube chat so you can read this a little bit better. So, Duran, okay, you know, I might record this, might turn parts of this into, or put parts of this yap into a video. So, you can probably hear the cat in the background. Of course, as soon as I decide I'm gonna like actually record something, the cat apparently needs to go scratch in the litter box. He's gonna do this for like 4 minutes straight. So, anyways, can you guys hear it? Well, okay, I know you might not be able to hear it, but I know I can hear it when I've done my editing. I know for a fact that whenever I've been recording with this cat. If he goes to the bathroom, I have to just like be like, all right, I guess I just do nothing for 5 minutes while I wait for the cat to finish. Okay, I guess we'll talk about the constellations after I go spend my resin. Is Lanyon materials today? Yes. Oh boy. Anyways, I'll talk about the cons in a second for what they do. But what I was going to specifically say is that they don't benefit non-cry DPSs. And that is the one weird factor. If they keep on doing this kind of gimmick into future years, right? Duran's like where let's like if Snezhnaya if the gimmick for all Snezhnaya units is that they also do not scale with normal damage bonus, and they do reaction talent damage, but you know with Snezhnaya instead of it being 3 Hydra related reactions being the lunar reactions, it's now Snezhnaya whatever gimmick reactions all related to cryo. Like they're going to do a superconduct custom reaction, a freeze custom reaction, and a whatever, you know, you get the point, right? And they do if they do the same gimmick as they did this year, but next year, Duran's constellations have lower value potentially for future characters because of them designing newer characters in these hyper restrictive ways that essentially entirely is designed to force you to pull the intended like bundle units, essentially, right? Because like Durin C1 and Durin C2 do very little for Flynn's and Nefer. You even and yes, you know, if you didn't watch my Durin video, you can make Durin and Nefer work together. So that's something you should default to doing, but it is a thing you can do and can give you more element coverage to potentially deal with enemy mechanics. And Flynn's has more obvious, or it doesn't have as much of a downside as you can kind of put Durin in a Flynn's team and it'll work, generally speaking. But his C1 and C2 do relatively little. Not nothing. It's probably okay for Flynn's, I would suspect, but not great because I don't think you can get very close to using the full 20 stacks on Flynn's. I'd have to double check because basically this buff would only apply to his non-lunar talent damage, right? And then C2 would only again buff his non-lunar talent damage. So anyways, we have been compromised again. Yeah, sorry. Once the cat stops being a cat, I guess you will disappear again. Anyways, why am I playing this team? Well, because this is one of the teams this is one of the teams I wanted to test with Duran, although do you have the right equipment right now? You do, that's nice. So I did want to test this. Okay, cool. We're gonna have to decide exactly what teams we want to compare to. Obviously, Lanyon will be one of them. Why is Stinky YouTube back? Because the cat is doing a stinky. How many of these do I need? A lot. I need like 30. Wait, no. What did you? Yeah, no. You need 38 to go to crown. My intent is look. I like Lanyan enough at this point. How could I? I have not triple crowned any character in a while. But how can I not triple crown Lanyan at this point? It's my last goal of the year. Triple crown Lanyan. And then after that, my plan for the patch is just to do some free farming for next patch. Can't run from dead. Is the C2 worth it in theory? I mean, the problem with C2 is you need to get 2 copies of it, but at least C1 is very good if you don't. And if you want C2, you can stop at C1 and be very happy. Having already activated C1, I can tell you I'd be very happy and fine with C1 Duran, right? The reason I specifically wanted C2 and decided just to say F it and went for it. Good job. I did my E on Nahida as soon as they were dying. What was it saying? I ran some numbers on. So one thing I'm going to show you is Pyro Lanyan, like a Pyro damage goblet build on Lanyan, and I'm going to show you that, and you probably are not ready for how big Lanyan's Pyro damage numbers can be with the combination. And to be clear, yes, this is by far the highest investment Lanyan team I will have shown. Once C2 Duran is activated, it'll be C2 Duran and C2 Seatlolly plus Bennett. So, like, not meant to be relatable at all, but like still not so high investment that it's not achievable if you were dedicated to Lanyan for a year, right? For a free-to-play player, that's enough 5 stars that, like, you know, if you dedicated most of your pulls, depending on how lucky you get over too, right? But even without getting lucky, if you planned most of your pulls for it, you could probably achieve this Lanyan investment in a year's time. So should I just? Yeah, I'll just use this. Why not? What did I? Oh, it just gave me triple minimum drops. I was like, how the hell was that? Oh, I hate talent farming, man. I hate talent farming. It just angers me, honestly. This is why I don't triple crown characters. I just get mad when I get minimum drops. It feels like I got nothing for my resin. I just got triple minimum drops for 60 resin put in. Ugh. Veressa, Ender Sig, and 40 pulls. Man. What set is each character on in this team? In this team, Nahida should be on deep. Wait, is she? Ignore that. Nahida should be on Deepwood. Yai is on 2-piece 2-piece. Tignari is on Wanderer's Troop, and Duran is on 2-piece 2-piece. Yeah, like, let's see what I actually ended up getting. To be clear, I already had, I think, 12 of these to start, so it feels like I feel like I spent a day's worth of resin because I spent a transient functionally, right? I feel like I got barely anything for it. I hate talent farming. Just, it's ass. Anyways, great. Thanks, Layla. Appreciate you. You love the goat. Let's go. Anyways, Flynn's versus Nefer Twitter DPS sheet war. People can stop being dumbasses, like, at pretending that the difference matters at all. Like, just stop being tribal and just play the fucking video game and have fun. Like, I'm sorry. Anyone that's like on the side of Nefer who didn't put in the effort to truly stress test Nefer at like dire difficulty content if you have llama, or without llama trying to clear, like, yes, sorry, this is me tooting my own horn a little bit, whatever, or, you know, I don't partake in Twitter, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Anyone who didn't like push the limits in game, if you didn't push the limits in your own gameplay at this point, because the characters are out now, if you didn't push the limits in your own gameplay of using like Nefer at dire difficulty with Lauma or using Nefer without Lauma at fearless difficulty to truly understand the limits of these characters, and then same thing for Flynn's. If you have not, you know, tried to dire difficulty is a whole problem, but if you have not like figured out how to use Flynn's, I'd say without a Nefa, right? If you haven't properly gained appreciation for Flynn's qualities that allow his flexibility in gameplay for like no sustained teams, especially like post buff Fischl playing like Fischl, Sucrose, Ino, or you haven't figured, or you haven't like tried to appreciate the fact that Flynn's can and somehow by some miracle all of Flynn's basically all of Flynn's damage output can get the 600% attack buff on the plunge boss, despite the fact that he has a line in his kit that says he cannot plunge. That is hilarious and awesome. That's one of the really fun things about his kit, right? If you can't understand the nuances of all that in game, you have zero actual real stake in arguing about the difference between those two characters' kits. That's my hot take. Okay. The characters are out now. You gotta have something backing up. Some kind of experience backing up your stuff. To be able to try to actually truly talk about the differences in the values of having either of these characters, but ultimately just play whatever damn character you like and just play the game and just have fun with the game and do things in the actual game rather than having tribal wars on Twitter because you're cringe. Anyways, because like I like Never more than Flynn's. I pulled Never on my main account and didn't pull Flynn's on my main account. That's fine. I also have enjoyed a bunch of things with Flynn's, and whether or not one gets 150k versus one gets 151k on different kinds of assumptions being made on levels of investment and whatever bullshit, like, like it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because in practice for any individual player doesn't, what happens in practice for any individual player is unlikely to match how spread cheating is currently done. And anyways, that's what I mentioned earlier in the stream, where I was actually talking to Meowtooz a little bit about just basically was providing some ideas I had for trying to adopt some new standards in order to more healthily, like, cause to hopefully have people have more healthy discussion in actually comparing characters, particularly pre-release, while also just making for better comparisons on a numbers level as well, because I think the current standards for, I am personally of the opinion that the current standards for how characters are evaluated tends to bias towards certain types of ways characters do damage more than others in ways that are kind of stupid, and isn't properly representative of how the player experience tends to happen almost ever, to a degree that I think it's kind of unhealthy, and I think is the trigger for a lot of people having these unhealthy discussions. So, marry me, oh boy. I'm flattered, but anyways, but yeah, I don't know. If you're not actually playing the characters in game, then you're just like, you're just engaging in tribal wars because you like the character for whatever reason, and it's more valid to, if you're going to engage in tribal wars, it's more valid to argue on basis of Flynn's is better because Flynn's is hot boy. Nefer is better because she murdered people. Like, or she's hot woman, that too. I think the murdering is hot to some people though, which is a little weird. But, you know, like as far as tribal wars go, that's more valid as a form of tribal argument than 151, 155, 150k DPS versus 145k. Those are all the same shit, yo. That difference does not matter at all. Not relative to the fact that as soon as an enemy has a mechanic that is anti-electro or anti-dendro, it completely fucks any kind of actual valid comparison, which is how the actual content of the game actually fucking works. So comparing spreadsheet DPS when it's already in omega high DPS range.
Today's recommendation is the steak.
I guess I'll post a commission at the Adventurers Guild.
You see something new every day. Okay, that's literally the first time I've seen that. Anyways, what was I saying? So yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on Twitter, because why would I want to go there? But that's my overall vibe. That's my vibe. I've only caught some of the discourse because of seeing people talk about things on Discord. That's all. Because Discord tends to get the Twitter users going on to Discord and bringing their Twitter bullshit to Discord. Because it's not really Twitter bullshit. It's just people bullshit. Let's be real, right? It's people bullshit, and the only difference between Discord and Twitter is how much the platform is moderated, and the fact that Discord requires joining private, pseudo-private communities. Not private, but you know what I mean, right? Anyways. Dailies. Yeah, claim the dailies.
Thank you for
So anyways. As far as, and you know what the worst thing, you know why Flynn's and Nefer are both cooked? Because Durin constellations don't benefit either of them very much. Useless, both garbage characters. Ignore that I'm probably going to be playing Nefer on one side of the abyss the whole day. I like playing Nefer. Like, Nefer, someone suggested in my previous stream, like, the missing in the, like, characters of the year awards thing that Byte made was maybe a most fun character to play, which I think would have been a valid category. And I responded to them, oh, hello, cat. Hello, sir. I'm gonna aggressively pet you just to annoy you to get out of here. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't remember. Oh, Durin constellations don't benefit Flynn's Never. But anyways, I like Never as like my new default. Don't have to think that hard about clearing the other side, but still brain feels engagement when playing Never because it's fun to dash cancel and not that hard to dash cancel. And not too punishing if you screw up. So, anyways. But yeah, most fun character of the year award, I think I would have either given it to Lanyan or Nefer, but probably Lanyan still. So, anyways, just friend who pulls C6s says nothing about a character. Truly a whale? Yeah. That's the Hoyle versus ideal player. A player that just spends $1,000 because they liked that Durin is horny. You get it? Because he has horns. Anyways, I should take a drink of my tea. It's probably cool enough. I almost forgot about my tea. It's definitely been steeping for longer than it needed to. Also, just gonna use my existing thing here. Wait. BRB. I gotta grab the thing.
When you're high up, everyone can hear your voice. Gosh, all I could think about is Dilu. Error.
Why is this tea so dark? I think oh boy. I might have to dilute this tea. Oh my. Oh my. Like, here. This is, I think I put in... tea is not usually solid color. But I haven't had this tea before. Maybe it's meant to be this dark. I have no idea. What do you think, sir? No. That wasn't an offer for you to drink. No, 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 no. Alright, let's see. How hot is this?
Take a stroll. I won't go too far.
It's not too hot. Alright. Actually, it's quite hot. The mug is hotter than the drink, actually. It's a little hot. This is very good, though. Okay, no, I think I added a good amount of sugar. It's not too sweet. I thought I might have added too much sugar. The mint flavor might be a bit strong, but I think that's probably just I used too many leaves. Dude. That's the cat turning the camera. Alright. That's very good tea. That's very good tea, though. If anyone wants to know the exact brand, it's Keats & Co. Moonlit Moonlit something. You'll probably find it from good.store. Not sponsored.
Want to make friends with everyone.
Can I have my mousing space? Why are you eating your foot? Okay, well. I tried bruh. Is bruh a tea brand? Why you're not doing Durin quests? Because I keep forgetting. That's the only reason. That's the only reason. Okay, can I... You know what I need? You know what I need? I just need like a piece of wood. I just need like a piece of wood that I can put over my legs and then have a mouse pad on my legs. That's honestly the solution, right? I need a piece of wood. It just needs to be like a piece of wood with like two little things that prevent it from like falling off of my legs. So, does anyone have, is there a product I can buy, or do I need to make it myself? I don't know. Google piece of wood. No. Anyways. Well, the cat will continue to take up my mouse space for now. It's fine. It's Genshin Impact. It's not that hard of a video game. We're going to be doing our testing in Abyss for simplicity. For most teams, probably. So, anyways. I was recording that whole time. I forgot to stop the recording. Oops. Alright, restart the recording. Okay, so, let's yap for quick. Subscribe. Thank you. Yap real quick about what do these constellations actually do. So, C1 was already activated. Google bed table. Bed table? Why would it be called a bed table? Yeah, lap desk seems like a more sensible product description. Oh, I see what you mean. Okay. I mean, that might be a solution. Yeah, just a folding tray on wheels. I can be put on the wall, next to the wall or whatever, and I can, or swing it out, whatever. Yeah, okay. Sure. That might work. That might work. As long as it can go, like, the height level of where my legs are to be comfortable, that'd be fine. Anyways, because clearly the normal mousing area is now cat space. Anyways, so Durin C1, right? So this is a flat buff. A lot of people call these. Oh, let me get rid of the YouTube chat. Sorry. Bye-bye, YouTube. Right. So this is a flat buff, and I call these flat buffs. A lot of people call these quill buffs. I don't really like calling them quill buffs, but people call them quill buffs, and we will compare to Shenhe because it's easy. So Shenhe's kit, right? She gives a buff based on her attack to cryo damage, any kind of cryo damage that happens on the team, right? It doesn't matter when, where, any cryo damage as long as she gets a limited number of stacks. So all flat buffs are limited by a total number of hits, essentially. There are some instances of flat buffs that do... Actually, are there? Wait, is there a flat buff that doesn't get consumed faster in AoE? I had to double check. Maybe there isn't. I was about to say there is, but I think whatever. So, anyways, flat buffs exist not only in character kits though. But in character kit form, like Durin C1, like Shenhe, people tend to call them quills, and it's basically just a supportive character, using their own like attack stat or other stat, and then inserting that in the middle of the multiplier value of a different character's damage contribution. So the way that this works for Shenhe is any kind of cryo damage that happens. So let's look at Skirk, and I'm not going to factor in this passive for simplicity. Just like looking at Skirk's like one hit multiplier damage is 262%, right? So this is of her attack. So the normal damage formula, to simplify things out, is 260% of her attack times like damage bonus times crit, and then you have like res shred and like enemy defense multipliers and whatever on top of that, right? But the res shred and like enemy defense, whatever, all that doesn't change, right? So, but fundamentally, how the baseline damage calculation works in the game is relatively simple. Like doing the math yourself and figuring out what the exact values are for all that can get a little bit messy if you're going to go and look at the like exact damage formulas for res calculation and enemy defense and whatever. It's not that hard to do once you get used to it, but like you don't really need to know what those values are to understand what flat buffs are. All you really need to know is that it inserts it in this formula, right? So what you need to understand is that a baseline 260% times damage bonus times crit, right? And then whatever res reduction, other buffs that might amplify your damage. EM scaling stuff is added into there, of course, if you're doing like a vaporize or melt reaction. Cryo units can't do that. But EM can scale the value of flat buffs. And what does not scale the value of flat buffs, though, is like Skirk's own attack, right? Her baseline, her Skirk's own attack will increase this scaling, right? Because it's at a baseline, it's doing 262% of her attack. But Shenhe's flat buff, when it's available for Skirk, is 82% of Shenhe's attack. So basically, it's the same exact damage formula, except when the game's doing the calculation for the damage, it's 262% of Skirk's attack plus 62%. Sorry, it's 262% of Skirk's attack plus 82% of Shenhe's attack, and then multiplied by damage bonus crit that Skirk has, right? So that means any damage bonus and crit that Skirk has scales the value of Shenhe's buff for Skirk, but it's basically just it's if you like rewrite this one hit damage and as if it says 262% of Skirk's attack plus Shenhe's attack here of her 82% attack. But it's only for limited instances, right? So in a Shenhe team, normally you would do... Shenhe gives different stacks to the team for instances, how many instances of buff you get. And you get a total of... When you do a holdy, which is what you do for Skirk teams normally, because you can't... If you can quick swap to Shenhe twice in a rotation, because of her 10-second cooldown, you would normally do a tappy. So that's like Ayaka teams, you do 2 Shenhe tappies. Cryo units can't melt. Oh, they can. I forgot. Sorry. Ignore that. Isn't Sijuin's just based on skill hits? Yeah, Sijuin. So yeah, for C0 character, well, we don't need to list all the flat buffs. But yeah, Sijuin is one of the weirder ones that I will actually mention, because there's some nuance. The reason I'm discussing this in detail is there's some nuance to Duran C1 that is interesting to understand for how it impacts for how this impacts team building, right? And you don't actually have to be able to run the numbers on this. You just need to understand the baseline of how it works, right? So anyways, but like Sijuin's buff is interesting in that, yeah, right here. So this one is when the elemental skills of nearby off-field party members other than Sijuin deal damage, consume a stack of her buff. She gets 10 stacks of this, and it's based on her HP. And there's a cap to this, which is lame. Caps are lame. But anyways, for some reason the fact that Sijuin has a cap, by the way, means they were scared of Sijuin being too good, which is it's something. So yeah, I saw the Columbina changes, which were largely whatever. They basically don't matter, but they're minorly annoying to me. Anyways, Siege Wind's buff is interesting though, in that it's a flat buff that is only for off-field damage and only of skills. And the reason they did this is because, you know, the phrasing of this is whenever any like skill damage happens, right? Whenever any skill damage happens, it uses a stack. And this is 10 stacks for the whole team, right? Because Siegewing is the one gaining the stacks of whatever, and then you lose a stack based on any other party members counting down. The way that something like where's we oh cryo. The way that Shenhe works, if you go and read through hers, is it is not a buff that is given to the stacks for Shenhe's buff, right? The 5 or 7 with tap or hold skill. This is given to every single teammate on the team and counted individually for any cryo damage they deal. So that's why Shenhe's buff actually gains in value with someone like Escoffier on the team, right? Because Escoffier can use up 5 instances with each tap skill, or 7 with each hold, and Skirk can, right? So the total value of the stacks that Shenhe gives to like you're increasing your team's damage with a hold E, we'll do like one hold E for the Skirk context or simplicity, is a total of 14 stacks times her attack, right? So if you're actually doing the math to try to like see what the value of this flat buff is, it's 14 times 82% of her attack. Why is my voice so low? Because, I don't know, nature, I guess. So comparing that to Durin's, right? Durin has a lower scaling with a C1 for his flat buff, but it's 20 total stacks. And it applies to any kind of talent damage, but only on field. But the nuance of like, there's other nuance here. So I mentioned Siegewing, right? Siegewing's is only doing off-field, right? Siegewing's is a flat buff that only applies to off-field skill damage. Shenhe's buff can apply to any cryo damage, including off-field cryo damage, right? Which is an important distinction. Most other flat buffs that they've done thus far have all been to only active character damage, other than, again, Siegewing, right? Now, Sea Lolly C1 I want to mention real quick, because Sea Lolly C1 is a total, if you trigger Freeze Melt. Sea Lolly C1 can give up to 16 total stacks of a flat buff, which is very similar to, rephrase. So Sea Lolly C1 is very similar to Durin C1 at a baseline, wherein she can give a flat buff based on her EM to any kind of on-field talent damage, so normal attacks, plunging attacks, skills, burst, whatever, right? She gives a total of 16 stacks based on 200% of her EM, right? So a Sea Lolly, this is with a Sea Lolly with her SIG weapon, you can see I have 1,032 EM, so 200% is times 2. So that means a total of 2,000 and then times 16 stacks. Like, we want to compare the values of this, which I think I want to do quick, just to do some math so you can like compare the overall maximized potential of these buffs. So Sea Lolly's max potential buff you can get is going to be then like 2,000 times 16, so a total of 32,000. And then if we compare that to Shenhe, right, with her crowned 82% of her attack, 0.822. I think my Shenhe, generally speaking, would have about 3k attack after like Noblesse buff is up, which she has the wrong set bonus right now, but I'm pretty sure I would have, actually I think she'd have like 3.2k in most of the teams I'd actually use her player in. So I'll say 82% times 3,200. That is 2,600, and then compared to like, so 2,600 per individual attack compared to the 2,000, right? So the total increase on a per hit level is higher from Shenhe buff compared to Sea Lolly C1 buff, but Shenhe gives a different amount of stacks. All right, Shenhe's again giving 7 stacks, so we'll use the Skirk team contest again. 7 stacks to each character, so split between multiple characters. So we'll say times 14, since the main characters that matters for is Escoffier and Skirk. So in a Skirk team context, a holdie on Shenhe gives 36,000 equivalent value, right? Compared to Sea Lolly giving 32,000. Now there is differences. Notably, Seat Lolly is a buffer in conjunction with giving her flat buff, which I would say increases the overall value of having a flat buff because she naturally tends to give damage bonus, and damage bonus, right? Extra damage bonus. Shenhe technically gives some damage bonus as well. But Seat Lolly gives more damage bonus, and Seat Lolly gives red shred, right? Depending on what characters you're playing with, at least. So Seat Lolly's like a value for the flat buff for Seat Lolly C1 is fundamentally like the point of that 32,000 versus 36,000 is these are relatively similar value, with the difference being that Seat Lolly C1 can be spec'd more into the on-fielder's value, and being that your on-fielder tends to be the unit that has the like highest investment into your artifact quality, like the most crit on them, right? It's much more likely, I would say, for most people on a Skirk team, right, to have a Skirk with a whole bunch of crit with a signature weapon potentially maybe than it is to have an Escoffier with a whole bunch of crit, especially factoring in Escoffier's ER needs to burst, right? You don't need to build ER, therefore you can build more crit on Skirk and get more value from flat buffs by having more damage stats that can actually scale the value of the flat buff. So generally speaking, I would say Seat Lolly C1 is much more, I shouldn't say much more, is better for someone like Skirk than a Shenhe buff is, right? That's been my experience, and I've tested and compared that before I had Seat Lolly C2, to be clear. I tested and compared that. And yeah, that was with her SIG weapon, to be clear, so, you know, not technically a one-to-one. Shenhe has a disadvantage because she doesn't have a signature weapon that scales the value of her flat buff, whereas this weapon is a meaningful additional, like, it's another 5 so that you need that scales the value of this higher, right? But anyways, point is, the important thing here, though, with comparing this to Durin, is 16 stacks of 200% over EM, right? 3,200 total, like, motion value kind of thing. Oh, Germa's here. Hello, Germa. Wait, no, Germa is like the big person. You're not. This is not the real Germa. this is fake Germa, I assume. Cat cam, sure. So to compare this with that chubby cat who is out of focus. There we go. He's not actually that chubby. He just presents himself as. Anyways, I got C1 Durin. I think C1 Durin is very worth it. So C1 Durin is a little weird, and this is then the reason I was comparing. I wanted to yap about Shenhe and whatever. So Shenhe, remember, just a very brief refresher because I yapped about a bunch of stuff there. Can buff on field. She buffs any instance of cryo damage on field and off field, but has a relatively small number of total stacks. And to maximize her buff value, generally speaking, wants to do multiple tap skills per rotation. And there's a lot of teams that don't support that, and that's the main thing that tends to limit Shenhe's potential. Is there's not many team contexts other than like with Scoffier that actually have multiple units that can take advantage of her buff, like multiple ways of doing cryo damage. And then on top of that, you have her energy needs, which is a problem. And on top of that, you have the limited number of stacks, right? So like the amount of actual hits from Skirk you get being buffed by Shenhe is actually not that high, right? Chat is in Ja only mode. I assume this is a Germa meme. I'm vaguely familiar with Germa. So, anyways, and Seat Lolly C1 is a similar overall value, but only for the on-fielder. But it's notable that if you do something like a burst early with Skirk, if you burst early with Seat Lolly in the rotation, let's say you go from Seat Lolly into Escoffier, Escoffier's E and burst activation will use some of the stacks up because it's, you know, she's now on the on-field character when you're pressing her E and whatever, right? Before you then switch to your on-field character, right? In this case, I would be Skirk. So the actual number of stacks you get for your on-field character can vary depending on when you're actually using Seat Lolly's burst, right? You can waste some of the stacks on characters you don't want to waste it on, including like supports, right? Like it's not very good, for example, to waste a stack of Seat Lolly's C1 buff on, let's say, a Bennett E, right? Because your Bennett is probably not built for damage in the same way that your DPS is, and that Bennett E stealing one of the stacks is pretty bad, right? So normally that means you like want to end the rotation going from Seat Lolly into your main DPS. Durin C1 doesn't have that problem. right? Because his C1 has a specific phrasing where all nearby party members, all of them, so each one individually is what that means, gets 20 stacks of blah blah. And then when they do any kind of talent damage, they use a stack up to have their damage increase by a percentage of Durin's attack. So if you end up, like, this is not like every character doesn't do 20 hits of damage, but most characters tend to be able to do 20 hits of total, like, talent damage, but not everyone, right? This is a higher, so you need to be able to hit 20 times to utilize it fully. But if you can utilize it fully and you do something like building Duran on a full attack percent build, and this is going to be, so this kind of build is a little bit less than what you could potentially get from Duran in once we have the new artifact set out, right? But we will, I'll just use 3200 attack here because there's no attack buff in the team, but usually you'll have like a noblesse buff on the team. So my Duran build can actually go up to like 3600 or more attack in like a double pyro team with noblesse buff up or tenacity buff or whatever. But I'll just use 3200 at the baseline. So 3200 attack, and again, because this is giving a buff to a different unit based on his attack stat, there's more reason to build extra attack. I have a triple attack percent build on him for a reason. I will mention though, if you don't have a crit rate weapon for Duran, you don't have to have Jade Cutter, but if you don't have a crit rate weapon for Duran, I think it's a lot harder to do an attack percent circlet. Because if you're doing like a crit damage weapon, then you have to do a crit rate circlet to have enough crit rate to crit consistently, right? But I do kind of strongly feel that and I've done some testing of this, I pretty strongly feel that an attack percent goblet makes sense. It's not necessarily always going to be better, because it depends on how much team damage Duran's contributing, and how much damage he gains from a pyro goblet relative to the damage gain you get from an on-fielder. That is not fundamentally going to make that much of a difference. And actually, I just got a pyro goblet yesterday, by the way. I got this weird-ass pyro goblet. This kind of thing might be at the actual ideal. Putting a very attack subset heavy pyro goblet on him to balance his damage and the buff he provides, kind of thing. But I literally just got that yesterday, so I haven't tested that. Anyways, we're just going to take my current build as it currently is. 3200 attack times 0.6, right, is 1920, and then times 20 stacks total is 38,400, right? So Durin C1 on like a full attack percent build is unironically basically the best flat buffer in the game, in particular because of the fact that you don't have the issues that Sealali has, right? You don't have any rotation problems. You can min-max the value of Durin C1 in kind of interesting ways, particularly from the context of quick swap teams, because he has a restriction though. You can only use the flat buff on your characters when the characters are active on field doing damage, right? So it's not like Shenhe, where they can use these stacks off field. If they could use these stacks off field, it would make Durin C1 incredibly overpowered, in my opinion. But it can be used on field, like when you're swapping at them, and that means you know how like Fischl, when you're on field for her for a few seconds, Fischl can like do like 5+ hits, or you can on field Fischl on purpose for a little longer and use up additional stacks of this, and that's not using up any buff for your on fielder, right? And that's just really strong. So anyways, this buffs everyone on the team other than Duran himself in his support mode. If you go to his damage mode, he does a buff that is a higher scaling buff. It's 150% of his attack, but it's only for him. And it's 10 total instances, which I guess for the sake of comparison, the flat buff for just him would be 3200 times 1.5 times 10 total stacks, or 10 instances, is 48,000 for him personally. So yeah, but again, only damage mode, but it will buff his damage mode, right? But if you're going to do his damage mode, you should put a pyro goblet on him, not the attack goblet for sure, because the pyro goblet will scale the value of his own flat buff for himself further, right? So anyways, fundamentally C1 at a baseline I think significantly changes the balance towards him being more of a buffer, and in conjunction with, of course, him doing his res shred that he gives to basically all elements other than vaporize or other than cryo and hydro, right? The fact that he gives res shred to everything means he becomes a really, really versatile. Even he's already really versatile, right? But he becomes a really really versatile unit that also is making you do meaningfully higher damage numbers. That particularly does mean, like someone mentioned in the chat, yeah, DPS Kachina, exactly. Like Kachina DPS is kind of hard to do because Kachina's like scalings is not very high, right? Like this is a level 11 skill Kachina, and she does 166% of her defense if you're on her Turbo Twirly. Having a flat buff from Durin, and I've done this with Lolly C1 in the past, and Durin is going to do a similar thing, but actually just be better because it's more total stacks, and the fact that Durin also gives Red Shred for Kachina's damage, right? Durin C1 should be a lot better for Kachina than what I did in the past with Lolly C1. And adding Durin's multiplier on top of this, but then scaling with Kachina's crit and damage bonus, will make Kachina like literally get probably double the actual damage number you see. If you'll go from like seeing, let's say 15k to seeing 30k geo hits, right? Now Kachina might struggle though, to be clear, doing 20 total hits because she doesn't, right? She's pretty limited on how many total hits you can get from Turbo Twirly. So I think she'd probably have to be an AoE to truly fully take advantage of Durin's C1, but you know. Can you do Durin C1 plus Lolly C1? Oh yeah, you definitely can. So yeah, 2-piece attack, but an emblem or the new set. I don't really think you should use emblem on him. Okay, some players like emblem is the easiest option to make him do decent damage and be usable. It's not bad. But I think most players make the mistake of over prioritizing 4-piece sets, and Durin is definitely a character you should not over prioritize a 4-piece set on. There's no 4-piece set on him right now that is worth prioritizing to a degree over just prioritizing better substat quality, right? So in my opinion, you put combos of better substats over 4-piece. So, but if you've spent 100,000 resin in emblem, such that your emblem artifacts are just way better than your 2-piece artifacts, then yeah, use emblem on him. Or if you're a newer player, it might be more efficient to get him going on an emblem build, especially because then it just gives him a little bit of energy. He does have a little bit of energy needs in a lot of team contexts, right? Where he's solo pyro especially. And therefore, 2-piece energy can be valuable in him. So, anyways, Varka going to work with Durin? I think there's a very good chance of that, but we shall see. I should continue drinking my tea because it's going to get cold. I'll get his cons on rerun. Yes, I think, after we see multiple Abyss cycles, and you'll be able to see me using Durin's Constellation through multiple Abyss cycles. So I think the smart play in getting Constellations is generally, waiting to see how much value you get out of a character long term, and then planning around that experience. Like after, let's say it takes 6 months for Durin to rerun. Who knows? Maybe longer, maybe less. Either way, it's hopefully enough time to see multiple Abyss cycles or Stygian Onslaught cycles, Theater cycles even, enough time for you to play with the character in different teams that, yes, I think the smart play, and this is part of why when this video hopefully probably comes out soon, I do not really, I think it is arguably correct of me to release this video when his banner is not even here. Because I don't want to yes, I'm making this because I want to go over how I think it's really, this is an example of a constellation that I think is potentially worth it, because it increases the ability for people to just play the characters that they want to play and make them feel viable, right? Like part of the reason I wanted Durin C1 baseline was because I wanted more options for DPS Lanyan. I really love playing Lanyan, and this isn't to say that's the only contest where it matters. But playing DPS Lanyan matters to me, and the main thing that's frustrated me with DPS Lanyan is if for Lanyan herself to really feel like she's doing compelling damage, I kind of felt locked to Frina Bennett Farazan team. Durin, and to some extent, the buffs from Venti, but much more widely so. But Durin at a baseline is by far the most compelling alternative to Frina that we've gotten for Anemo DPS in general, but in particular for Lanyan. For me, and Durin C0 is a compelling alternative to Farina C2 for DPS Lanyan, but definitely worse. Durin C1, in my experience, has been equivalent to Farina C2, and this is before, Durin has his own artifact set that's a little bit better for him. I don't think the experience. I really don't think the experience is going to fundamentally change. By the way, because the new artifact set would be this set, but 100% crit rate and maybe a little bit more crit damage because you know the 5% crit rate would ideally be 10% crit damage on the new set. So, like the new set is basically just going to be a tiny bit more attack, but not that much more attack. We're talking like less than two minimum rolls of attack more, and then 20% crit rate. And on a spreadsheet level, that's a fairly significant increase. For me personally, because I have Jade Cutter, it's not going to be that much of an increase. For people that do not have crit rate weapons for Durin, it will make Durin's, like Durin C1, like you might be able to do a triple, with the new artifact set, you might be able to viably do triple attack percent builds with invested build. Like you'd have a lot of crit rate substats. But you might be able to do like an Amenoma build on him, even with the new artifact set, because it gives free crit rate. And still do triple attack percent, but you'd have to have really good artifacts for that still. You still, I think, with C1, to be able to do an attack circlet would want a crit rate weapon. But either way, point is the new artifact set will be very good for him. How much value it will give you is going to depend on the kind of what your account is like. For me, because I have Jade Cutter, which just gives so much free crit rate to the baseline, it's not going to be a fundamental difference maker. It's just going to make him crit more consistently. I don't think it's going to very often result in me noticing a meaningful difference gameplay wise, right? We're the rebuilding DPS Ventivs on 4-piece echoes. I mean, are you what's your crit rate? If you have 60% crit rate, I think yes. If you have 89% crit rate on your echo set for Venti, probably not, right? Like, and it depends what weapon you're using too. Again, like I just was yapping about this. So, and it depends how invested your echoes build is. Like, I think a lot of people, again, I think a lot of people over focus on forcing 4-piece bonuses when they don't necessarily need to. And in the case of 4-piece bonuses that give crit rate, having either characters that ascend with crit rate or have whatever other ways of getting free crit rate, and having weapons that give crit rate to them means you have way less need, in my experience, to actually focus on getting the 4-piece sets with crit on them. So, with the crit on the passive for the 4-piece bonus, right? So, anyways, Durin C1. The interesting way to min-max this, right, is the way to theoretically get the most value out of this is to play some kind of team where you have him paired with multiple units that are dealing damage. Like you have multiple units built for damage. So the simplest example I could probably give is a Chevreuse team, I think, because even Chevreuse herself amusingly has viable reasons to be built for damage. That I hadn't even considered that until this very moment. But like the Chevreuse official Durin core, right? You can activate Durin, go and activate official. Official will have like, I don't know, 5-ish, maybe less, maybe more, depending on how long you're on field there. Instances of damage buffed by Durin C1. Then you can activate like Chevreuse Q, and if you activate Chevreuse Q, by the way, if you have official, okay, you know what? That's going to be one thing we have to test because I haven't tested it yet. So let's jot some teams down. Chevreuse official Durin test. Because like a Chevreuse built for damage, Chevreuse already can be surprisingly viably built for damage, while also still buffing quite well. Like one surprising thing happened previous patch when I was running numbers on how to min-max the utter hell out of a Raiden Chevreuse team on polearms only. I found that putting Chevreuse on a DPS build was very minorly better for overall team damage across like 2 minutes. Like the whole Stygian onslaught fight. Like we're talking, I got an additional 500,000 damage for the entire fight. But like that additional 500,000 damage was maybe enough to like matter. So we did it, right? We sacrificed like I think 8% of an attack buff on like Raiden and whatever in exchange for Chevreuse doing more damage, and that was overall very minor net gain on that account. And in the case of something like Durin C1, again, like where you like put a Staff of Home or whatever on Chevreuse, if you don't need the energy from like a Fab Chevreuse or whatever, and bam, you know, now you have a bunch of crit on Chevreuse, and any of her damage that you know, all her damage bonus crit, whatever, will scale the value of this buff, blah, 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 blah. And it'll do a bunch of damage. It will. So, yup. And remember, Shiver's burst has like, how many bombs does, so in single target, right? Shiverus, I believe, spawns 8 bombs, I think. So she has her burst initial hit, and then she has 8 of these 93% hits, and then a skill hit that will hit at least once, plus then 2 bombs from C1. So, like, she does like 12 instances of hits in a relatively fast manner while she's on field, if you do QE. And that's a lot. So, I actually think building Shivers for damage with Durin C1 is very likely to be better than like sacrificing. We'll test it. We'll do a test quick. And but wait, this is gonna be a longer stream than I intended. But what happened to your build? You used to have. I see. You definitely used to have an HP goblet. Just that is probably fine. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Okay. That is much more appropriate. All right. Anyways, so we'll test compared to like a normal full support focus Shivers. Oh, whoops. Oh, frick. Maybe I need to do an off piece. I see. Okay, never mind. Wait, do I not have an? Oh, I do have an onset. Oh, Charlotte took it for some reason. Why did Charlotte take it? Okay, there we go. Never mind. All right, still 40k. A little bit less ER. That's fine. Okay, there we go. Why the hell did Charlotte take it? How did that happen? Hey, you were supposed to be on an attack goblet. I feel like Shivers somehow had your attack goblet. That's very odd. Okay, I wonder if her build was borked when I was using her in Stygian the other day. Maybe. Anyways, what was it saying? Jibai with Duran. I mean, he'll give Red Shred. So I mentioned earlier though, Jibai is going to be, well, actually, wait. Jibai is like the one Nodcry main DPS release so far that has more total. I think she has a lot higher total instances of hits that actually do scale and damage bonus. That's part of the reason like Shalonen is actually a surprisingly good teammate for like I think Shalonen, as far as I understand, is worse than like a C6 Ilua, but Shalonen C0 without her weapon even, or C2 or whatever, Shalonen C0 I believe is going to be compelling as an alternative versus like C2 Ilua, which is pretty cool. And that means that actually Duran with Constellation should do something meaningful for her, and it would actually make her damage output not as focused into her, because her gameplay is you press E and then like you do normal attacks and then you press her E again after building up a resource meter, kind of like how you press a E on Kinich when you build up his resource, right? That's kind of how the gameplay loop of Shibai is going to go. But buffing those in between multipliers, the small hits, is what Durin C1 and C2 would buff. And that might actually matter more on someone like Shibai compared to like Nefer, where Nefer would get almost no value from Durin C1, C2, and Flynn's would gain pretty minor value from it. So, yeah. Anyways, Farina's also pretty decent for it. Yeah, that makes sense. So are C1 and C2 worth it? I mean, I guess sure. Let's answer this question. Since if you literally only have an hour left, what region only has an hour left in the banner? I guess for the people that might be waiting for an overall conclusion, I guess, because I'm not going to be able to finish the testing in only an hour, for sure. But I understand the game well enough, I think, to quite confidently draw the conclusion beforehand. And I've tested C1 already enough that I know too. But what's your resource situation, Alex? And are you planning on pulling Columbina? Because again, I think new characters over Constellations, generally speaking. But if you already have a lot of teams you like playing Duran in, if you really like Duran's versatility and you like the idea of having a buff that further makes it so that your other characters are getting like your Lanyan or like your whoever, that your Kachina are doing more damage, right? In particular, his C1 is more valuable. The simple conclusion is his C1 is more valuable the lower investment. It's not the lower investment. His C1 is more valuable the worse your character is, I guess. The reason I hesitate to say worse is because a lot of people perceive characters as worse than they actually are for their baseline damage output. So the proper way to say it is whatever character you're on field DPSing, the lower their multipliers are, the higher relative value C1 Duran gives. The higher your character's base multipliers are, the lower you'll see, and the less you'll notice the increase from Durin C1, right? I'm not gonna do your abyss right now. Sorry, Zum. And then Durin C2 is just like Durin C2. So all this stuff I've already discussed about Durin C1. Durin C2 is a lot more simple, by the way. It's just 50% damage bonus to literally anything. It's 50% damage bonus for everything. This is basically like in mini teams, Farina's damage bonus can average around 50%, by the way. Like when you factor in the fact that it takes build up time, whatever, blah blah blah. Being that Duran, you usually start his burst at the start of the rotation, and then as soon as you have any of the pyro reactions, as long as you're triggering, the reaction, the whatever pyro oriented reaction, you will get 50% damage bonus to everyone. So this is basically this is basically like adding a Farina buff into his kit on top of the fact that he's already a Xiangling at a baseline, a better Xiangling at a baseline, who does, more damage than Xiangling in most contexts. Less pyro application than Xiangling, though, to be clear, right? Which matters for shield breaking. And then on top of Durin C1, and this scales, this increases the value of the C1 too, right? So Durin C2 is really strong. This is the one that spreadsheet impact players, Zajef, who plays more spreadsheet than he plays the actual video game, would say is his actual really strong constellation, and Zajef would say his C1. Zajef would be like, oh, his C2 is really strong, but you have to get a C1 which isn't very good to get C2. I think his C1 is the actual real constellation that's worth going for, because, again, his C1 is what allows you to just... I think most players for Genshin get the most enjoyment just playing the characters they want to play, not just, oh, I only play the highest damage potential possible, right? So, Durin C1 uplifting, non-meta, non-OP DPS units more than he uplifts the OP DPS units is more fun, in my opinion, for more players, and therefore more worth going for. And it's also easier to acquire C1 than it is C2, because C2 requires C1. And I think his C1 and C2 are relatively well balanced. These are powerful constellations that can change team building in a way that makes it potentially actually worth going for an additional copy. C2, I think, is probably unnecessary for most players, though, right? Him being better Xiangling at a baseline for most contexts, and then, hey, let's add more buffing potential with C1, and then, hey, let's add a Farina into his kit too. He's not Hydro, obviously, but let's add a Farina buff into his kit too, LOL, with C2 is kind of stupid. I think this character, my title for this video is probably going to be, I am the power creep, and it's because, this is already a really strong character at a baseline, especially with his C1, and... Cat's moving my mouse. And getting his C2 takes him into, well, okay, this character is just kind of straight up power creeping Farina kind of idea. With C2 Duran, I think Duran will, generally speaking, be better to play in many contexts where I had played C2 Farina before, as far as pure buffing potential goes. Because there's a lot of contexts where I just threw in Farina into a team, not because I needed Hydro for reactions going on, right? Her being Hydro didn't matter. It was just, she gave universal damage bonus, right? And now Duran will do damage bonus and do a flat buff and do res shred and do more damage than Farina does. So, hence the title of this video probably being, I am the power creep, as a silly, I really didn't need Durin C2, but the things I'm going to be able to do with it, with Lanyon and other fun things, like I couldn't resist. To be clear, maybe this will end up being, I thought this would be the case with Shalon and C2 for what it's worth, right? But Shalon and C2 was a lesson in how Shalon and C2 is like, oh, theoretically strong at a baseline, but she doesn't have a really interesting C1. Her C1 is okay, I guess, but I don't feel like talking about it much. But then her C2 is this, gives a bunch of stats, but it's only to particular characters. So this is actually a pretty restrictive C2. Like, it gives a bunch of valuable stats, and it has some gameplay impacting changes, like for team building, like for the Electro buff. That was the real reason I wanted it. But I never ended up making a video on this C2 because I ended up, like, not actually finding any of my ideas worked as well as I thought they would. It was an example of a constellation I definitely regret getting and was not worth it, in my opinion. And I guess this is relevant for people that are maybe considering it right now with her on banner. Like, the difference with this, right? Like Durin C2 and Durin C2 in conjunction with C1, if I was trying to like equate that to like what Shallonen is, because Shallonen is kind of a similar idea as far as like a really versatile unit that can slot into a lot of teams. But the difference, like comparing their constellation value, is that Shallonen's, you know, buffs that she gives with this constellation is only to the specific characters that it says here, right? Whereas Duran's is giving buffs to everybody, and he's doing damage himself, unlike Shallonen. So, you know, I do really regret going for this. I think the only times I've actually meaningfully found value from it is when I have played her with Mualani. It's been kind of nice to have, because there's very few sources of HP buffs in the game. And then the Electro buff has been fun in a couple limited instances, but it's always been like really clunky to try to truly take advantage of, because reducing Electro characters cooldowns to like theoretically do faster rotations is really fun on paper. But the problem is you have to pair Electro characters with non-Electro characters, generally speaking, to make the teams work. And if you're reducing one character's cooldown while not reducing other characters' cooldowns, the advantage you gain from reducing cooldown isn't that valuable. So functionally, it just means it's a 24 energy refund, or sorry, 25 energy refund every 7 seconds or 8 seconds, whatever her cooldown is, which is strong. Like, it means it like annihilates any ER needs on Electro characters. But oftentimes Electro characters, because of like Electro resonance and characters like Fischl existing, like Fischl is almost equivalent to 25 energy refund at a baseline. So anyways, ton of craft with Flynn's. The Flynn, me having Shalon and C2 was actually one temptation for me to get Flynn's, and actually is still maybe a consideration for me to get Flynn's in the future, because this could enable doing kind of fun things with Flynn's for like doing a much more, it's much more viable to probably do like a big burst on Flynn's and then also do 2 mini bursts every rotation if you have a constellation like this refunding energy. Do you have a degree in yapping? Yeah, basically. Oh yeah, so for cryo care, yes. If you're because of the not for all cryos, like not for Skirk. Don't get Chillin' and C2 for Skirk. So for what it's worth, by the way, Shalon and C2 for Skirk, I think was better than if I put in a dead last slot in the team and in a Scofia team, like Barbara. Like if I put in Barbara, a free unit, on TDDS in the team, it was approximately a Skydrid for Skirk with C2 R1. So don't get C2 Shalon for Skirk, okay? Don't do that. That's dumb and bad. It's not on the overlay because it covers the text for the talent screen. So like Barbara for Skirk is equivalent if you have a Scofia. Essentially equivalent. Like I think it's a little bit better technically than Barbara, a little bit, because she makes up for the red shred loss when you pair her with the Scofia by her red shred herself, and then you get damage bonus from R1, and then you get crit damage from C2, and it like makes her technically kind of worth using, but like it's still not that good. Anyways, yeah, just like wait for a Scofia rerun. It probably won't be 16 months, but anyways, what was I saying? Oh, for cryos though, like I could see if you're really dedicated to playing like Ganyu or maybe Risley, I would say that this C2 could maybe be worth it, because like what other options do you have to increasing those characters at this point? Cope for buffs in 2 years? Right? Like let's be real. They don't have past like, you know, Ganyu C1 is okay kind of thing, but like past early constellations, the smart investment path might indeed be like going for this C2 for those characters. But I only really advise that if you're really dedicated. You're just the same thing. Like I part of the reason I wanted Durin C2 was for Lanyan. That was my main real desire to have it. I will get value out of it elsewise, but that was my main desire to have it personally. I could completely see why you'd want Shalon C2 for Risley or whatever. Risley Ganyu is the main context I could think. So 4-star feather, yeah. Because do you know how to build Shalonen? You put 4-piece scroll on her, or you put 4-piece Petra on her. And if you have her weapon, you need like 1 def % main stat, and it doesn't really matter if it's 4-star artifacts. Like, a lot of people don't realize she only needs 2,900 defense. You only need 2,900 defense to max out this passive on Shalonen, by the way, for anyone not aware. So like, that's why this has never been leveled up past 70, because I've never needed the additional defense stats. It's pointless. It's a waste of resources, and it's quite expensive to fully level 5-star weapons. So it's literally giving me 100% of its value at level 70. And the only reason I'd level it further is if I got like an albedo in the future I want to build for damage, right? Or if you're, I mean, yes, or if you're using if you're using Shalonen's weapon on a Farina, sure, okay. But like you literally need, like I have a healing focus build with like 2 defense % main stats, I think. Oh, sorry, not main stats. 2 defense % substats, a ER timepiece, a def gauntlet, and a healing bonus circlet, and that is enough defense without a fully leveled weapon to max out this passive. And that's the only time you actually need to care about building Shalona for any stats, is if you care about her healing, and maxing out this weapon passive. If you don't have this weapon, the only reason you need to care is for her healing, which would be like for faster or more consistent fanfare generation for Farina, right? Because you can literally like heal 8 to 10k per tick on a healing build on Shalonen. So that's literally the only reason to care about her stats. Otherwise, it's just like you can put her on level 0 artifacts and she's fine. So, anyways, she's one of the easiest characters to build in the game, and that is honestly one of the most compelling things about Shalonen that I think a lot of like spreadsheet, that's actually maybe arguably one of the problems that I'm gonna jot that down as a note actually. Current evaluation standards undervalue someone like Shalonen having extremely low resource requirement. Like the main resource requirement for Shalonen is you level her up and probably fully ascend her just so you can crown her skill. That's it. That's literally it, right? Like she's way lower resource requirement than most characters are in the game, and that's a meaningful value add to a non-insignificant portion of the player base in my mind. On top of her being a healer and a really nice, really nice overworld unit, and for like the kind of player that is more casual, doesn't log in as regularly, the amount of resin you have to put in to get a character to feeling like they've reached their full potential is a significant factor. So one of my main ideas, and this is what I was talking about with Meowtwo's yesterday, as far as like I might go to the effort with of using my position to try to like form a coalition of TCers, and yes, this would include Zajef, unless Zajef is just vehemently against the idea, but I doubt he would be, of trying to reevaluate the standards for that we assume for theory crafting characters on like a spreadsheet level. For one, fixing problems like not properly representing context, because like enemy context, like I think we can look at current patterns, for example, of how Stygian bosses are designed to reevaluate things a little bit better for properly, like when we're evaluating characters pre-release and post-release, and like using standards that have a better way of approximating how to compare characters' value not just like in the current Stygian that has a boss that shills the character, but also into the future kind of idea, right? So having updated standards for that, but also having updated standards for different stat assumptions because of the current state of Genshin, like now that we have things like elixirs and whatever, and Stygian Onslaught requiring higher DPS, blah, 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 blah. But also fixing other various problems that I see in how characters are evaluated, and like as far as like the Flins versus Nefer argument, I actually think there's minor things going for and against both Nefer and Flins as a side effect of KQM standard assumptions. Like in some ways, Flins should compare more favorably to Nefer on a spreadsheet level than he does sometimes, in my opinion. And the reason for that, and I think the way to fix this on a standards assumption level, is to not do a simplistic assumption of assuming every character is level 90, because different characters get different value from level 90, and assuming every character has level 999 talents, because different characters, well, actually most characters should not have all their talents level 999. It's stupid at a baseline. And to be clear, these standards aren't saying that people should level all their talents. It's just assuming that for simplicity, and it's equating that because, like, oh, we assume equivalent investment into all of the characters in order to compare them fairly. That's the idea behind the KQM standard assumptions, and that's fine, right? That worked for a long, long time. I don't think it works anymore, because you have cases like it doesn't properly, in my opinion, represent what the resource investment difference for different kinds of characters actually is for players in game. And there's a very simple way to actually do this in my mind. Then this is what I'm gonna probably work on maybe this week. Maybe I'll do it at the stream if I feel like it. But we'll see how long we test Durin for. I've been streaming for 2 hours and I haven't tested anything yet. I've been yapping. Good God. Hey, but you can take solace in that I'm at least recording this video at the same time. But resin exists, right? Like, it's actually not even artifacts. Yes, I am reading chat a little bit. Even artifacts. The chat is just moving really slow. Baylena was talking. Even artifacts, you can actually draw a resin equivalence of. I think people actually really underestimate how. Not I think. I know. It's just math. It's actually just statistics. It's just stats. It's annoying math to run, to be clear, because statistics can get kind of messy, but you can actually pretty strongly draw a resin equivalence for like substat quality, right? But anyways, like all substats aren't also equal relative to certain main stats being needed. Like someone like Nefer, like one problem I think new standards should solve is a problem like Nefer. But it's also weird because of elixirs existing, right? But Nefer is harder to build than Flins, right? So I actually don't think when calculating Flins versus Nefer, the same substats should be assumed. I do not, like I think my Nefer build, for example, my Nefer build has, I think, lower than what, like is what I would consider a very good build. But it is actually lower than what CN, so the Chinese community, does for calc assumptions. So this would usually be like, the CN calc assumptions are like high investment, like really good artifacts. So the CN calc assumptions, I believe, are if there's 3 relevant substats. So in this case, Nefer would have crit rate, crit damage, and EM substats. So that's 3 relevant. Then and someone like Flins would have 4 relevant substats, or actually arguably 5. So for Flins, because of ER, right? So for Flins, it actually would be 32 is equivalent for the CN evaluation. The problem is Nefer is a case of like, if you count my substats, right? I have 6 substats there. I have, I believe, yes, 6, 7 here, right? So that's a total of 13. 14, 15, 18 there. And then 20 plus 3, 23 there. And then this should be another 6. Yep. So I have 29 substats, right? So I have a very, very good build on Nefer, but like I had to use like 7 elixirs for this build, and I think 6 rerollers. Like, that's a lot. Such that you know, even but that and I just barely meet like the high investment thresholds for assumptions. I actually think it's easier to get a 32 substat Flynn's build than it is to get a 28 substat Nefer build kind of thing, right? And a big part of that is the EM main stat being rare, right? But I think that has to be factored in when we're comparing characters properly, right? Because that's a different amount of resources that players should be, like, if we're trying to do theory crafting to prepare players for what to expect in the experience of what this character should be like in game in some level, and how difficult they are to build, and how we recommend building them and prioritizing different stats, we should factor in some amount of resource equivalency, right? The number one thing I think we could do better on a baseline theory crafting level is to try to compare characters on equivalent levels of resource investment. And if certain characters like Shalonen require way less resources to reach their full potential, that's something very important to be worth mentioning, right? Yes, anyone praising the Jane skin, I think, you know what? I'm glad that no, you know what? I'll just say it. I think the Jane skin is like, you can enjoy it. I don't care if you want to enjoy the horny skin. Fine, right? It's something that belongs in fan art or an official art. I'm fine even if it's an official art. I don't want it in game. Anyways, it literally existing in game. Not going to complain about free things. Oh, I will complain about free things because I was literally considering. No, we're not going to have it see out. But the Jane skin's existence, I am 100% positive if I was going to try to get my friends into playing Zenless this next patch, because of the fact that they are, one, it's just a good patch for, I think, new players to come and try the game, but also they're doing the co-op event, and it'd be much easier to try to get my friends to try Zenless when they're adding the co-op, right? But the fact that when they log in and as soon as they unlock the game's features, they're going to have the stupid horny-ass Jane skin thrown in their face, they're just going to uninstall it the moment they see it. I 100% guarantee you. Because I already have to try to get them over their preconception that Zenless is just a fucking horny anime game. And to get my friends to try to consider even playing it. Because their marketing has already caused that. And to be clear, some in-game things do have that. But most of Zenless' gameplay actually isn't that horny, right? It's definitely all or more present in marketing. And it's more present in marketing that people see, right? Zenless has a lot of marketing that isn't that horny, right? And more just goes the badass or like emotional story route. But putting shit like that skin in the game and then it being free and it's 100% going to have a big ass red dot that bounces up and down for the whole patch on the stupid fucking UI. I hate the stupid red dots in Zenless. They drive me mad. And it's 100% going to have a bouncing red dot for a month straight, being like, hey, claim the horny skin. Like, it would just make my friends uninstall. Because, like, if I told them, oh, no, it's not actually that horny of a game, and then when you're actually playing the game, and then they log in, and then it's just horny right in their face, it actually pisses me off. I actually am annoyed that that Jane skin exists, quite frankly. It belongs in fan art or official art marketing realm. Fine, whatever, right? Anyways, I have a qualm with it, so I'm sorry. I am a big hater of the Jane skin, and yeah. Anyways, like I've sent feedback to them. I'm like, you guys are self-sabotaging your game because I cannot, like, I answer every time like, oh, can you recommend? Would you be willing to recommend Zenless to people? No, because you have Zenless has this perception to get over, and I can't get over it when you market this way, and then when you put shit in game that does that too. Anyways, like, I don't want to see it in game. I'm sorry. I don't want to see it. I don't want a stupid ass stripper outfit. That's what it is. Oh, it's a swimsuit outfit. No, it's not a fucking swimsuit. It's a goddamn stripper outfit. Pisses me off. Sorry. I don't want it in game. If you want to enjoy art of horny anime characters, that's fine. You can enjoy that elsewhere. That's my opinion. I don't think it has to exist in game. Or you could mod it. Go pay a modder to do it if you really, really want it. There's plenty of people doing horny mods for Zenless. And whenever you can just not claim the skin, that's my plan. but my expectation is gonna have to deal with a freaking permanent red dot the whole ass thing. Anyways, what was I talking about? I don't remember what I was talking about. Let's go back to Durin. So overall conclusion, Durin's cons I think are worth it. If you already have context, if you played enough with C0 Durin that you have teams you really like playing with Durin, you think you're going to continue playing with Durin, and you're like, well, boy, I'm playing, I'll use Lonnian as an example again. Boy, if I had C1 Durin, it would make Durin feel as good as Farina does, kind of thing, right? Which is, like, Farina's a good character, right? So, and this isn't to say Durin is bad, it's just Durin literally is equivalent to a C2 Farina. Durin C1, sorry, is in my experience so far, is essentially equivalent to a C2 Farina. So, as long as you don't need Hydra application for triggering some important Hydra reaction, obviously. They're not 100% equivalent. So yeah, and his versatility means that, like, I think it's really unlikely compared to something like C2 Shalona that I will regret getting Durin's constellations. They were also cheaper because I got luckier, which is nice. But anyways, let's figure out some teams we're gonna test. So I already jotted down the Chevros team core with a Chevros DPS build that we gotta check quick. Oh yeah, I was yapping about the evaluation standards. So sorry to finish that. Yeah, I only have one thing to finish on. I think drawing a resin equivalency to the investment required for different units is how we can actually more properly compare characters, right? So if we set the standard for evaluation at 8,000 resin being invested into a character, so that will and that number, it doesn't mean that necessarily you are going to spend 8,000 resin, but it's drawing a resin equivalence because you're going to have stockpiles of certain resources, right? You're not going to have to farm from zero, right? So, but 8,000 resin would be assuming like starting from 0 resources kind of thing. So it's assuming, obviously the normal boss farming for the Ascension materials, talent materials for whatever talent assumptions. So this would mean, like, as long as it fits within the resin budget, you can assume whatever talent levels you want for your calc assumptions, right? Because it's the same number of assumed resources put into the character. Some characters have different desires and needs to be level 80 versus 90, right? Like, Nefer does not need to be, not only does she not need to be, Nefer should not be leveled past 80 because you get 0 value from it, right? The resources that you functionally would put into level 90 Nefer should be treated versus Flynn's, you should level 90 in my opinion, kind of thing, right? So the resources you put into Nefer that would have gone to level 90 in her should be put into, like, getting an additional talent level instead, right? It's to factor in weird things like that. It would take a lot of simulation averaging out. I don't think it would. Like, you say it's too complicated of a standard. The vast majority of the cases, the only thing that would actually matter is what the resin equivalency is for when level 80 does or does not matter. So the resin equivalency of 171 heroes wits. It takes 171 heroes wits to go from 80 to 90. So how much resin is that? Is that enough resin to level the talent to crown it? I think the answer is no. Actually, wait. That's the math I'd have to run. I'm gonna go run the numbers and do that. For artifacts, no. Artifacts, I don't think the solution is to draw resin equivalency for, because of elixirs and rerollers and strongbox existing. Because the problem is, depending on whether you use those things and whether strongbox exists for different artifact sets, actually meaningfully changes what the resin equivalency is for artifacts. There is a way, I think, to draw a resin equivalency to artifacts, but it is more complicated, and complicated enough that it's not worth doing, I would say. But it is worth mentioning that in cases where characters have very low, like if a character doesn't need to go past level 80 and doesn't have a reason to, like, level any more than one talent ability, like, actually I would say Flynn's you basically only need to level his burst, right? And that means, like, that's extra resources that you could I would say, draw an equivalent resource investment into extra, like an extra artifact substat or two kind of thing. That's what I think it needs. I don't think it needs to be complicated on a level of for sure making sure, but it's like the formula for the standard is going to be if only leveling talent one talent level, you know, this would be the equivalent of having this much extra resin, which is enough to just say, yeah, you can have an extra substat kind of thing. Like we don't need to overcomplicate it that much, right? Ultimately, this game has RNG factors still fundamentally at its core, with building characters for artifacts and whatever. But generally speaking, like the kinds of difference like one substat makes is not significant enough to matter for comparison purposes. But stuff like whether or not we assume equivalent resources for talent investment does, in my opinion. And that's, I think, an important thing to solve. Like right now in Flynn's with KQM standards, Flynn's personal DPS is actually lower than it should be relative to Anefa's, because Columbina uplifts Anefa's damage a lot. Like if you can go look at like a bunch of calcs from people and notice that like Anefa is getting really, really close to the same damage that Flynn's gets with Columbina on the team, right? This to every character sounds like too much work. It's not that much work. Yo, it's. I'm not saying we update every previous character guide I'm not saying old characters are like we need to reevaluate every character in the game. That's not what I'm saying. This would be new standards moving forward, and this would mean like someone like Flynn's versus Nefer. You know, Nefer, because she has like 2 relevant talent abilities to be leveled up, you might assume level 9 skill and level 9 burst. Or maybe you assume level 10 skill and level 6 burst. Or in Flynn's you would assume, but level 80 Nefer, right? And the extra resin equivalency that you gain could be put into extra talent levels potentially, as long as it's equivalent resin. So, anyways, and then new substat standards that aren't just like number of substats, or number of like crit stats, but factor in the fact that different things are more difficult to get, like different combinations of main stats and whatever. So like, yes, I'm talking about making the rules a little bit more, the standards a little bit more complicated, to be clear, but a lot of what you are feeling might be more complicated is something that TCers would be able to get used to pretty quickly, right? Like when they see a character doesn't have a reason to level up a certain talent ability, they can assume that those resources that they when they see a character like Flynn's release, oh, this character only needs 1 talent ability leveled up. Well, I can assume that ability is crowned. Like they won't have to do the resin math, but also my goal would be to set up standards so that people can just copy something into their spreadsheet and like input these modifiers into a spreadsheet where it would tell them the resin equivalents for them as well. So anyways, what is this PNG you've sent? So I don't think your idea is that useful. Talents and levels do more, but in the end you should always use level a useful talent. What do you mean? The point of this isn't that you shouldn't level any useful talent, but are you arguing that Flynn's should have his normal attack leveled or something? Because you quite frankly, like, I don't think anyone should be advised to do that. Like, it's very unlikely that for most players, because the vast majority of players, including meta players, when they're evaluating things, their preferred gameplay experience, from what I can tell, seems to be blowing past a damage breakpoint, right? And therefore, like, really hyper min-maxing something like leveling Flynn's normal attacks, which technically, yes, technically you level Flynn's normal attacks and it will provide you additional damage. It is just extremely unlikely that would ever end up resulting in reaching a damage breakpoint that changes your experience in clearing content or not. Right? So no, I don't agree with the idea of like saying people should level any ability. I think that's silly. I think that's very silly. Because for most players' experiences, that isn't the case. To be clear, I am a min-maxer to a degree that, like, if I if I am playing a specific character enough that I like enough, will I eventually feel like it's worth it to do that? Probably. But it's fundamentally just because I like the character. And I recognize that I'm going to be using them enough that I would get personal value out of that. But it is not something you recommend, and it is not something that you assume for the purpose of comparing different characters together. That's my opinion. So, for Flynn's, I'd do 1, 8, 10. Why? Why? Like, I know this is what, like, he modifies his normal attack multipliers from this. Like, like, to be clear, I don't fundamentally disagree, depending on what the resin standard would be, right? Because, again, the resin investment standard would be such to give flexibility to assume different levels of talent investment. Like, I think 1, 8, 10 is a better assumption than 9, 9, 9. But I don't know exactly if there is wiggle room. If there is wiggle room in the resin investment standard that is settled on, like, this is what, like, I'm not going to give you a number right now without running into the numbers myself, and like for the total resin equivalency, or without talking to other 3D crafters to get an agreed upon standard between a bunch of people for what the resin equivalency should be. But if the resin equivalency amount is such that it lets you assume that Flynn's has level 8 skill, then sure. Sure. So, but at a baseline, it doesn't have to be, right? So, anyways, and doesn't necessarily make sense. And I think for the vast majority of people, leveling Flynn's skill is not actually going to result in a damage difference. Unless you have Durin C1 with it, then well, actually, no, Durin C1 doesn't affect the relevancy of leveling talents. It's literally on top of talent multipliers. That's dumb. Anyways, best to assume 10, 10, 10. Like, it's simple. That's simple, but I think these simplicity, that's just, like, that's literally the same thing as KQM standards, but now we're assuming more investment. It's literally the same thing, and it causes the exact same problems, where it's assuming equivalent investment, when equivalent investment isn't the same between different kinds of characters. And I think we need to factor in the fact that characters like Shilonen can be more valuable to kinds of players, and like having this framework for being like, yeah, the assumed investment is this amount of resin equivalency, and then you have a character like Shilonen that shows up and be like, hey, normally the standards are we assume 8,000 equivalent resin investment. Shilonen is a character that only requires 2,000, and that means she is a more valuable character to the kinds of players that are not logging in every single day and farming every single day. Right? Talent priority is more the player's advice. Talent priority changes the gameplay and changes the damage output of characters and changes how we would compare characters to each other. They should not be assumed to be the same on everyone when you don't have them the same on everyone. I think it's a stupid assumption. It's an oversimplification that results in evaluating things improperly. And like in the case of Flynn's, ends up biasing towards like Anefa actually having an overrepresentation because Anefa's damage comes from a passive that doesn't have talent scaling. Which, to be clear, again, like, makes her easier to build. You can put less resources into her and gain a lot of value from her. And that's a factor. It's a similar to Shilonen's situation. But as far as like how we recommend people do things and recommend people pull for characters, right? I think that matters. And I think this framework helps for that. But then on a spreadsheet level, for comparing Flynn's and Anefa properly, the fact that Anefa gets her maximized damage for free on the baseline assumptions, and Flynn's does not have assumed crown talent, is bad. And yes, assuming maximized investment would solve that, technically, but maximized investment doesn't apply doesn't solve the other edge cases. So, anyways, I don't know. This is not like that hard of a problem to solve, is my point. And I think using an in-game thing that would provide a framework for players to compare compare themselves to like what the experience of building a character would be the most appropriate, right? Because I don't think it's appropriate to just assume high investment. Because I don't think that's necessary for most players to actually do to clear most content. So, in like dire difficulty is balanced in a way that even if you assume really high investment builds, people probably still aren't clearing dire difficulty with C0 characters without their 5-star signature weapons at least, right? And fearless difficulty is balanced such that you can assume very much not max investment, and people will, generally speaking, with the good teams, still easily clear. Like you right? There's no game mode right now that I think actually truly makes sense for assuming maximized investment. Yeah, I know. I'm saying establishing a standard of resin. So, anyways, for Nogcry, used to 9/9 every character, but now I'm playing since 1.0. It's nice to see. And while it's nice to see, it's definitely draining on my materials. So now Flynn's is 1/9/13. Nice. And Never 1/9/10. Yeah. I did go overboard with Duran and Llama, who are 9/9/9 and 9/10/10. Yeah. I probably shouldn't have 10/10 Duran. I did because I knew I'd use him a lot. And I'd crowned his skill because I wanted the 3 energy. And if I was going to crown his skill, Monkey Brain wanted his burst to be 10/2. So I don't trust new TCs who spend all their day agenda posting for attention when there's no calcs to post. Yeah, that's fair. But anyways, and fundamentally, to be clear, like this is a lot of yap about the resin equivalency. The resin equivalency I think is one way of fixing niche problems that are caused in like comparing characters for current theory crafting standards on a calculation level. The most important thing I maintain, I've said this many times before, is context evaluation is much more important, especially in the current day of Kenshin. And we've had enough generalized trends of how they're designing enemies in Stygian, I think, to be able to probably have like a subset of a few different like tendencies for how they design enemies in Stygian and how that impacts how characters are built and what kinds of characters actually are more compelling to use in different teams. Like Shilonen as actually, this is something I don't know if many people are talking about. Shilonen I actually think is a surprisingly valuable character for Stygian because of white shields. White shields and high res enemies in general. So white shields you cannot trigger vaporize or melt, or you can trigger the reaction, but you don't get any additional damage from triggering vaporize or melt on them. So the ideal method for clearing white shields as fast as possible is just having as much red shred. And like if you're not cheesing the bat, one of the best options for cheesing the bat, because it has a shit ton of resistance, and the only way it has a mechanic to reduce its resistance is if you use a character named Venti. Otherwise it's basically impossible to reduce its resistance, and it only reduces animo res, right? So the bat highly incentivized, and it has lower HP to compensate for this, but you have to have a lot of red shred basically to deal with the bat, and that means having Shilonen is much more valuable for an enemy like the bat. And I think we should have standards that have the ability to account for that kind of thing, because we've seen enough bosses and enough mechanics in Stygian that there are different specific mechanics that have existed as a general pattern at this point that we can assume those for a simplified context-specific evaluation, which can change what kinds of energy needs characters have against different contexts, which affects team DPS, and it can push forward certain kinds of characters being much, much better in, again, specific contexts. And they should be evaluated with that in mind, right? So, and I think that's much more important. That's something I was talking to Meowtoo's about as well, and she said that it's one of the things she's going to transition to working on is assuming, she's going to even assume like calcing for specific enemies sometimes. And I mentioned how like I don't even know if that's necessary, because we don't want to just always assume calc against like the shill boss kind of thing. That's a little silly, I think. It's funny to me that you're arguing for less investment. I'm not arguing for less investment. I'm arguing for slightly higher investment, but not maximized investment. I think maximized investment is a stupid assumption. But right now, I think the problem is not less investment. The problem is assuming equivalized investment rather than like decision-based investment. So no, sorry, I've been too busy yapping. I'm sorry. This is what was not my intent, but it's what I spent like half my day yesterday thinking about and doing, so it came up naturally in conversation. My bad. For Flynn's between Anefa and Columbine, if I can only pull one. I like Anefa more. So between Anefa and Columbina for Flynn's, if you can only pull one, my opinion would be you need to ask yourself how much you value the shield for interruption resistance, because Columbina provides defensive utility if you use prototype Amber on Columbina with the Flynn's team, which you probably should. So you have healing, but I think most players would prefer a shield over prototype Amber healing, right? So Chaska with Durin Vishal, I think she's missing Hydro Healer in Natlan. Yeah. I can see that. So I don't know. I can't. I think you need to ask how much you value shield versus proto Amber healing. I haven't specifically, like, Columbina loses value for Flynn's if you don't have enough for Flynn's, for what it's worth. So like, I think there's a very good chance that Anefa is technically the better thing to do on a spreadsheet level. Actually, is it? I don't know, because like, isn't Flynn's with buff Fischl, like Flynn's Fischl, Sucrose, not that much worse than Anefa. It's just you don't have any sustain. Right. And it's assuming I know, of course, right? So with Columbina replacing I know, Columbina's she's gonna be better than I know, particularly if you don't have C6 I know. She's not gonna be for Flynn's own damage, she's not gonna be that much better than I know. Right. She will be. But she's not gonna be insanely better than I know for Flynn's own personal damage, but she will add her own personal damage, right? And be a healer. Because Sucrose, Fischl, I know is also a sustainless team, but you know, having prototype Amber is a healer, so you'd have more sustain. So Yem isn't that crazy on him. Yeah, I'm aware. But like I know Fischl is meaningfully worse than Anefa still. But Fischl is not as meaningfully worse as she was before the buff, right? So I don't know. Like, me personally, I think Flynn's is actually more fun to play without Anefa. It depends on what content, though. Like, I think playing Flynn's without Anefa against the plunge boss is very hard. So, you know, like most people probably want Anefa for Flynn's, so that's my vote. Anefa over Columbina for Flynn's specifically. But I think a lot of people would value Columbina more, potentially, and there might be future characters that release that would make you value Columbina more. So, you sure this is Durin testing? Apparently not, my bad. What was it saying? So yeah, I don't know. I think Durin's cons are worth going for if you don't give a shit about future characters for the next couple patches, right? If you don't care about Columbina, Jibai, and Varka is presumed, we don't know, but Varka is presumed to be the character for 6.4. And we saw rumors that he might be releasing with a standard banner 5-star in the same patch, which is weird. So we might have two back-to-back. They're doing more patches with double 5-stars, which I don't like because Hoyo versus other games do double 5-star patches, but they give you more freaking free resources. They've started doing more double 5-star patches, I feel like, and they haven't given more resources to balance that out. I don't like that, but anyways. If you don't think you care about the next two patches worth of characters, and you're on the last minutes of deciding to pull for Durin constellations, then I think and you already have team context with C0 Durin that you enjoy a lot, and you think you would enjoy the on-fielder character you're playing with him, in particular, doing more damage, then I think they would be worth going for. Anyways, That's my overall very simplified conclusion before we properly test, which I'm only saying because the banner is over in like 2 hours for NA. So, team-wise, let's test this team is one team. We will test... and this team is interesting from the context of it's quick swappy, right? So Yai, while she's on field for a little bit, will get some instance of her damage buffed by Duran. Tignari will get some instances of his damage buffed by Duran. Nahida won't get much, but that's fine. And yes, this is a proto Ember Nahida. And then I want to test the Chevreuse Official Durans as well. And then we'll test Lanyan. We're going to do 2 Lanyan teams. We're just going to do one run with each of these teams. And I'm willing to add one more team, if anyone has some idea. I don't want to do too many teams, because it's like 5 teams is already in the level of like, it's going to take us, you know, an hour to go through with C1 to test. So we're going to do Lanyan Duran twice, because Lanyan Duran, once we're going to do Animo, and then once with Pyro. Pyro build, so and that's important because Lanyan will play functionally well. The end result we see from Durin C2 for Lanyan will be different depending on the build we use. So Mualani, you know what, Mualani is kind of an interesting one because notably, right, Durin C2 is you get 50% damage bonus for Vaporize or for Hydro and Cryo, right? You don't get the Red Shred still, but you do get 50% damage bonus, so damage bonus for Mualani is good. So that's a consideration. The C1 or C2? We're starting with C1, and then we're going to compare to C2. Flynn's Nefer. If I had Flynn's on my main account, I definitely would actually compare with Flynn's. Unfortunately, I do not. There's a good chance I get Flynn's on rerun, because again, I've enjoyed sustainless Flynn's enough. So there's a sound outside in the parking lot. Someone's noisy ass car. Duran deserves another week. Yeah, true. Duran C Lolly Chaska flex. Duran C1 probably does help Chaska. Are you telling yourself to shut up? Remember, he said he was gonna skip most next year. I said I was going to consider skipping most main DPSs primarily. I was originally, as a funny idea, considering the idea of skipping every character to seeing how it goes. I think because of how they have designed the content, we can clearly know by now that I would not be clearing dire difficulty if I had skipped characters. I probably would have been able to clear fearless difficulty if I had skipped every new character, but it would have been pain. Still all DPS pulled? No, I didn't. I didn't pull Flints. What are you talking about? There's been 3 5-stars released. Or 4. Wait. Yeah, 4. There's been 4 5-stars released. I pulled Llama because Llama's broken as fuck and she's a support. And again, pulled supports, pulled offfielders. Pulled Duran, offfielder. And I pulled 1 main DPS because she had an interesting gameplay. Sorry. Anyways. I skipped 25% of characters so far, and I'm planning to skip Jibai, unless the game gives me a free Jibai when I go for 1 copy of Ilua. Mona, Mona with Chaska. I did try Mona. I tried Mona with Chaska, and I do not really like it. It doesn't feel very good in my experience. Navia. Should we do Navia? Wait, how about Navia? How about Navia? I'm down for a Navia. Navia, Duran, Bennett. Who's the last slot? Do we use Shalonen? I mean, I have C2R1 Shalonen. C2R1 Shalonen would... Like, C2 and R1 Shalonen for Navia is an extra 70% damage bonus that would scale the additional C1 value significantly. So, it wouldn't necessarily be a relatable comparison if I do Shalonen with Navia, but I could do without Shalonen. Albedo? I would use Albedo if I had him. I don't, unfortunately. Lone Official Duran. You know, I guess we should do a test with on-field Duran in some form. or not on-field Duran, but DPS mode Duran. So, you know, I'll add Chiori. Oh yeah, I could use Chiori, that's true. I don't have C1 Chiori, but I think it'll be more fair to compare with Chiori. Regardless. Then we don't have to have the weirdness of C2R1 Shilonen mucking with things. Again, all these are just going to be like exact same configuration. We're not going to change anything between the, well, other than when I changed Lanyan's build, but that's for Pyro versus Animal Lanyan. Okay, so we'll do Navia, Benny, Durin, Chiori. I'm done with Chiori. I haven't played her in a while. And then I want to do dark mode Duran, and I will. You know what? It's good to test dark mode Duran. Actually, this will be an interesting one to check too, because this is already a Duran team. This is the main Duran team I like with Dia. I like doing dark mode Duran in this team with Dia already, with him C0. I actually haven't tested this with C1 at all yet. So the interesting thing here, right? If we do dark mode Duran with the C1 here, it's not gonna buff Dia at all. But if we do light mode Duran, it will buff Dia, right? So I suspect with C1 Duran, it'll be better to do dark mode Duran still in this team, because Duran's damage is obviously a meaningful component of this team's damage. But when we activate C2 Duran, it might actually be better to do support mode Duran, with my Dia at least, because giving damage bonus to Dia and the flat buff to Dia is probably pretty significant. Yehoder, I'm gonna pass on the Yehoder gameplay for now. Duran official Eons on Bennett. Yeah, I mean we could do that, but I think testing Duran official Chevreuse core with whatever pyro on fielder is enough. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do that with Dia too. You can't stop me. It doesn't matter. It's Duran official Chevreuse core. It's whatever on fielder you use. It doesn't matter. Well, okay. Do you guys want to see multiple Dia teams? Otherwise, we could do Duran official Chevreuse core with. Should probably use more characters than less characters. We do it with Chlorine, maybe. I like Chlorine. I'm down to do some Chlorine testing. If we're already testing with Dia 1 team, I don't need to do Dia everywhere. I'm seeing no preferences. Noel Magma. I mean, we're testing with Navia. We'll see what it has an effect on there. Dia impact, please. Okay. All right. C1 Duran. We're starting with C1 so we can compare properly to C2. Comparison is how you do the real testing in game, or you could live in the spreadsheets, which is fine, but spreadsheets don't necessarily map properly to noticing in-game differences, because whether or not you reach damage breakpoints matters a lot in game. Overburn. Ah, frick. I kind of do want to do Overburn. No, this is like 7 teams now, guys. This is going to take so long. It's fine. Well, fuck it. I'll add an Overburn team. Chlorinde, official, Duran, Emily, Overburn. All right. That's enough teams. that's too many. It's gonna take us too long. Okay, some of these okay, some of these teams we have to test not in Abyss. We can't do full ass Abyss. You know what? I'm not gonna do this team in Abyss because this Abyss is kind of ass for Aggravate, in my opinion. So we'll just test this team in against the tanky boss. Here. Bat. Oh, maybe. Wait, you know what? Maybe we can test against. As long as we don't. Well, no. Testing this team against Sigurd seems scary. The annoying thing about using the Bronze Lock for testing is like, you can get his resistances up annoyingly early sometimes. I don't like the bat, so I refuse the bat. Sorry. But you did give me the idea that testing with Sigurd could be a good idea, because Sigurd is super tanky. Oops. But Sigurd, yes, he does hurt. Most local legends hurt. So, I don't know. this the right area? This is the right area. I just went the wrong direction. Test on Capybara. You know, I guess we could with a lot of these teams because how many of these teams have overload? This one does. Lanyon Duran team would not, but it has Lanyon, which is immortal. Navia team, it has enough poise breaking that. You know what? I guess Capybara is probably ideal. We'd have either overload. In most of these teams, we'd have either overload or enough sustain that I think we'd be fine against Capybara. Alright, we do have water on him right now. Wait, why does that matter? Oh, sorry, you're talking about cactus. I don't want, no. We don't want permanent hydro aura on an enemy. That'd be bad. But it would be bad for testing right now. We'd have to fast for the time. Well, while we're here, why not test on Sacred quick? But what teams should I test? So in Abyss, I want to test the Chevres teams for sure, the Lanyon teams. Do we want to test the Navia teams in Abyss or not? Oh yeah, I guess we could use Menacing Gravity Generator, that's true. I forgot that exists. You know what, we will just use that. That's gonna be better than the Capybara. And I'm pretty sure it's more than tanky enough at Menacing. It still has like 4 million HP. So yeah, sure, let's actually just use that. For the baseline testing. I do want to go through the Abyss with some of these though. In particular, at least I want to go through with the Lanyon and then the Diamona team. Well, actually, the Diamona team has a disadvantage this Abyss. Is it that much of a disadvantage? It's not really. It'll be fine. But we'll test all the others. So Lanyon, I want to test in Abyss, and then the rest we can test in Stygian. That's fine. Against the Menacing Plunge boss. Yeah, no, you don't get the attack buff on Menacing. You are correct. Yes, I am multi-streaming. Oh, speaking of, I can actually pop up the chat. Okay, okay. But we're here, why not try this? I don't know. It's raining, screw it, I don't know. We'll see what rain does, just while we're here. The light will never die. That successfully didn't hit at all. Alright. Ow. Oh. Oh, I'm surprised I didn't get hit. I thought I did skill. What the hell? Okay. No! Okay, well. Anyway, I don't know how much damage. I don't know how much. I don't know how much HP Sigurd has, but the damage was good. I did the iframe. I swapped to the eye and purposely iframe the one attack, and then he zooped and I died. So why didn't you remind him? Sorry. Okay. Look at this cute creature. By the way, I have no mouse space, but when he does this, it's hard to complain. Like. So, anyways, and I technically do have mousing space. Should drink my tea. Almost done. Definitely cold though. This tea still tastes good cold. I have a subscription going from Keats & Co. and they're sending me different teas, so I could try different flavors. This is probably my favorite flavor so far. Eventually, I'll end the subscription once I find a tea I like the most, and this is my favorite one so far by far. Much better than I expected even. Okay, so let's go to Menacing. We can test all the teams against that quick. It's not very often we actually have a boss in Stygian that's that good for testing, I think. So, may as well take advantage of it. Okay. Menacing. So again, Menacing does not have the 600% attack buff. It just has like, it still does like the gravity field and whatever, and has its damage it deals. So that can be annoying, but I think most of the teams we're going to be playing are not going to be that hard to deal with. We do have minor things like the, what did they have, like 20% HP attack and defense, so that's going to minorly skew things, but shouldn't be that problematic. The owl for testing Duran at menacing, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what it's like at menacing, but I'm just going to pass. Okay. Wait, use preset teams. We do need to. Oh, I didn't have Deepwood on. I just remembered. I didn't have Deepwood on you. Bop. Yeah, let's do healing bonus. Why not? Doesn't matter. And bap. There we go. Deepwood. So yeah, Yai's on 2-piece, 2-piece. Durin is on 2-piece, 2-piece. Tignari is on 4-piece Wanderer's Troop. So your local legend is 2.74 million. Yeah, I knew he was neutral res, so we did about half the bar without Deepwood. Divided by 2, divided by... I don't know what the rotation time is in this team. I mean, it's quick swap, so it doesn't really have a rotation time. So, I have no idea. I'll just divide by 18. Like 80k DPS? Not bad. To be clear, if this was Jeff would be like, I didn't one rotate, it's garbage. But 80k DPS in my mind is more than comfortable enough, but 80k DPS when in conjunction with a enemy mechanic in Stygian that heavily restricts things or makes some portions of your damage worse will potentially not be enough for most people, right? But I don't think most people actually need 80k DPS teams to need to have a team clear fearless difficulty trivially to feel like it's an enjoyable team to play, right? That's not my evaluation standard, but it might be yours. If it is yours, you know, then maybe if the main standard that you care about is clearing fearless difficulty with ease, that is a context in which I do not think it makes sense to potentially go for Durin constellation, because at that point your concern should just be pulling new characters in general that they show for the most.
Right now, right here.
Why did I not start with Durin? I don't know.
One with the force. Yeah.
Emerge right now.
Damn. Nice, but bang. Oh my god.
Right here. Emerge right here.
Okay, real rotation.
And Shroud, I hear everything.
Emerge right now.
Guys? Oh, Durin's dead. I was like, where's my pyro? I see. Apparently he died as I swapped off. I understand.
Show them. Emerge right here.
Does doing this still disable some of the damage? I don't know. Oops.
Right now, right here.
I'll approve you.
Eat first before I... So optimal gameplay in this... Ow. Dumb. Optimal gameplay in this team is definitely going to include, like, smart timing of, okay. So, for example, what I was trying to do there, without dying on Tignari, was use Tignari E, and then swap to Durin to do Durin Burst. And then, you know, I could do Yai's E's, refresh her, and then before Tignari's next skill cooldown is up, because each skill gives 3 charge attacks, right? I can do 3 charge attacks and then do his skill, so functionally you get like 3 extra charge attacks out. That's what ideal Tignari gameplay looks like in general, is smartly using his skill at different times in the rotation. But I didn't do that. Oh well.
Right now, right here.
Can't see.
Right now.
Okay.
Temple of Wisdom. Emerge right now.
I hear
Here's what we
everything.
burst here. No.
Right here. Emerge.
This. Do this. Another skill. Okay. I'm not sure if we're getting it. We weren't getting spreads there, were we?
Right now. Emerge. Right here.
One with the force. Let's nip that in the bud.
I'm dead. I died again. Okay. Well. The damage, I think, is pretty decent. We'll see if I can actually do this a little bit better. I'm just dying. Because I have a skill issue. So. I'll get better at it. Let's see. You can also, like, situationally switch to Yai at ideal times, I think, in order to erase the pyro aura in order to make sure we get clicking going. Right.
And Shroud, I hear everything.
I don't know if that actually applied to clicking there.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
God damn it. Didn't actually hit with me.
Let's nip that in the dust.
Duran might just apply too much pyro for this team, to be honest. I hadn't properly tested this team at all, to be honest. I thought it would work with Nahida, but I might need a official instead of Nahida, to be honest. Let's try official. Oh wait, you need deep with official. Ugh. Or deep with Ignari. Or deep with Durin. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna put in official and see what happens. I can see when the damage is happening. I've already gone to 5 for the damage, so it's fine. I'm not gonna switch official to Deepwood right now, though. Alright.
Emerge. Right now.
And Shroud. Leave it to me.
I didn't get any particles. That's annoying.
Right here. Emerge. Right here.
Damn it. Also, I properly now have no healing in the team.
Can't see.
Right now. Right here.
I'll uproot you.
Emerge. Right here.
I do think official is a meaningful improvement to the team. I'm gonna do this.
Right now. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Why did I do that?
I hear everything.
Probably was not using Yai at ideal times here, that's for sure.
Can't see.
Or maybe anyone. No, I'm dead. It's fine. No. Alright, yeah, okay. So this team is definitely a better one. That's without Deepwood on the team, which... Is it better to actually put Deepwood on official here? I don't know. I think it might be... It's probably ideal to put Durin on Deepwood is my guess, because I think official's damage matters enough that you don't put Deepwood on her. But I could be wrong. It might be best to just put Deepwood on Tignari, but yeah. That's a non-Deepwood test and it's perfectly fine. I didn't actually check what's the let me go check quick. Just so I can get a overall vibe. It's like I could clear that in probably 80 seconds with better gameplay. But yeah, I don't know. It's a fun, very quick swappy team. It just definitely does need, I think, extra Electro to properly have quick enough time for Tignari to get damage. That's my vibe. Which is fine. Let's see, Stygian. Current Stygian at difficulty 4. It has 4.8 million. That's kind of what I thought. So, you know, 4.8 million. If we do divided by 80 seconds, and again, this is with the slowest start, right? So, or, okay, we'll say 90 seconds because I didn't actually clear, like I would have cleared in 90 seconds there if I'd done well. Functional DPS, it's not going to be high because a slow start. It's about 55k. It's not high, but again, there's probably should be a deep wood here somewhere, so. Anyways. How much does the C1 Duran specifically make this team make sense? Probably, like C1 Duran in this kind of team context, I think is what takes this team from being usable to not being, or sorry, not being very usable in a lot of contexts to being usable, right? And in an Abyss context, I could very much suspect that the damage increase for what C1 Duran does for all of these characters, because you can get value on all three of them here, right? Kind of matters, so. And that was not ideal gameplay by any means, I don't think. So yeah. Anyways, but we'll see what C2 Duran does there. That's a good enough baseline test. So I don't need to super stress that. It's not a team I'm going to strongly recommend or whatever, unless you just like how the gameplay works. It's not incredibly strong by any means, but it's strong enough that most people could enjoy playing it in most contexts. And C1 Duran, it is a good example, I think, of a team where Duran's constellations make it feel much more viable. Like, I think Yai was getting what, like, I don't remember what her skill was getting, but I know on her burst she was hitting like 55k or something when I hit with her burst, so that's with C1 Duran buff applied to it. That probably would have been like a 35 to 40k burst hit, I'm guessing, without C1 Duran. I'd have to go run the math to double check, but should be around that neighborhood. Anyways, what are we doing? Next we will check. Let's check Navia. So that is Mawika's weapon, by the way. That should be the correct build. Yup. And Chiori. So I do not have a C1 Chiori. That is Harbinger of Dawn. That is fine. Golden Troop. Okay, kitten, you're being cute, but you keep on moving. Pet. He keeps on shifting his legs, so I keep on moving my mouse to different spots. Let's do. Def percent, crit damage with the bunch of def. Okay. So okay, I don't know, it'll be fine. Whatever. Harbinger of Dawn, give a bunch of crit rate. It's a good enough build. Okay. Alright, we can probably check with Shalonen too. And Bane it. And Duran. Okay. How do our setups change in Stygian? I haven't done much Navi in Stygian. Why are we checking Chiori for Navi? Because I don't want to just compare to Shalonen, because Shalonen's going to scale the value of Shalonen C2 plus R1 for Navia in particular is an extra like 70% damage bonus that is going to change the value of his C1. So yeah, I guess I could put Chiori on Shalonen's signature weapon. Not wrong. Do this, funnel that, do this. Whoops. Oh, goddamn it. Skill issue. Definitely spam that E because I'm a dumbass. It's fine. Not really fine. I mean, it's pretty bad. I feel like Chiori is not contributing a ton in this team, to be honest. Is she falling under? No, she has not fallen under. Okay. Navia, can you please crit? Wait, I just realized this thing has a shit ton of geo-res. I thought the damage was pretty low, doesn't it? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's... okay. That's why Chiori feels so bad. I mean, for what it's worth, this thing has a shit ton of geo-res, and we still almost cleared. Or we could definitely clear, I should say. I mean, almost clear. So that makes sense. There's no Stygian boss to properly test this team. Okay, so let's check with Shalon, and then Chiori feels fine there, and we'll see what see what the difference of C2 Duran makes there. But like I think without C1 Duran, that probably wouldn't have cleared at all. But the additional red shred from Shalon should make Shalon way better here, I assume. Definitely forgot about the Geo-Res. Kachina would probably do more, maybe. Actually, against this boss, probably, yes. Because just more damage bonus would be better. So that's fine. Okay. This shows on field. Let's do this earlier. Fine. Yeah, that's all a little bit more damage. Oh, not quite ideal there, but it's fine. We can now get our burst. Yep. It's all a little bit stronger, which you want. Just a little bit. To be clear, C2R1 Shalon. I wouldn't. I feel like that showcase might have just made someone pull for Shalon cons. To be clear, is Shalon cons is one of the contests for Shalon cons worth it if you're super dedicated to Navi at this point? Maybe. But yeah, it's a Geo-Res boss, and like the fact that Navi can clear that so easily with a Geo-Res boss is pretty meaningful. So, yup. I suspect Durin C2 won't be a crazy increase there. So I'm gonna jot down, like, you know, the Chiori team with Durin C1 could have cleared, so I'm just gonna jot that as 120 seconds. And then we'll say 65 seconds, 67. For Xylo, the Yai Tignari team was 90 seconds, I believe. I should jot that down, I forgot to. 67, I know, but like, we weren't optimizing things. I'm putting down an approximate number, and I'm putting 65 because I'll just remember it better. But I'm also typing it down. I'm just giving approximate numbers. We're doing simplified comparisons. We're still doing this properly because we're actually doing comparisons. Most people don't actually do comparisons. But I'm not doing 800 runs and then averaging tests. I don't need to write down specifically 67 seconds because if I'm not averaging out times with multiple runs to try to get like a real vibe in practice, then it's not that important to keep in mind the exact time. It's a mix of vibe based and noting the exact time, just so we don't like accidentally mix up something. Like if I activate Durin C2 and I get a 65-second clear, I don't want to be like, oh, C2 Durin was a big upgrade, right? That's why I'm writing down the time. Implying 6-7 isn't memorable. Oh, I forgot the meme. Sorry, I don't exist on meme land. AKA, I don't engage with TikTok or Twitter. I forgot about the 6-7 meme. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to do the meme. I'm sorry. That was a little boomer moment, wasn't it? I'm not a boomer, but it felt a little boomer. I'm not gonna lie. Usually I am at least aware of the memes and not enough to avoid that. It's been your entire life for months, yeah. So I've heard it's been everywhere. I've heard teachers complaining about it and like trying to teach math and like no boomer, it makes no sense. No, I know it makes no sense. I wasn't saying it makes sense. I'm just saying I didn't recognize that people were memeing. Anyways, that's enough of that test. That's good enough. Yep. Navia, Shilonen, good. Well, okay, wait. I can technically test. I can turn C2 Shilonen off for Navia's damage at least. Well, Navia's damage is only one that matters. Well, I can also actually no, it does matter for Duran as well because Duran's getting attack, which is actually increasing the flat buff even more. Actually, that's actually interesting. You're kind of double dipping on C2 Shilonen for Navia here because the attack buff gives more attack to Duran, which gives more obviously more buff to Shilonen, and then more damage bonus for Navia also scales the value of the flat buff more, right? So I didn't even think about that. So that's interesting. I think it's interesting to actually show that, but I do think maybe we can turn it off, right? Approximately ish. We can turn off C2 Duran. Sorry, not C2. We can turn off C2 Shilonen by removing his attack goblet because Shilonen is giving attack. I should probably still put on a goblet. Death percent. Perfect. And then Navia. Oh, Navia's gonna be harder to turn off because I have an onset goblet. Frick. I can't really turn off Navia. Well, okay, we'll turn off Navia by just removing a timepiece. This is not quite proper, to be clear. The goblet is doing more for her than this timepiece is, but we're just going to remove the timepiece entirely, rather than like what we did for Duran, where we put on something that still gives crit. We're just removing it entirely. This is my test for doing what I can to turn off C2 Shilonen. C2 Shilonen do, it's 45% attack for Duran, and it's 45% attack for Shilonen, or sorry, 45% attack for Duran. And damage bonus for Navia. 50% damage bonus. Go to Shilonen in there. Whatever. I think I fucked up my rotation, that's fine. Not used to playing Navia enough. I mean, honestly, C2 Shilonen doesn't do that much. That's my vibe here. Yeah. It's also worth mentioning that C1 Duran is actually going to do a little bit more for Navia with normal attacks versus plunging, because we're going to get more total number of hits with normal attacks than we do with plunging, right? And doing more total of hits is how we maximize the value of the buff, right? So C1 Duran is probably not even doing that much here, right? Relative to some other contexts, but still doing something. But I think this team would work perfectly. I think this team would work fine against this boss without a C1 Duran is my vibe. Because we're only really benefiting Navia's damage in this team, right? So... Up. But it's a worthwhile thing to check, I think. We'll go back to attack goblet. Where? Oh, it's a offset. Please, the cat moved his paws again. Kitten, you're being so cute, but I have no mousing space. All right. Main DPS sucrose. I don't have. Well, I shouldn't say I don't have, but I think for the purposes of testing something like a character that has really low multipliers, should we check something quick? Like the experience of C1 Duran, like C1 Duran is going to have a significant effect for DPSing any character that has low multipliers. So I mentioned like Kachina earlier. Sucrose is not going to be much different, considering Sucrose's multipliers are also, you know, like her normal attack multipliers are very low multipliers. Her skill and bursts are not as low, but the additional element damage would be pretty high. And Sucrose has enough total numbers of instances of hits, especially when you are bursting. That's probably pretty easy to max out the utility of that buff, and she can spam her normal attack pretty fast. So C1 Duran should be pretty significant for Sucrose, but I didn't realize I had level 7. Why do I have a level 7 normal talent on Sucrose? Anyways, I already have like 7 teams I want to test. That's the only reason I don't want to, but maybe I should, for the purpose of demonstrating a low baseline multiplier idea, because this is one of the I think I will show that, because even though it's a little bit annoying to have to configure, this is one of the contexts where Farazan Bennett. Where are you? Where when you have really low baseline multipliers, a flat buff can supplant the fact that they don't have any baseline multipliers of their own to suddenly take you from not seeing meaningful damage numbers on the character to seeing meaningful damage numbers. But anyways, we'll do like hybridy. I'll just yoink my Venti artifacts. BB. That okay. Cat is the cat. Please, sir, you're adorable. But okay, you know what? I just need to solve this. like this here. Open phone. This is what I'm dealing with here. Like, I could do this. Cat wants a C2 Duran buff. True. He's protesting. Okay. So, anyways, yoink. Oh, of course, I just turned the camera off, and he just did a really cute stretch, by the way. Oh well, you missed it. Okay. Pap, I think just 1-to-1 swapping these artifacts and giving her a crit weapon should be enough. And then we do animo damage bonus. Venti's piece as well. These are very good artifacts. Like, yes, we could get more damage by doing 2-piece, but it's not going to be that much better because I have very good VV artifacts. And then we will do just this weapon, I think. And that, well, okay. I didn't expect that, to be honest. The problem is, I could give her this. Yeah, I guess that's better. That's a better stat stick weapon. 70-208 is better. Alright. I'm going to add this to the list. DPS, Sucrose. Yes, reset. Bap. Why did you get C2? Mostly for Lanyan, but also we're testing other circumstances because it allows me to have more fun using the characters that I want to play. That is the fundamental reason at its core. Oh, by the way, for anyone that cares, with Durin C1, I did this calc mostly with Lanyan, to be clear, but I'm pretty sure this should map out to other anima DPSs. I was checking whether tenacity Farazan was better than scroll Farazan, because I have scroll Farazan, right? And scroll Farazan, I believe, is just better with Durin, even with Durin C1, where he gets more value from attack or whatever, right? Should funnel that to whatever. About. Do this. No. Whatever. Whatever. Do that. That. Please. Okay, there we go. Bam. 80k, nice. 20k normal attacks. Yeah, you can see, like, 20k normal attacks is not what you would normally be able to get, right, on a Sucrose. I should not have done that skill, that was dumb. This is indeed, like, it's a good thing to show, because, like, this would be the same case for any unit that would have low baseline multipliers. Scroll also has Farazan? Yeah. Well, we don't get the energy on Farazan, to be clear. It's just damage bonus for Farazan. No, I died. Well, I would have killed. We can redo it a little bit. Yeah, and then obviously, like, Hazo is already a DPS, so, like, oh yeah, actually Hazo's a good example, because Hazo's kit is actually weirdly screwed over by how he, for whatever reason, they despite the fact that his core kit identity is, like, doing normal attacks, in between doing a skill, he just has, like, no motion value on his normal attacks, right? So giving him actual motion value on his normal attacks is pretty significant. It's your top 2 channel YouTube recap. Nice. Thanks for watching. Just pulled Varesa weapon and you put it on Sucrose. Yeah. I mean, Varesa weapon is one of the best, like, static catalysts.
We'll see about that.
And I probably should have saved that. Okay. Oh, Kitten's getting up. Am I gonna have my mouse face soon? Oh, no. Never mind. He just turned around. Ow. Ow. I probably should do Bennett after power's on. So yes, these results should apply to Hazo as well. I can check what my Hazo investment is. I know I never fully ascended Hazo because, I mean, Sucrose isn't fully ascended either, I don't think. Sucrose ascends with animo damage bonus, I just realized. So Sucrose actually has a little bit of an advantage over Hazo, potentially. I think Hazo scales with, or ascends with attack. But that. Ow, don't die. Yeah. And by the way, this kind of thing actually, like, Venti's normal attack multipliers, they're not low per se, but they're not super high. So, like, Venti should gain a similar, like you should be able to definitely notice the increased damage numbers from Venti, and I have. So, but obviously Venti is good with Duran already at a baseline. So yeah. Anyways, I'm kind of curious what happens with Hazo. Hazo, I think you won't notice it as much on his big multiplier, right? But what do I have him at? He's at 70. Okay. 6, 9, 8. Okay, I'm not gonna bother. But Hazo could see meaningful value from C1 Duran as well, right? Anywhere where you have a case where you're doing, particularly the cases where you're doing a bunch of small multiplier hits, right? You should suddenly start seeing much bigger damage numbers from them, and to a degree that, you know, the functional damage contribution from, you know, Sucrose is now going to be in the neighborhood of like 200 to 300,000 damage more in a rotation, right? Which is absolutely enough that you can suddenly start reaching breakpoints where DPS Sucrose feels like Sucrose is contributing meaningful damage and reaches a breakpoint that lets you actually clear content with her, right? And I think most people would be perfectly happy being able to do something like clear a Stygian Onslaught Menacing boss with DPS Sucrose, right? So, yeah. Anyways, I'll jot that 105 second down. I don't think that was an optimal clear or anything, but, you know. I don't have Aoife leveled, unfortunately, but Aoife should gain meaningfully, yeah. Aoife, if I ever manage... you know what? I hope they rerun Aoife. I don't know why they would do this, but I hope Aoife is, for whatever reason, a character, because I have some C0. I hope they rerun Aoife on Columbina banner. That's a random ask. Anyways, Shenhe build, she doesn't have 4-piece Noblesse equipped right now because I think Charlotte, if I recall, steals her artifacts. So, wait, isn't this normally Bennett Circlet? Why do you have it? Oh, no, because I remember... Yeah, never mind. So, anyways, Shenhe artifact... My Shenhe build is normally relatively similar to this, though, but with actually 4-piece Noblesse rather than not 4-piece Noblesse. The only difference is equipping this piece. So, a little bit more ER, a little bit less crit rate, technically. But also, yeah, a little bit more attack. So, same build, but 4-piece Noblesse, essentially. Loki could if it's Bina and Eva. Yeah, I could see it. I hope it is. Maybe. Like Columbina and Eva Durin with Durin C1 would be a pretty dang good Durin team. Or Durin team. I mean, yes, but pretty dang good Aoife team. Maybe the best Aoife team. I don't know. Anyways, the best depends on your account, ultimately, though. And you wouldn't have Fars on for amplifying the animo damage, so I'm not sure. It might be better just to do raw animo damage amplification. So, anyways, let's test. Again, the two teams I want to test in Abyss are Lanyon teams and then the Dia teams. So the last team to test, no, two more teams to test here. Is a Chevreuse Fischl Durin team. So we do Chevreuse, that's not Chevreuse, but that's Durin with the Almighty Fish, with Chevreuse, and with, we'll just use Dia. So this is mostly to test, what I want to test here, there's two things I want to test here. One, we can compare C2 Durin and not, right? But I actually want to test supportive. So right now, Chevreuse is on a supportive-oriented build, right? She's on a fab build with Song of Days Past, so a complete supportive-oriented build, right? But I want to test Chevreuse on a DPS build because, again, you get stacks from C1 Duran on everyone. So let's see. Do we start with? Oh, yeah, we kind of have to start with just whatever. This, that. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I would like to wait. I guess. Yep. Official energy problems in Stygian. She is solo Electra here, so I guess not too surprising. I don't have Duran going. Okay, I should have. You know what I should have done? I should have just saved Fischl. Save Fischl. Non-card character you don't have? I don't have Flynn's. So we can do this to get the initial attack buff going. Back to Dia. What am I doing? Okay. There we go. This is proper. 20k official is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Alright. And bap. Please, visual. There we go. Okay.
Let's get it on. You asked for it.
Yeah. Alright. 69 seconds. That's with supportive build. Is Durin C1 more universal? I mean, Durin C1 and C2 are more universal. Or more universal than what? But if you're comparing Durin's own constellations, they're both like equivalently universal. But Durin C2 will benefit the already strongest characters more. The stronger character you have that already has like their own really big personal multipliers, the more C2 will benefit them than C1, right? C1 is a lot more nuanced than C2. C2 is just damage bonus. I count Flynn's because polearms only. If you count Flynn's because polearms only, then no, then yes, I guess I have everyone. So I want to do one more run with this.
Let's get it on.
Okay. No, I don't plan on getting Divine. No. Okay. Our DA damage is a little lower because we hadn't taken damage, I believe. Alright. Please, are you serious? I should have done this. No. Okay, pretty similar though. 70 seconds, we just got interrupted more there. Okay. That's fine. Pretty consistent results, so we'll be able to see the difference here when we put Chevrolet on a DPS build. Alright, so my thinking is Homa, which is going to cause, like, the Fav proc kind of mattered there, so that might be a little bit weird. And I think there's enough attack buffing going on in this team, right? When we're doing the Shivers damage, we will have Fischl buff, right? One thing, I think you need to have Oz out though, so, well no, we will have Oz out in the first burst. We had 170 ER though, so, I don't know, the first, it's Stygian, right? We don't have energy, so it's gonna take time to get energy. Cat eating mic? Do I have microphone problems? Let me go test. Testing. Sounds fine to me. Testing, testing, testing. I don't know. Sounds fine. I don't know. It sounds fun to me. Someone in Twitch chat said it sounds fine, but I don't know. Let me know. There's a bit of crunch earlier. Okay, weird. No, the cat didn't touch anything, so I don't know. Okay, anyways, sorry. Let's see. Okay, so 2Ps is the way to go, I think, because we want ER. I do think... Do we do attack goblet? Do we do... I think I'm going to keep an HP timepiece. I know it seems dumb, but it has a lot of crit rate, and this converts to more attack for the team. So we're doing hybrid DPS, and like we're getting so much attack from the other units, the other buffs in the team, that I don't think actually putting an attack timepiece matters that much here. Pyro Goblet probably makes sense. So we'll roll Tenacity. Why not? Maybe we can do 2-piece Tenacity. With a crit rate circlet. And yep, that piece. Okay, so we'll do 2-piece Tenacity, 2-piece Glad. Why not? And an off piece somewhere. Yoink the Veresa piece for an off piece. And then that as a feather. We got 3,200 attack, so we're losing... Oh, the ER, though. We'll see. I mean, it is triple pyro. We'll just see how long it takes to get a burst up. 3,200 attack. Sorry, 32,000 HP. Bet, not attack. So we're losing 8% of the attack buff. But, like, I think this should be a net gain. And, oops. Like, Chevreuse is going to do some significant damage. So, hybrid DPS Chevreuse, as a comparison, might need a lot more ER than this for it to make sense, but we'll see. See how long it takes us to get our burst up. Make sure I done all this. Alright, wait, did I forget to start with the Durin? Oops, redo. Attack percent or pyro damage on C1 Duran. I like attack percent more. Pyro damage is probably technically better in a lot of team contexts still. But, you know. Do whatever your heart tells you. I think the theoretical ideal would be probably a Pyro Goblet with a bunch of attack subsets, technically. But that might be asking a lot. Okay, so we'll do this. We'll do this. Okay, need to wait like 1 second. There we go. Okay. It's a little bit of a slow start here. Yeah, the Dia damage is not really different. It's kind of what I expected. We haven't bursted on Chevreuse yet, to be clear. Now, okay, good. We do have a burst. Okay. Okay. Like, that definitely did something. I don't know if we'll notice it here because of the slow start, though. But I don't know. We'll see. Like, I don't think it's gonna reach us a breakpoint here, right? We'd have to kill in less than 70 seconds, and because of the slow start, it kind of doesn't matter. So I think this is a no, not starting with energy diff here, and the enemy not being tanky enough to see. Like, we only did 1 rotation with the Chevreuse burst, right? So I don't know. We can try it one more time. Maybe I need to put more ER on Dia actually. Before, because we're missing the fab particles for Dia to get her burst right away, right? I think I have... Yeah, I got this, so a little bit less crit, that's fine. But more ER. That should let her get her burst back. Okay. Shouldn't have had her damage that much. You know, I just realized I can probably funnel those particles to Dia now that I think about it. So maybe the energy's not needed. So Duran's got to do 2 skills anyways, right? Double crowd, Dia, Duran pop up with melts. No, you're not getting melts and on Dia and Duran at the same time. That's way too much pyro. So cat just stood up and I couldn't see anything. Oh, he's gonna sneeze. Oh, gross. Oh, he definitely just like flicked some mucus onto me. Yummy. Thank you, kitten. Yeah, bless you. Alright, anyway, restart again. Arrgh. Okay. Anyways. Yeah, okay. Yep. Why? Wait, can I? Oh, I can't mix. Okay. Yeah, nice. Okay. That was a better start. Not perfect, I don't think, but better. Oh no. I didn't have Oz active, so I didn't get the attack buff from Official on the Shivers there, which is not ideal. Oh, did I just miss? I think I just missed. Okay, well, yeah, Shivers is not bursting every rotation here. I think if Shivers was bursting every rotation here, it should be better, right? Like we just matched our best time. 1 second, what would we do? With obviously non-optimal situation. If I had bursted on Shivers, I'd probably be dead. Meaningfully faster. Christmas stream. I am actually, yes, I am planning to do a Christmas stream. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do for the format. I think it might be I might do like account reviews, like logging in. I've never just like logged into people's accounts with like non-committal, not going to clear content for them. Just like do account reviews, log into someone's account. And I'll probably do like anyone that gets selected, I'll give away a Welkin, I think, with it too. That's my current thinking. But yeah, for the family stuff this week, I'm gonna go visit grandparents tomorrow in the evening-ish. Not in the evening. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow because I'm gonna leave like midday, and I don't want to stream for 5 hours and then be like, oh wait, I was supposed to be there an hour ago. And then on Christmas Day though, my family's gonna go down to my sister's, but my sister is working. She works in she's a nurse, so you know they need people to work in hospitals on Christmas. Crazy. So she's awesome, and she took a holiday shift. So she gets back at like 8 p.m. So I'm probably not gonna go over there until around 8 p.m. right? Or I'll leave before 8 p.m. It's like she's an hour drive away, so. That means I can stream on Christmas Day for you guys. That's a long way of saying yes. I'm not Nicole, okay? I'm kind of curious though. What should we? Let's see. ER. Level this. Quadruple it. No. Okay. Okay. Yeah, actually, what about... I mean, we just lose some crit damage here and we gain attack. So what about this? And then... keep that. But then switch to... I don't know. Switch to... I don't know if I have a gladiator circle with ER. I mean, I have one with a lot of crit, but I guess maybe we use this is okay. This and then let's see. That I guess maybe losing quite a bit of crit rate, but maybe roll that. That's a lot more ER. A little bit inconsistent crit wise. A little bit less HP too. Let's see what happens there. Jane skin? I already ranted about it earlier. I don't need to rant about it again. so long to activate that. It was dumb. I don't have that one we're doing. Okay, yeah, I needed to do the Chevreuse E earlier. I'm stupid. Okay. Okay. On contact energy. That might probably not worth it, but I don't know. I think I should just do this now. God damn it. Still a little bit slow because official build is not ideal. It almost died from that. Yeah. I think it is better, but it needs an ideal build situation in this enemy context at least. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't know, but it's not like a massively, incredibly so. Is my vibe. So yeah, I don't know. It definitely makes DPS Shivers more viable and adds. Like you could definitely notice the damage it deals. So yeah, that's cool. I don't know. About. Actually, honestly, maybe I should just stick to that piece. Why am I using this piece? It's probably just available. Technically gives more crit rate, but like, let's be real. This is perfectly fine. Oh, it gives HP. Do I need the HP? Let's find out. I don't know if I need it. Bap. OMG, I'll have to check the transcript earlier. Oh boy, yeah. I do not like the Jane skin. That is my simplified opinion. That is the wrong piece. Who did I just yoink that from? Well. Oh well. If anyone knows, let me know if it was someone important. And that. And this. And this. Okay, there we go. 42,000. Oh, I definitely don't need that. Yeah, okay. Wait. I had a healing bonus circlet, didn't I? Yeah. Oh, I do need it. Oh, shit. Okay. Wait, that's not enough. Oh, wait. Wait, what? I'm confused. I'm all kinds of confused. What's happening? I definitely had 40k HP before. HP on Fab before. Did I not have a healing bonus circlet? I thought I did have a healing bonus circlet. I must not have. Because I definitely used that. Definitely used that. Definitely had that. Definitely was on that. Yeah, okay. I must have been on a HP circlet. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, that was what I was on. Okay, cool. In which case, yeah, I don't need this then. I can definitely use this. Oh, but this is sometimes Farina's piece. I always have Farina on an ER timepiece. Who cares? Alright, there we go. Okay. Melt Skirk at all with Durin cons? I mean, I don't know. If you have a team suggestion, I'm down to try it, but the problem with Melt Skirk is you need to have, in my experience, you have to have some way of triggering at least one non-melt cryo reaction in order to get her to feel good to play. Which usually means you have to like put in a second cryo and then, you know, have something else like a second cryo plus sucrose or whatever. Do a swirl. And a cryo swirl will get you the extra little mirror generated so you can actually have enough duration on Skirk's damage uptime so that you can do 3 N5s, generally speaking. So I still don't really feel like there's anything that really feels like melt Skirk unless you do Sunfire. Because Sunfire allows you to use Bennett and applies enough pyro and you can do a cryo and get a VV swirl, but like Sunfire has significant setup problems, so probably works against this boss pretty well. But I don't think really Durin changes that much from Meltskirk, is my guess. But if you have an idea for a team, I'm down to try it. Okay, so that was kind of as expected overall. I will... so support Chev versus DPS Chev wasn't necessarily super impactful here, but it's a meaningful consideration in some contexts potentially. And again, I didn't fully min-max the build to try to find the perfect Chevers build that necessarily made sense there. So, yep. Crazy, we have an artifact set specifically for Chevers, a 4-star character. I think they don't. I don't think they made that artifact set just for Chevers. I think it was meant to be compelling on Chevers, for sure. But I don't know that it was specifically made for Chevers. I don't think it was made for anyone in particular other than just an option for healers in general. So, Venti at 40 pity, 5 hours before the banner ended. Nice. Well, if you don't know whether to be happy or sad, I'd say be happy. I probably won't post my videos saying I don't really care about the Venti buffs. If you want a main Venti, the Venti buffs matter a lot. If you don't want a main Venti, it remains to be seen, I think. And it also remains to be seen how decent he will feel to play in Abyss cycles that don't benefit him. Oh yeah, Overburn. I was like, what other team do we want to test before we do Abyss testing? Overburn, Clarent. I have played this team with where's Official? Hello, Official. There she is. I have played this team. I'm trying to think if I need to do any weird setup. I don't really think so. I have played this team with C0 Duran, and it works really well, and I like it a lot. I suspect with C0 and Duran, it should just feel quite a bit better. But I do not think you need C1 Duran for this team to be good to play. We're just gonna do a rotation because I think it's gonna take enough time for it to come back. That's worth it to do that, anyways. No. Was that worth it? I'm not quite sure. We also didn't get fish on our team. Oh, fuck. Okay. Maybe it was not worth it. Okay, never mind. We do a setup rotation. Never mind. Never mind. It's kind of fun out of the buffs. I think if he hadn't gotten buffed at all, I would have gotten the same exact enjoyment I've gotten out of Venti in the current cycle. Like, it's just the AoE situation, like his synergy with Emily that I've found most fun in particular. So, and his buffs just make him a little bit better. Like, I'm glad they happened, but I also, goddamn, I also wish they weren't, that he's really, really team limited because of the faction requirement, in my opinion. So, not in my opinion, that's just is what it is. He just is team limited. Okay. We will do this. Yep. How close is your energy? How close? We'll reset you. That's a very slow start, but oh well. Yeah, this performs really well with C1 Duran. Don't get interrupted. Oopsie, oopsies. And you can even stay on field for a little bit here while I jump and avoid damage to get value from that. C1 Duran value for Emily, that is. And of course, my official still has... Why? I need to fix this. This is annoying me. I keep on having teams. I thought Visual was going to be fine because of the double electro team here. Oh boy. It should be dead by now. I wonder if we can get it dead by 60 seconds. Can I fix this stupid ass problem with Visual though? Like, this is incredibly annoying, having barely not enough energy. Have this. No, where is it? I thought I had attack time piece with Yai's on it. Okay, that's fine. We can swap that. I could probably swap that. I should re-roll that. Okay. filter. Yeah. Which is not being used, I guess. This one, maybe? I don't know, is 2 ER rolls enough? 2 more ER rolls? That might be enough, I don't know. Alright. No, yeah, you definitely want energy on visual. Especially post-Stygian, but normally, like, getting her to burst every other rotation isn't that hard, right? Should go on field with her a little bit to get some contact particles. Yep. But like post-Stygian, it's kind of annoying to actually guarantee in a lot of team contexts that she can burst every other rotation, or not burst every other rotation, burst on the second rotation, right? Like you can see that ER was enough. Oh god damn. Oh god damn. Okay, that was bad.
Shoot on sight. A little obvious.
Alright. Not bad. Yeah, that team definitely feels a bit better with C1 Duran. Other than crazy, right? That team felt very functional without, but yeah. I like it. And obviously Duran is really good for like doing Duran official Shivers core as well for Chlorint. Okay. And now we get to go W, that was all Chlorint. Yep. It is. That is probably. Is it? I don't know. I think it's a team. I did do some testing to see whether or not how wheelchair that team was. With my, specifically to be clear, with my definition of wheelchair being that the on-fielder is doing less damage than one of the off-fielders, right? I think Chlorine does, like, Chlorine definitely does less than the 3 other units combined. Definitely does less than them combined. But I don't know. Like, it seemed I'd have to like do a proper team DPS calc was my vibe. Like I think it's a relatively evenly split between all 3 units, amazingly. And I do think though C1 Duran is enough to make it that like Chlorine is definitely doing more damage than any of the other 3 individually, right? Which is again part of that nuance where I like C1 Duran for making him more of a buffer than just a damage dealer, right? So, anyways, but obviously this team format is still fundamentally the same in that you're putting 3 good off-field DPSs in conjunction with Chlorine on-field doing good DPS. And if you want to call that wheelchair, you can call it wheelchair, I guess. But I think Overburn Chlorine is a really fun way to take advantage of Chlorine being an electric unit and synergizing with all those units. Meow, what are you meowing, sir? Overburn Sathos, yeah. Overburn Sathos is similar. Just a little bit. I like Overburn Sathos, but that same team, but Sathos in place of Chlorine is a little bit harder to play because Sathos does not heal and is extremely squishy, but it is fun. It is definitely fun. Anyways, we want to test 2 teams. Okay, so one team I want to test is here. Well, let's test the Duran team first, and then we'll do Lanyan. Or sorry, the Dia team first. So I want to test this team, because this team is very interesting to me in checking my Mona build. Yep, okay. Yep, alright. This team is very interesting to me in that it is a team that with C0 Duran is ideal to do Dark Mode Duran. With a C1 Duran, now that he's, because he can't give Red Shred, right? He doesn't give Red Shred with Vaporize. You have to have non-vaporized reactions, so we don't get any red shred, so there's no reason to do the support mode here, other than unless we need like the AoE damage, then there might be, because you know dark mode is more single target. But C1 Duran makes him buff regardless, right? So it might be better to do C1 like support mode in this team now with C1 Duran. I played this team enough in the previous Abyss with the C0 Duran that I'm pretty familiar with how the team feels to play, so I'll be able to check dark mode versus support mode. But I think there's a good chance, though. I'm pretty sure with C1 Duran, dark mode is still better here. So higher damage for Duran mode. But after I activate C2, I think that'll be enough buffing that it will be better to do support mode here. That's my prediction, but I could be wrong. We're not using Duran on the first side. Wait, do I just use this on the first side? Maybe I just use this on the first side. There's a pirate-resistant enemy in the second half, in the first chamber of the second half. And this should work fine. Hi, sir. Are you going to take up space on the desk again? Hello. How about you sit in my lap? That would be convenient. You rarely do that. Sit in my lap, sir. You've done that before, and you've been happy there before. Cat cam? Sure. My phone's actually almost dead. Here, go over here. I'll move the water bottle. Yeah, sniff the tea leaves. All right. So yeah, let's try on the first side. Then we can just never on the second side. Make things easy. Skill damage. That's okay, I guess. Be good for Lanyon, I guess. Okay. So, oh, I didn't. Oh, okay. Oh, cat is. Yep. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm playing on my leg. Yep. I'm playing on my leg. Okay. Trevor's big healing from C6 count for the 20% damage bonus stack? Yes, but that healing, that is a delayed stack, but you can use that. You can technically time that to like get extra damage bonus on a character like Raiden in her burst animation kind of thing. But it's not oftentimes something you think about min-maxing around, but it can get you damage bonus faster. Okay. Thunder. Mona, by the way, is not going to do nearly as much here as she normally can. I think okay, by the way, speaking of situations where AoE is just better, I'm pretty sure support mode Duran is better here just because it will do AoE damage. So let's just move on to the next chambers, honestly, because we won't be able to properly test dark mode versus support mode in this chamber. Support mode's just going to be better regardless because of AoE. Dude, I should have done burst first, but whatever. Ow. Stop it. Did that apply to anyone? I think it did. Okay. Yeah, Mona buff is not super valuable here. I just want to do E's setup beforehand because Mona E will, or Dia E will do damage while Mona's doing her thing. Okay, here we go. Like if Durin C1 wasn't stacks for each teammate individually, Mona here would waste so much of the buff. Should be really bad. Hello? Oh. Dark mode. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wow. By the way, my dark mode, if you are doing dark mode Durin with his C1, it's definitely better to do a Pyro Goblet. Like, he should probably be getting 300k here instead of the 200k he got. I don't know if Never has her weapon or not, but I think she does. This will probably kill. Yeah.
With one heart, we pray.
Yeah.
Can't hide the truth. It all falls into place. It all adds up.
What the frick happened there? That was very janky.
Leave this place. Can't hide the truth.
Okay. See, Lolly breaks the shield easily. Yeah, any plunging attack removes, I believe, quarter, 33%, a large chunk of it.
Change of plan.
Yeah.
Let's get it on.
Okay. Thunder. I know it doesn't say thunder. He just sounds like he says thunder to me. Okay, you're just gonna die before. Okay, yeah, whatever. That's fine, I guess. No mana buff. Also, we just aren't maintaining Hydra because we started attacking it immediately with. Yep. No. Okay. What does he say? I don't even remember. It sounds like thunder to me, though. Okay, there's no reason to Mona Burst there because, yep. Now we Mona Burst. 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's still honestly no reason to Dia Burst. Okay. Yep, that chamber does not give a good vibe. We're gonna have to go to the next chamber, and because of that, I'm just going to... Cat, what are you doing? Bro, why are you in the sink? There's nothing there for you. Ugh. Turn the sink on. Yeah. Okay, anyways, I want to get my energy in the next chamber because at least the boss, once we get through the shield phase, if we set up properly, we'll be able to let us properly test dark mode versus support mode. C1 Duran theoretically makes Mona more worth building for damage, too, in this kind of team context. So let's just this. Oh, you got HP. That's a good one. Whatever. One, two, three, four. But my Mona has a healing build though, so not taking advantage of it here. Okay, we are getting vaporizes on Trina. Not ideal. Also, Duran damage isn't going. Also not ideal. It's fine. I just wanted my energy up. Alright. Now. Oh yeah, Didi isn't sleeping in the sink. He's just like sniffing around in the sink. He's taken to deciding... You know, first month I had him, he never jumped up on the kitchen counter. Now he's jumping up on the kitchen counter constantly and I can't really stop him. He does not care. I don't know what he's doing there right now, because there's nothing in the sink other than, I think, one cup. But, you know, maybe he will just lay down there. Prepare to try the new Mulani Mona setup, but they made it useless in New Stygian? Yeah. Crit rate? Wow. Alright. We should do support mode here. Because we need to get through the halfway point anyways. So there's not really much a point to do anything other than wait. Alright, now we do this, and then we'll wait a couple seconds anyways, do this, okay. Now we can do damage to it. Ow, don't die. God damn it. Bruh, it took 30 seconds to get there. Need some Nefer Durin gameplay to maintain the agenda. maybe after we activate C2. Because his constellations shouldn't really affect the Nefer situation that much. Okay. Wait, do this. Heal our peoples a little bit. This. Clap. 1, 2, E. 1, 2. Okay. This is. Wait, this is support mode, Duran. Okay. So I overtook with Pyro. There's a way to mitigate that. You can purposely slow down your attacks. Right. Okay. Probably should not have bursted on Prina when I did. Okay. That was good enough of a result, but it was definitely not optimized because of shield phase. You can transition to the shield phase a lot better than I did there. Review your Duran. I know if he's going in the right direction. I mean, as long as you have enough energy to burst properly, in whatever teams you're using him in, then just build him attack. For a C0 Duran, just build him attack, pyro, crit. Attack, attack, crit is fine. Attack, pyro, attack is fine if you have... I demonstrated that, not the stream, but in the past. If you have a crit rate weapon like Jade Cutter, it's like barely worse. So... anyways, alright, so still gonna do support mode to start, but I'm gonna transition to dark mode after. Okay. What am I doing? This. Okay. Here, I have to... this. Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, shoot, shoot. I don't think I stalled the task properly there, but... oh, whoops. That's not ideal. Actually, I think dark mode might not get through the shield. Whoopsies. Let's see if we get our Dia burst back, though. We do not have Dia burst back. That's not ideal. Crap. Yep, I need to do support mode in the base transition. This boss is such... this boss is Hoyo design in 2020 forever. I don't know why I did that, but whatever. You know what? Let's try something a little bit different. Let's just do this. One, two, okay. Alright. And this should transition into the shield phase, which is fine. Slow down on purpose? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that works, I guess. Okay. So we did support mode there on purpose. Okay, this... I meant to do damage mode. Frick! Okay, even this boss we can't even properly test. Bro, there's not a single chamber where I can properly test this. Just... It's miserable to actually sequence this properly. I can't actually get a proper vibe because this boss's mechanics are shit garbage. And it's designed to just whatever. Do I have to use this? I think I have to use the Steam on the second side to properly test. Fuck. That's so annoying. Honestly.
For the everlasting forest. Forest, protect.
It all adds up. The deception ends here. It all falls into place.
With one heart.
If I close Duran's fastest to stop using Duran before the shield. Yeah, I could see that.
No more lies. It all adds up. Seek within.
For the everlasting forest. Leave this place.
Can I be truth?
No. God damn it.
Mystery unravels.
Whatever.
No more lies.
Assholes.
Animal test 6308. Animal hypostasising. This dance is for you. Here. By the frost in the forest.
What the hell are the flies?
Can I
I
be
can't even see
truth?
them. Stop spawning flies.
No more lies. Seek within.
I literally would be done with this chamber 20 seconds ago if they hadn't spawned a fucking shield. God. Why the fuck did they do cryosis images? It pisses me off so much here. Should have just done Venti Emily, to be honest.
Leave this place. With one heart.
The deception
I don't know why I did that.
ends here.
Just need to be smart with using Sucrose Burst. I think it'll be fine.
Truth.
With all my strength. You poor last lamb. For the everlasting.
Seek within.
Okay, that did fuck all. Thank you for completely ungrouping yourselves, assholes.
The mystery unravels.
Enhanced animal module 75.
You did a big stagger, otherwise it'd be
Leave this
annoying. Oops, meant to switch to you. Yes, I purposely didn't use Nefer, because if I used Nefer... Or sorry, Nefer. I purposely didn't use Llama, because if I used Llama, it might have resulted in them getting a shield up. Right, I need to stagger them. Damage is not the problem here. Yeah, case in point.
By the frost on the wall. Leave this. Absorption test.
Can I be truth?
Okay. You did Arlecchino, Melt, Lecite, Lolly, Bennett, Chelona? Yep, that's a good option. I assume you mean the plunge boss or whatever. Oh no, you mean the abyss boss, yeah. Okay. These have I have not practiced footstooling. And it has a white shield, so I actually don't know how this is gonna go. This Venti video like pretty much done. It could be members only content. I guess I could do that, yeah. No promises on a timeline for it, but yeah, I'll consider it. I think Farina here and Mona might help. I think this will be fine, but we'll see.
Written in the stars.
Stop. I don't even know if I got the, oh my god. I should have done, that was my fault. I could have done DAE to prevent interruption. That was a skill issue there, actually. Complete skill issue. Okay. Sick. Great. Okay. Alright. A reminder, this enemy is pyro resistant. So, with the stall mechanic and pyro resistance, I don't really take that much. Oh, I don't have energy. Ain't no way. I didn't get any fab triggers because cringe white shield mechanics. Cool. I love it. I like white shield mechanics. They're really cool. I definitely did support mode there. I love these mechanics. It's really great design. Feels good. Anyway, whatever. We'll just test in the next chambers. I didn't think this chamber would be a real test anyways. It's fine. Do I have energy on Dia? Good enough, at least. Yeah, she'll get energy. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. Shitty chamber to test in, that's fine.
Change of plan. You poor lost lamb.
Go to sucrose.
No more lies. Can't hide the truth. The mystery unravels.
Really? More than dodge. Is this already C2? No, not yet. Okay. Oh, I didn't think that would kill him. Oh, bowl. Oh, it did not matter. It didn't matter. Who cares? Just do this. Please, really.
No more lies.
Okay. This one we should be able to actually test. We lose Farina's damage, but that's not that big a deal. Okay. My theory is dark mode Duran should be better. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I don't even know if I got the proper extension, but whatever. Did that first to avoid the damage. What? How do I not have energy? I've never had energy issues. Oh, I didn't trigger Fab, that's why. Okay. What damage was Durin getting off-field? Oh, no, you can't. I forgot that they don't let you retry if you 3-star. That pisses me off so much. God, that's... God. Okay, I should have just tested this team and the enemy. Actually, frick the Abyss for testing. Okay, frick the Abyss for testing. I wanted to test an Abyss, but honestly, this Abyss is ass for testing. I think almost everything. Eon Son's terrible trials back. Nice. Dia. Alright. So problem here, of course, we don't have to start with energy, which sucks balls, but oh well. Whatever. Got C6 Dia. What do I do with her now? She's stronger now, and so she's not gonna feel fundamentally different to play though. But she is a lot stronger. So if you played her before and didn't feel like she did enough damage, and you think doing, I don't know, 30% more damage is enough to make her worthwhile to play, then there you go. But yeah, she does take a lot of resources to get to the point of feeling good to play though. So, follower goal, man. Wow. Thanks for following, whoever followed. Okay. Dia for sure. Okay. Have the Dia. Okay. We'll do support mode first. Now. Okay, 1, 2, E, don't die. Slow down. Okay, yeah. Good. Two, 3, 4. Okay. Ah, damn. Didn't slow down properly. That's fine. Okay. So 60 seconds, that's with support mode. What am I doing? No, try damage mode. Okay. I really should have done that earlier. Whoopsies. Also, I didn't funnel those particles. Whoopsies. That might matter. I wanted to funnel those particles. Okay. That would be fine. Okay, do this. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, oh boy. Okay. Sure, she has energy properly. Okay. Yeah, dark mode Durin is definitely better. That wasn't a massive time difference, to be clear. But also keep in mind, again, I have very much a build on dark mode Durin that could be significantly improved. If I put a Pyro Goblet on and a crit damage circlet to maximize Durin's dark mode C1 buff, and just to maximize Durin's damage in general, that would, he'd probably be hitting like 200k vapes. Or sorry, more than 200k vapes. So, anyways, you want to buy me C6 Chaska? No. I don't buy myself C6 characters, so why would I buy you one? So, anyways. Yeah. Let's check. They're not banned. I just timed them out. You're just gonna spam crying and whatever in my chat that I don't give C6 characters for free. Sorry, stop. Anyways, also you probably just earned me what you also lost by doing that is if you happen to join my Christmas Day stream where I'm planning to give away some Welkins, I'm probably not going to give a Welkin to you. So, don't beg. Anyways, what was I saying? Or what was I doing? Oh yeah, Lanya. We gotta do Lanya, and then we can finally activate C2 after 7 years. This is what happens when I properly test things. I'm sorry. I yap for 2 hours. I test before activating for 2 hours, and then I activate and test for 2 hours. I might go get a drink quick though. Anyways, what was I saying? Lanyan, yeah, okay. Lanyan. So there's 2 team contacts with Lanyan. We're gonna check. And Durin, both with Durin, of course. So I'm already pretty familiar with how this one is to play. But where the hell? Where are you? Oh, it's Bennett. Duh. I'm a dummy. I'm a dum-dum. Okay. And Lanyan should be on... Yeah, yep, okay. That's fine. And then I'm going to tweak Lanyan's build a little bit. By a little bit, I mean a lot of bit. And try her with Seat Lolly and turn her into a pyro character. I should do a Lanyan skill right away. There's no reason not to do that. That was a early skill. Oops. Slow setup, whatever. Wanted to make sure all my energy was fine. I just get triple non-crits. Yo. Come on, Yon. Yeah. I didn't get the infusion. No. Double non-crit. Oh, down. On average, you should only miss 1. You missed 6. Okay. I mean, that was okay. But I'm gonna do that one more time. Oh, I didn't write the time down. What the Dia... What did the Diamona Dark Mode Duran team get? It got like 60 seconds, right? Banners change. We'll check out the trials in a bit. Actually, I'm gonna go close my window. 1 second. Oh, oops. Why did I forget that happened? What Durin C1 and C2 do, and in short, flat buff from C1, damage bonus C2. With C2, he basically becomes a merger of Farina plus Xiangling plus Shilonen, I guess. That's my overall opinion on the very simplified description of his constellations. Okay. Try this again, just to see if Lanyan trolling with missing all of her burst crits changes anything. Dude. Why did you only decide to destroy the chair? After. See, Lanyon said stop too. You killed Lanyon.
Brings no more.
Yeah, no, I'm smothering you in a blanket. This is what you get. Stop destroying my chair, sir. Here, go on then. Okay. Kitten. Oh my god, cat. Okay. Now I can't see because he's standing in front of the monitor. He just jumped from behind me, from the chair behind me, all the way to the monitor. Oh boy. Dude, can you just... Okay, just sit down somewhere, please. Michaela Alexander, subscribe with Prime. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, cat. I literally hit restart and then he walked from... Just please, lay down somewhere. Yes, thank you. Okay, we're going leg gaming again because he sat down in his normal spot covering the entirety of the... Okay, it's fine. Oh boy, cat. Alright. Can I switch right there? Okay. Didn't get any damage, but I got particles, so whatever. I think I need to do more Farazani's, by the way. Oh yeah, I needed more Farazani's. Oh, she crit on her burst. It's crazy. Wow, she crit on her burst. No. Yeah. Critting, we cleared like 7 seconds faster. 6 seconds, whatever. Same difference. I'll just write it down as 90 seconds. Alright, so that's Animal Lanyon. And Pyro Lanyon. So this is going to be with C2 Silali. So we're swapping out Farazan for C2 Silali here. And this should be a little bit worse, I believe. I believe what I did before is I used... Oh, frick, what goblet did I use? I think I used... Oh boy, I know I used the same timepiece. If only loadouts were a thing. But they aren't. So... I'm trying to remember. What pyro goblet did I use? I think it was... Oh yeah, I think it was... I did 2-piece sheet mats. Yeah. I think I did this. I think it was literally this. Yeah. Okay. So Pyro Lanyon. I think we'll check which one I want to actually properly compare to. I think Pyro Lanyon is better on a non-sac frags weapon though. But we'll see. We'll see with sac frags. So still sac frags. 1700 attack, 71-165 ratio instead of the 71 or 71-70. Less ER, but it's fine because with Pyro Lanyon, her burst matters less. And then, of course, Pyro Goblet. So, yep. And we'll see. Okay, let's do this. I really wanted to do that beforehand. That's my bad, I guess. Okay, what about Silali energy? What is that like? Okay, We'll see. We'll see. Okay, it's fine. I did it wrong. Okay. Forgot to do the extra Bennett in previous rotation. Okay, actually it's kind of better. I thought it was equivalent, but it's kind of better, isn't it? Like I knew it was going to be better with C2. C2 Duran activated, but like I purposely didn't even do real setups there. Okay. Let's try to do that a little bit better. Oh, I didn't get the particles. No, whatever. Not that big a deal. This is Bennett's gonna fuel things anyways. Okay. Oh, that's gonna screw Steve all in the next rotation. We got Cryo. Not that big a deal though. No, see, I knew it would screw the rotation. No. I saw a 141k melt there, by the way. Oh, freaking Lanian getting 141,000 on a melt. It's really hard to see, I know, because of the, you know, number spam, but she's definitely doing more fire damage than she is animo damage. She's still doing good animo damage. And she does get melts. Only the 1 or 2 usually, though. Oh, I didn't get the invasion. Whoops. That's skill issue on my part. Oh, god damn it. Could have been dead there. I should find those CC Lolly actually. Oh, I forgot to put Monyon. Okay, I think Bennett E into Snap. See Lolly, catch them. Okay, yeah, getting the particles from there isn't the end. No, it kind of is the end of the world. Because if I don't get them for see Lolly. Okay. I didn't get the particles there. Oh, I did. Oh, because of the hang time. Okay. Are you serious? Ow. Whatever. Like when we get the new artifacts, I'm absolutely just gonna utilize the new artifacts to just like, I'm gonna save the extra skill, I think. I'm gonna utilize the new artifacts to just build extra energy recharge on Durin. I don't care about any extra crit. I'm gonna use the extra crit as an excuse to build extra ER. Nope. Cryo's fine. Oops. That's bad. It's so silly. Yeah, okay, so we're not quite beating this in like 80 seconds because I think we're just not hitting. We'd have to get, I think, some conjunction of really lucky with our crits to be able to beat this in 80 seconds with it currently. So I'll just jot this down as 90 seconds as well. So yeah, without C1, so this is with C2 Sonali, right? This is a higher investment. This is high investment PS. But it's not so high investment that's impossible to achieve, right? Like, so anyways, when I tested that team before having C0, when I tested before having C1 Duran activated, it felt a little bit worse than when I used Farazan. So when I was playing Anima Lanyon, now with C1 Duran plus C2 Sitlali, Pyro Lanyon feels as good, if not better, than Cryo or than Anima Lanyon. But like I think it is better because it does more damage in the damage windows that that Lanyon is doing, but it has less adaptability in that we don't get the Farazan damage. Like Sitlali is providing a little bit of damage, right? So it's like, but it's not the same as Farazan's damage, and doesn't give me something to do with like when I'm done with doing Lanyon, it doesn't give me like the charge attacks on Farazan to do. So instead, it's just like generate some extra energy in that downtime. But anyways, Pyro Lanyon I think should be better than Anima Lanyon. After like right now it's like similar-ish, right? I think after activating C2 Duran, Pyro Lanyon should be better, which is funny. But anyways, that was the last thing to test, by the way, for C1 Duran after way too long. So here, let's go activate it back in the hole, and we'll test the same things. What do we want? Anyone want to see something in particular tested with C2 Duran first? How about well, we'll just go in like the same ish order I did before. Actually no, we're gonna do Lanyon first. We'll do like reverse ish order because I'm good. I don't need to take a break. I should drink water though. I should, I could test Sethos. I already know Sethos works pretty well with Duran, and I already did the overburn stuff before. Overburn with Sethos works well. And I'm fine with just showing the one overburn team. Alright. Well, it's time. I am the power creep. I am the problem with Genshin Impact. Oh, I should have removed the chat. But yep, 50% damage bonus to every element that yeah, 50% damage bonus to every element in the game. LOL, let's just add a C0 Freenet buff to Duran's kit on top of all the other things he does. Sure, makes sense. Easy. Alright, and this will increase the value of his C1 as well as just, yep, anyways, yep. Yes, Overburn Sethos is quite fun. It's just a little bit difficult to play. Alright. So we're going to start with Pyro Lanyon because we have her equipped like that anyways. This first try, I'm going to predict 75 seconds. It depends on the breakpoints because, right, it will definitely, this damage increase will 100% enable an 80-second clear. I'm going to predict a 75-second clear. So, like, from 90 seconds, we're going to go from 90 seconds, I think, to 75 to 80 seconds. So pretty substantial time save. It's good that it took so long. No viewer can do C2 pulls spontaneously anymore. Yeah, probably. It is probably good. Neuron activation constellation, yeah. A little bit.
Get to work.
Drop particles, nice. Okay. Wait, why did I... Oh, that was... Well... What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, alright then. Sure. Wait, why did I do that there? That was dumb. If I optimize the energy situation, I'm not gonna lie, 60 to 65 second clear might be doable. Probably not, though. Well, I did use that burst pretty badly. Remember, the first rotation has the front-loaded damage from... Okay, let's redo that a little bit with a little bit better play. This seems strong, yeah. I expected this. When I ran the numbers on this team, this team, because I ran the numbers on the, I had the idea, I was like, wait, because I had tried C2 Lolly after I got, Sethos gave me C2 Lolly, right? I tried I tried Lanyan with C2 Lolly before, and I was like, yeah, it was okay. And then I had the idea, wait, C2 Lolly plus Durin, I wonder if Lanyan can get a melt. That's where the idea initially came from, was just, can Lanyan get a really big melt pyro hit? And then when I ran the numbers on it, I was like, oh shit, not only can she, her pyro damage can be amplified with C2 Duran to be higher than what I can do with animo damage Lanyan with C2 Duran. Like, C2 Duran plus C2 Lolly makes pyro damage Lanyan, as far as I can tell. I believe it's going to be better, right? So, anyways, and this was the one that I was like, well, you know what, fuck it, I want it. I can't not have the constellation that makes pyro Lanyan actually really real. I meant to, oh, I did switch to okay. Alright. Yeah, the slow energy setup, I think, kind of screws my ability to properly try to like do a 60-second H clear, but I'm not gonna get too focused on it. But oh, I forgot to test with Never Weapon before activating. Oh well. I think we got a little bit unlucky with crits there, but I'm not sure. By the way, you notice what happened there? You can actually get 2 mounts on Lanyan. Because her burst can erase the pyro on the enemy to get another cryo application through. Oh, ain't no way we didn't kill it there. No. Oh, come on. Well, I was correct that 75 seconds was That's so stupid. That's so dumb. I'm pretty sure that could be, I could do a couple of reattempts and I might be able to push 70 seconds there. I'll just jot that down as 75. Pyro 90 seconds to 70 to 75 seconds. I'll do a couple more runs with this with sack frags. And I want to see how Never Weapon compares. Never Weapon's gonna be a little bit weird. I like the gameplay with sack frags more because there's just not that much to do in the rotation after you do the Lanyan skills, right? But the front loaded damage might be worth it. What am I doing? Best of luck in getting your Chevrolet C6, Kichi. It's a little slow. I didn't get the particles. Frick. Frick. Need the particles. Need the particles. Okay. Wait, you know what? I should just do this. Oh, I missed that. Whatever. Pushing a Bennett E isn't as big a deal. See if it matters. Okay. Oh, come on. Bennett, can you, like, generate 3 particles once in your lifetime? Okay, well, this is way too slow of a setup. Okay. Oh, I timed that burst badly, so I didn't get the extra melt. I timed that badly too. Oh, I'm so bad. That should be dead by now. Okay, we have to at least get to 70 seconds, okay? Wait, start with Durin. A little bit faster. And one more time. Oh, I think I missed the melt. Melt there. Wait, I just missed the sack frags reset. What? Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Did I miss the sack frags reset or did it F up something else? Missing sack frags resets is so rare. That was a 67 second with, I think, a missed sack frags reset. No. Someone on YouTube can rewind for me and verify. Maybe I'm just stupid. But, like, I'm going to actually jot this down as, like, a 65 second. Like, either crit RNG, whatever, I don't know. I'm going to jot this down from I'm going to say that's a 90 second to a 65 second. If we're being generous, though, we didn't optimize my initial one, so it's probably more like an 85 second to a 65 second, realistically. Oh yeah, we did 6-7 again. Of course we did. Pyro Lanyon, 67 seconds. Mm-hmm. You're doing a video on this? Yes. Yeah, we'll move on to testing other things. Don't worry. So, anyways, just on like a time clear improvement for like a like a 20-second improvement is a straight up 25% increase in team damage. By the way, like okay, sure, that seems okay. Real quickly before we go to check Animal Lanyon, because maybe Animal Lanyon should get a significant improvement as well, but we'll see how much. I'm gonna check Neversig, because Neversig is gonna be a little bit weird, and it's gonna be a lot more front-loaded damage potential. But we'll see. Why? So like the first EEQ should be meaningfully more, but then after that's gonna be a little bit weird. So I'm not sure. What? How? Actually, how do you not have energy? Oh my god. Okay, so slow start.
Everybody stand back. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh.
I got cryo. Not ideal. Yeah, it wasn't really that much better, was it? I did get the wrong element though. Start. Okay, I got cryo again. You have to play better with sack. So with sack frags, it's not really a big issue to get cryo, because if you get cryo, you just apply cryo in order to guarantee your next skill gets a melt, and normally you can't get a melt in the second skill, so it's like kind of, it just doesn't matter. Whereas whereas also doing that initial skill might be bad too, now that I think about it. I did it again. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, maybe it's just worse. I thought Neversig would just scale better than that. That's fine. Honestly, I want more propaganda for sack frags and Lanyon. That's what this feels like right now, though. Yes. See, and then you just don't do anything after. Like, I think if I do setups better, I could have this thing down to probably, you know, the E. So maybe like 15% of its health left. And like, I think it theoretically might clear faster, but it just is not as enjoyable to play. Your first Lanyon con from standard, nice. You don't reach for, oh my god, okay. gotta funnel that to see Ollie. Alright, let's do this.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's light it up. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of Eatley. Butterfly. Up and away.
Okay, you know what? Let's try not doing that initial Lanyon skill. Wouldn't Dark Duran be better here? No. We're getting a shit ton of red shred. What are you talking about? What do you mean he's not red shredding? We're getting pyro and anima red shred. We don't give a shit about cryo red shred. We don't want cryo. I keep on getting cryo by accident because it's awkward to get cryo. It's not ideal to get cryo. I want pyro. The goal is not cryo on it. We're playing pyro on it. I didn't funnel see Ollie.
Get to work. Let's light it up.
Okay. Good.
Everybody stand back. Fulfill our path. Eat lolly. Eat papa. Get him. Closing in. Up and away. Adventure time.
It didn't seem really that relevant of a strat. Okay, sacrifice Lonnie is that's my bud.
Light it up. Suffer the wrath of Eatley. Closing in.
God damn, I got cryo again.
Dancing in the wind.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah. Frick Nefer weapon on Lonnie. Yes, and yeah, you still have to use light mode for the C1 bonus as well. Wait, is the damage bonus only in light mode as well? I didn't even realize that. Is it really? No, it's just after burst. Yeah, no, you get the damage bonus regardless. The damage bonus is something you get regardless of what mode. Yeah, it's just after burst. The C1 though, if you want the buff for other characters, you do have to do support mode. If you do dark mode for Duran's damage, then you don't get the buff for other characters. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Frick Nefer's weapon for Lanyon. That's what I say. Yeah. I could test Widzid, by the way. Widzid might be better because, you know, you can min-max around particular Widzid buffs. But anyways, let's go check Anima Lanyon. Alright, here we go. Durin app is too slow to keep up Seat Lolly, even if he's in light. What do you mean keep up? Oh yeah, no, it doesn't. I have tested that. If you're talking like whether or not you have more cryo on the enemy, like to get additional amounts on Lanyon, it doesn't matter because Lanyon's applying, like Lanyon does 6 pyro hits really, really quickly. So she applies pyro twice, like basically instantaneously. The first pyro erases any cryo on the enemy, and the second one gives underlying cryo. And then, unless I do Lanyon burst or like a charge attack, it's really hard to even get any more cryo in. Like you always get underlying pyro. It doesn't matter if you're in dark mode or support mode. The dark mode versus support mode just does change the timing a little bit. So, yeah. Anyways.
Too late for regrets. Dare to mess with me?
I should have done Lanyon skill earlier. I might have to do that.
Let's light it up. We'll see about that.
Really? Yeah, I should have done a Lanyon skill.
Up and away. Butterfly.
There we do.
Up and away. Too late for regrets.
Didn't actually hit that skill.
Dare to mess with me? Truth repeats itself. Closing in. Butterfly. Yeah, up and away.
I guess I'll save my burst.
We'll see about that.
What? I'm sorry. I didn't aim that properly because I'm doing mouse gameplay. Or mouse gameplay. I'm doing leg gameplay with my mouse. Leg as a mouse pad. Blah, blah, blah. Triple non-great Lanyon. Dang it, Lanyon. There's a lot more damage and powers and charge attack, that's for sure. Alright. Alright, early. So that was bad, and we beat it by about 10 seconds, right? I'm gonna redo that a couple times, but I think it's pretty safe to say, though, like it's about a 10-second, like, Pyro, that's what I was saying, where, like, Pyro Lanyon gets amplified meaningfully more by C2 Duran, which is, which is funny. And it's just the conjunction of, like, all the damage bonus buffs plus pyro damage scaling. But it's really funny that this is the case, because Lanyon has many more animo damage multipliers at a baseline. like it's in some level it highlights the strength of pyro and the weaknesses of like an animo multiplier. The fact that, you know, even with Lanyon's burst factored in, doing a pyro damage focus build with these units, at least with, you know, again, with a bunch of constellations, like we're getting the reason, right, because Lolly is giving more benefit to pyro damage than she is animo damage in particular. Durin C2 and C1 benefits the animo versus pyro equally, right? This is really just because of Lolly. But like, the fact that it does this at all, the fact that Pyro Lanyon can beat out Anima Lanyon at all, despite the fact that Lanyon, like, for her overall motion value, is like, what is it? This is with her burst, I believe, is approximately 70% animo motion value and then 30% non-animo damage multipliers. But with the right kind of investment and build focus, that 30% of pyro multipliers can beat out the animo anyways. Like on the pyro focus team, the balance, so in this team, so by the way, the balance is like, you know, still 70% animo damage, 30% pyro damage for Lanyon's own damage. Maybe even less for the pyro damage. With the pyro damage focus team, it's probably like 60% pyro damage and 40% animo damage. Because we're still getting our animo damage amplified, right? But we're getting our pyro damage amplified more. So it's just overall more balanced. And I don't know, like it's probably by far my favorite. like I have managed to just accidentally push Farazan out of my favorite Lanyon team, even if it's unrelatable. Anyways, I can't express enough how enjoyable this is to me. The fact that, because like Lanyon's always had this baseline potential to me, right? And I'm fine, personally, I am fine with it taking some constellations to make that real. But Lanyon's always had this baseline potential to be converted into another element DPS, but mostly it was just always worse than doing any animo DPSing. So Duran just giving me more team options in general, and then Duran with constellations in conjunction with Lolly, suddenly making it that Pyro Lanyon is very, very real. And even if I didn't have C2 Duran, right, I showed you already with C1 Duran, it was very real. So anyways, I think it's very funny, and this gives Lanyon a lot more adaptability to be able to be used in different kinds of content to me, and that's fun. I don't think I'm going to, this stream, I don't think I'm going to try to use Lanyon at dire difficulty, but I will test soon. Wait. Ow. Double non-crits, unfortunate.
We'll see about that. Let's light it up.
Like, this is much stronger, but it doesn't like
Everybody stand back.
feel anywhere near as noticeable as it was with the Pyro team, right? Like, I can definitely notice it, don't get me wrong.
Closing in.
Yeah, we're gonna kill it there. Yeah, right. That is about an 11-second time save. But it is not as significant as the 20 seconds we were saving with Pyrolonion. So, anyways. Lonion able to use the attack buff? Yes. Yes, I might try... I don't think she should be able to... Like, Lonion can beat this thing by doing, like, plunging things in conjunction. But Lonion, when you jump up with her E, does get the buff. So Lonion doing, like, normal DPS Lonion, but then also plunging can beat this thing without having a bunch of extra investment. At Fearless, to be clear. So I'm curious though what I can do. I haven't tried Pyro DPSing Lonion though against this, and I'm curious. I should definitely be able to beat the Bat without much issue now. With Lonion at dire difficulty, mind you. And now I'm thinking I might be able to do this too, maybe? I don't know. It depends on how much. Well, I don't know. Lonio's dual scaling. I don't know how much the extra attack is actually going to amplify her damage, but it's something to mess around with in the future. Anyways, let's go test some other things. Let's check the Dia team. Actually, I checked for simplicity. This one will be the fastest one to check. Let's check the official Shivers. I could put Shivers on a damage build again, but I think it's gonna be the same thing where like it'll be a little bit better theoretically, but not crazily so. For reference, we got about 70 seconds before. If this is Pyrolonion, why not use C6 Chev instead of Pharazon? No, that was Animalonion. We were testing Pyrolonion before, and we were just comparing to Animalonion. With Pyrolonion, we use C2 Silali. Although you do bring up a point that maybe it would be funny to check C6 Chevers in place of Bennett. I'll jot a note down to test that, but not right now. We don't need to turn this into a Lonion stream. C6 Chev versus Benny for Pyrolonion. Okay. But I'm pretty sure it'll be worse, because not having the Pyro Infusion would make things awkward, I think, gameplay-wise. But I'll try it. Okay. Yeah, congrats on getting C6E inside. Did I already say that? Either way, congrats. Congrats again. 4 stars are paying to acquire. Alright. Alright. E, funnel to you. Funnel. Some contact particles. Yeah. Okay. So this is support mode, of course. And yep, we're getting quite a bit more damage. Color me surprised. Almost missed. Yeah, that was a pretty significant upgrade because that was a really huge time save for this team as well. But that was a breakpoint diff. Because like on a spreadsheet level, I don't think it would actually represent, but it's to be clear, it's still huge. Like like adding a Farina buff. It's adding a C0 Farina buff, yo. Right. But we went from 70 seconds to about 50 seconds, right? And so specifically a 17-second time save without doing a bunch of optimization or anything, right? And that, I think, though, was a breakpoint diff, because before we weren't reaching a damage breakpoint. We had to like do another rotation setup, and having to do another rotation setup just inherently means like -8 seconds in setup kind of thing, right? Not that we do 0 damage in setup, but you get the point, right? Whereas there we were able to kill in 50 seconds because it was 2 rotations. So after initial slow energy setup, it was just 2 rotations and it's dead. So that was a fairly significant difference maker because of, yep, breakpoints matter. But yep, there you go. So now, though, let's check a more nuanced team, because this one will be interesting from a context of dark mode versus not dark mode. I think this will make support mode Durin better, because we get the C1 buff, we get the 50% damage bonus, but it'll be less damage from Durin himself, right? Funnel that. I guess we'll do an E here. Absurd. Okay. I'm just gonna wait. Okay. 1, 2, E, 1, 2. Okay. Oops. 150k, yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure support mode is a bit better. Whoops. Shoot, I slowed down at the wrong time. It's fine. This is with a C6 level 100, mind you. There you go. 58 seconds. So for reference, I wrote down 50. I wrote down 60 seconds before. Let's do that again. I'll try and do the worst set of 4-star pulls ever. I'm scared for Lua again. No. 4 stars are pain. It's the one benefit of Lua being a character that don't care about it all, kind of. A little bit slower setup. One, 2, 1, 2. Wait, what? Where the hell's my energy? Okay. Where's my Hydra? Ah! I mean, honestly, the damage isn't that bad, even though I don't have vaporizes. Oh, I guess it is. You know, I guess it's, support mode Durin does make it a little bit harder to keep up vaporizes. So, anyways, let's do a couple more runs here with support mode, and then I want to tap. Okay. Go. Let's find that. And then I want to this. It's fine. Alright. Now. 1, 2, E, 1, 2. Okay. And then I want to test dark mode. I got 160k vape. That's ridiculous. Okay, slow down. Okay, that's fine. Dooch. Oh, I should eat after, but it's fine. Okay, I have to be careful with when I attack here. Even more careful, but it's actually, I think, easier to get the timing. Yeah, you can purposely slow down D's attacks to make sure you don't overwrite with Pyro, but yeah, it makes this team pretty engaging to play. I quite like it a lot. It's not one of my favorite Dia teams. It was one of my favorite Dia teams before having any Duran constellations, for what it's worth. But yeah, so the time save there is kind of as expected, but that's with support mode. So let's try it with dark mode. Because the 60 seconds before was with dark mode, I think, right? I think.
Let's get it on. Ha, ha,
And
delves into
this.
death.
Thunder. A little bit slow start, fine.
Decided by destiny.
Okay. 1, 2, E, 1, 2, E.
For dead meat.
Okay, never mind. Dark mode's still better, I think. I missed vapes too, because I'm bad. Ow, ow, ow.
Time to shine.
Never mind, dark mode better.
Let me scribe. You asked for it.
Yeah, that was, to be clear, that was the same time. Actually, I don't know. I think it's about the same, which is interesting. And if it's about the same, then you should do dark mode, because dark mode would be less total pyro application. Yeah, Duran's personal damage is really high there. Let's do it one more time. Were the Duran monads you should only see 0? Yeah, I think so. But for what it's worth, actually, I actually didn't think about that. I think I'm overcapped on crit rate. On Duran has a 100% crit rate functionally right now. Yeah, because Mona C4 gives 15% crit rate. Oh no, I'm not. No, yeah, I am overcapped a little bit, but not really to a meaningful degree. Okay. So also wait, I didn't check. EM timepiece. Thunder.
Written in the stars.
1, 2, E, 1, 2.
Look alive. Lots off.
I think that was pretty similar damage. Oh, nice ult to you.
Fate is upon you.
Oh.
Let me scribe.
That was a really funny accidental transition. I pressed Q on Dia Burst, so it did like a camera zoom in, but then the enemy died from a Duran vape. Okay. Same clear time. Yeah, we got like the initial frame and camera zoom in. That was funny. Okay. Yes, Durin C4 gives extra crit damage to Hexarise, so technically he's giving extra crit damage to Mona, which Mona's not on a DPS build. She could be if I wanted to min-max the hell out of things, but I'm not doing that. Plus, I need a healer for Freenet anyway, so she's on Proto Ember healing build. Anyways, yeah, obviously that team gains meaningfully from Duran, but it's not like, whoa, OMG insane. It's just like kind of the normal, typical linear improvements. But it is interesting to see that even though these buffs start benefiting Dia, it makes it that it doesn't really matter. It's just kind of down to what the situation is probably. And there's some situations where Duran getting his off-field damage and that being higher is going to be more important than Dia getting increased damage, right? For dark mode versus support mode. And that's, I think, all there is to it. So, yeah. I'll go back to the attack timepiece for now. I feel like I should get 3.9% more crit damage on my Dia. How do I do that? I mean... Mona gives crit rate. Try it. Probably won't matter. I don't think it'll result in the breakpoint that matters. But yeah, so personally, I think I will do support mode because it doesn't seem meaningfully different in a way that makes sense to care about. Right? If it doesn't seem meaningfully different, why would I bother? One, two, E, 1, 2. And I'd rather have, I like playing Dia, so I'd rather have big Dia damage. Okay. And that was actually a better time. No, it wasn't a better time. I'm a dumbass. That was not a better time. Yeah, anyways, it didn't really matter changing that goblet. But like the damage difference isn't so different that I think I would care unless I'm in a particular situation where it seems like I'm getting massively more, or not massively more. If Duran doing more damage helps reach a breakpoint, right? Because it's possible that Duran doing more damage and Dia doing less damage would reach better breakpoints. But in a long sustained situation, and this isn't even that long of a sustained situation because we're killing it in a minute in 2 rotations, one or the other might beat out each other. So yeah, anyways. Yeah, this is a really enjoyable team. It is just probably one of my favorite teams, and C2 Duran just makes it really good. It is worth mentioning that this team, if you have a C0 Frina, is a bit worse in that you get less damage bonus as well, by the way. I do a C2 Frina, so I was getting the full 100% damage bonus from Frina because Prototype Amber on its own, even without a healing build on Mona, is technically enough. The healing build is still, I think, ideal. There is some interesting nuance to how much fanfare you might get based on how much damage Dia's E helps you absorb, because Dia E can get you some HP, like healing on Dia, but so, I don't know. This team can work with the C0 Frina, though, to be clear. Like, the amount of healing you can get from Mona. If you have a C0 Frina, I think instead of a Song of Days Pass build, in order to maximize the damage bonus from Frina, I think you actually go a 4-piece Maidens build, right? Because you get a little bit more healing bonus, and the total healing that you will get from that is going to be around 36%. Like, you'll basically just double the amount of healing that you get from Prototype Amber, so it's going to be about like 35% of every character's HP per rotation, which is enough to get like 50% damage 50% damage bonus from Frina, a C0 Frina, which is pretty significant, right? So you can actually still run this team with C0 Frina. Anyways, I am going to uprank that team in my list. What do I call this team? No. I don't know. Foxes on fire. Where's the foxes? Oh, you thought I meant this team. No, I mean I'm renaming this team. This one, yes, but I don't think I'm gonna play this team off enough to leave it in my team list. Sorry. Let's say foxes on fire. I'm probably trying to think like witches and how about accessories? Because Durin has horns, hat, fairy hat, and earrings and all the witch things, right? And then Dia likes makeup, and Dia likes her accessories too. I don't know. How about that? And it gets to go all the way up here. for now. You know, I'm gonna change this team to Sealolly for now.
Leave
Also,
me alone.
I
Never
want
mind.
to play it
Let's
more.
go.
Put Lonion back to Pyro Goblet. I'm gonna have to mess around with. I don't have Shimano selected. I'm gonna have to mess around with my Shiminawa 2-piece options as well. Actually, I have to mess around with my freaking Golden Troop 2-piece options. Whatever I can do. So I could do like a feather. Do feather. I could do one of my good timepieces. Well, then I lose the cracked timepiece. I don't know. Wait, I didn't select Shimas. Oh. Here, unselect that for now. Like, I don't know. Losing that piece seems bad. So yeah, I don't know. I think it might just be a matter of getting a better Shiminawa circlet, which is would quite literally just be a matter of rerolling this piece. It might have started with min rolls, but if I reroll it, it probably doesn't min roll again. Probably. So you know what? I'll consider that as a reroll piece for Lanyon, since that's already like kind of the perfect stats. And I can stick with this good Pyro Goblet. I have no problems with that. That's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah. It would just be a matter of rerolling the circlet, getting that to be a little bit less cope, and that would be basically perfect Pyro Lanyon build. Alright. Okay. So we can go test now. Let's test yeah, I guess speaking of that team, let's go test it. This one. So this one got, what did I write down before? I wrote down 90 seconds. Yeah, okay. You tried to make every team in your list not use the same character. Oh boy.
Emerge right now. Emerge. Go. One with the force.
I had Fav on Nahida? That explains why I was dying so much. I didn't actually have Prototype Amber.
Right now.
Can't see?
No.
Make yourselves a home.
I'll uproot you! And shroud!
I died.
Hours have...
Rip. Oh wait, no, wait. It was Fischl that was... I put Fischl here instead. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot to note that. Fischl was the 90. I kept on dying 100 million times and it didn't feel like it was getting consistent. Yeah. Xingqiu stuck with Hu Tao. Farina would know, yeah.
Right here, right now. Right here, emerge.
Stop it.
One with the force.
Okay.
Durin is only jumping.
Wings darkness.
Let's nip that in the bud. I'm not...
No. Okay.
Right here, right now. Emerge.
Yeah.
By royal decree.
Leave it to me.
No, I didn't get particles. Whoops. That's kind of bad. Actually, probably doesn't matter because I have to do a second E anyways, don't I?
Right now. Emerge.
Can't...
Uh,
Turning. Yeah.
Shadow Raven.
One with the You.
Right here. Emerge. Right now.
I don't think I'm rotating ideally, that's for sure.
A sense
Okay.
behold.
I should have done like a Tunari E in somewhere here.
Can't see. Keep a power
Oh, I need to jump, not dash. I'm a dummy, dumb. Can't dash through that. Okay. Break my account for wishing for Shalon and Varesa weapons? I mean,
Right now.
how many wishes do you have left?
Come on up.
What were you planning for in the future? Oops. As always, if you're planning on like getting a character releasing next patch, like Columbina, you probably should not have wished the weapon banner.
one with the force.
But they're good weapons, so yeah, at least you chose to wish on a weapon banner that's good.
Emerge. Right now.
Story has on. And shroud. Yeah.
Right here.
I didn't have official going, god damn it.
Wings of darkness.
I hear everything. Keep up.
Show them. Right here.
Decay. New life.
I'm always watching. Right now. Right here.
Can't see.
By royal decree.
I missed.
Let's nip that in the bud.
You know.
Story has only just.
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
And shroud.
Shadow Raven.
Yeah.
Well, if I play that well, I'm pretty sure I could actually push towards probably 65 seconds. I think 65 seconds is probably pessimistic. I could definitely do 65. It might even be possible to push better, right? So anyways, I wrote I had 90 seconds before. So that's a fairly significant increase, which is not too surprising. All the units in the team, there's 4 DPSs in the team. All 4 of them gain from damage bonus. So, yup. Anyways, I'm just gonna jot that down as 70 seconds though. But yeah, and you gain a little bit more value for damage bonus with like spread and aggravate. I don't think I did a good job with keeping up uptime on stuff there. It's a little bit weird still. But yeah, I don't know. It's a fun team. I'm gonna keep it in my team list for now. You know what? I'll even give it your name. Sure, Aqua. Foxes on fire. Maybe it should be animals on fire. No, foxes on fire is fine. We'll put official here though instead. Goodbye, Nahida. Who needs you? Not me. You know, Lisa would be kind of interesting. I gotta finish building my Lisa.
Behold, the Prinzessin der Verurteilung.
Foxes on fire. Fighter? Fire. Do. You know what, in fact, I like that team more than I like this team. Goodbye, this team. Alright. I've not pulled a weapon banner since Escofia ever since they decided to make it 300 million characters, but your account's free to play. I see. Alright. So. Cinder City bot, they can buff Hydro and Dendro. Yeah, Eonson, yeah. Okay. So next, let's check. Who's a simple one? We'll check Navia. We got Navia, DPS Sucrose for the you know, low multiplier unit comparison. She should, I guess let's check DPS Sucrose now. So we have DPS Sucrose, we have Navia to check, and then we have Chlorine to check. So we will check, we'll check DPS Sucrose, then we'll check the Chlorine to overburn, and then we'll do Navia. Alright, Sucrose should still have her stuff equipped. I'll hopefully remember to go put it back on Venti afterwards. Alright. Mm-hmm.
Dare to mess with me? Absorption test.
These, because particles for Farazon. No. Okay. No, don't die.
Have fun with this. Too late. Animal test 6308.
Yeah, now we're hitting 100 case.
Animal hypostasis emulation.
Ow.
Dare to mess with me? Turning point in. Everybody stand back. Gears of the sword. Animal test 6308. Yeah. Stand clear.
Maybe try to kill Durin with Bennett, but we can just live, right?
Enhanced animal module 75. Absorption test.
Yeah, I feel like Hazel would probably go kind of crazy with C2 Durin. Yeah. So yeah, that was what I put down. 105 seconds before, now 77 seconds. Not that, again, it like not perfect comparison because it's not like we optimized things. Maybe I played better there, but fundamentally we did like one attempt and one attempt. So that was a pretty massive gain, actually. So massive that it does make me think that there was just some incorrect play going on before. But also, I don't know. Sucrose with Hex artifacts would be insane here. Yeah, that'd be kind of funny. She's on VV here. This is C2. But I'll just jot that down as I'll jot it down as 70. Well, I mean, it was 77. I'll just jot it down as 80 seconds. All right. I'll list out like the time differences for the teams after we're done. Okay. Next is Chlorinde Overburn. With facial again. Structures being on the next set of artifacts, true. Yep. You can farm instructors. It's a 4-star drop in the new domain, which is incredibly important. And most people will probably not realize that. I probably shouldn't have cast special yet, should I? Nope, I should not have. Okay. But yeah, Hazo's big skill would gain probably quite a bit from that damage bonus. Why'd I do that? Yeah, I wish Fischl could use the new event bow. On that. Okay, ow. Yeah, every team where we have like a whole like having teams where you have like 4 units that can gain value from the damage bonus makes him go wild. Wow, slapping a Farina into Durin's kit almost seems really strong. Like, Jesus Christ. That was 52 seconds. Alright. What did I get before? Oh, that wasn't that much faster than before. Wait, interesting. Really? We should do another run. It says I wrote down I got 55 seconds before. Why would it not be a significant? Wait, what? I mean, okay. Let's check.
shadows. Evil will shoot on sight.
A little ambiance.
Wish me.
Ready.
That's not bad. I really would have preferred bursting there. Whoopsies. That was just worse. I mean, we could probably push this, but it doesn't seem that much stronger. Unless I wrote down my time wrong before. Unless I wrote down my time wrong before, this one is not that much of an improvement, which is interesting. Okay. That's fine. Kind of surprised Glory can plunge during skill, and you've gotten used to Flynn's. Okay, so now, last teams, let's check Navia. Wait, I erased Durin. Benny Duran. We'll check Shallonen last, because Shallonen's gonna go burr. So Chiori, for reference, I put down 120 seconds. I think I died at the end, but we definitely could clear it in 120 seconds, but it was like, you know, had to play well. I had to land crits to play to clear with 120 seconds, and I like failed a bunch of crits on Navi and whatever. So, yep. Anyways, I think we start with a. I don't know. Like that. I don't know. Anyways, it's not that instructors is good. We just don't have EM buffers as efficient as Bennett. We have a bunch of EM buffing options now with like Serenade, and like Inefa gives EM, and I know C1 gives EM. We have a lot more EM buffers than we had relatively recently, and Instructors is still extremely good. So, you know. But there is more nuance now. I guess I'll just do another. Okay. Navia, you need to crit. Oh, Navia. She just missed a crit again. Oh yeah. Please. Alright, there we go. And by the way, again, reminder, this enemy is very geo-res. Like, I think it has 70% geo-res. So, Shallonen has a huge... We're going to compare it to a C2 R1 Shallonen. But she has a huge advantage just because of giving red shit at the baseline. So, we went from what I marked down as 120 seconds before to 90... I'll just write down 95 now. So, that's a pretty significant improvement. To be clear, could I have improved that from the previous clear from 120 seconds? Probably, yeah. The fact that I cleared that in 95 seconds, I don't think the damage bonus did so much there that was the entirety of the 20 seconds improvement kind of thing. That's my vibe, but I'd have to... if I was more familiar with this specific team's performance, I would have been able to give a stronger label on that. But yeah, I'm interested in Albedo, but I don't know. The problem is, like, most likely getting Albedo would require spending money, so And also resources that I could put into other characters instead of Albedo that I already have, including Geo characters that I think would be fun with Columbina. So, I don't know, right? I don't know. I don't know. I'm more interested in Albedo than I was in the past, at the very least. Substantially more. But now let's watch Navia go burr. I suspect we won't actually see, because Navia was so significant for this boss already. Sorry, I say Navia, Shalonen, that I don't even think we're going to see that much of an improvement here, right? I got a 65-second clear before, so... Why hell did little bit slow. Now, why am I over here? Well, Nadia still doesn't want to crit, so, you know. All is right in the world. God dang it, Navia. Why don't you crit? Alright, we're gonna at least try to push this. I mean, we got... Please, really? I mean, that was very bad. We got 2 non-crits, and probably still me playing playing Navia poorly, so... Yup. Anyways. Review your Arlecchino. As long as I don't forget in a second. Yes. I want to finish testing with Navia here.
Let's light it up. Umbrella warfare, I guess.
Umbrella warfare. Yeah. Whoever's ultimate would do 2 skills right away. I just dark mode by accident. Oh. Whoopsies. Probably didn't need to do that. Yeah, there we go. Shaved off a good 10% of that. Not bad. Not bad. So, yeah. I do actually, you know what? That is now by far the strongest Navia team I think I have. Which it should be probably based on the constellation investment. Although... I can't help but wonder what would happen with Farina in the team. Do you think Farina would be better than Bennett? I guess we should try. Just have to burst every rotation on Shalonen, right? It might F up getting crystallizes though. I don't know. We'll see. Yes, yeah, the idea is Duran will get vaporizes, yep. And then you get more damage bonus in exchange for whatever, right? Going. We're going. Navia's damage is definitely lower. Oh, I forgot to. Whoopsies. I thought I might die. Damn it. I do think it's better though. Like I beat the time on the first try, and I clearly did things wrong there. That's a C2 arena, mind you. But okay. Yeah. So Duran. Another Navia wheelchair team. Yeah, pretty much. Turns out if you put C2 Charlotta and C2 Farina and C2 Duran together, Navia can do more damage. But honestly, it was meaningfully less damage on Navia herself, and not that much more overall team damage. I don't know why the hell I'd bother playing that Navia team versus Bennett. Bennett would be more fun. To be clear, I think Navia is still doing like significantly more damage than Duran or Farina in that team, right? But anyways, do I have a Navia team currently here? Why are you still here? Oh, I guess I'll leave you there for Overworld. Do I have Albedo? No, I don't, unfortunately. Albedo, Duran, Bennett, Navia is one of my new favorites. Yeah, I probably would prefer Albedo if it was C0 Albedo versus C0 Shilonen. But I do not. So, well. Oh well. Voldemort, Sathos. Buffed cat, foxes on fire. Okay. You know what? As much as I like Yehoda's kit on an idea level, it does not need to be here. I'm not gonna play it regularly enough. I am down to put a Navia team here though. It's one of my presets.
Is it time to go?
Plus would definitely be a nice exploration team, that's for sure. There's a very good chance I level 90 Navia, by the way, next patch. For doing some lunar crystallized fun stuffs. And I'll probably level up her talents more a little bit as well. Wait, how many do I have? Oh, I can craft 11. I can already get her level 9 skill. Let's go. Sick. But anyways, I definitely prefer the Bennett variant. But
I won't hold you back.
I think it played in a more enjoyable way too. Less 5-star burst animations as well.
Increasing our combat strength.
Right, because with
I'll
Farina,
do my best.
you functionally have to add 2 5-star burst animations, right? Because you have to. So it's too many 5-star burst animations. So yeah, but yeah. Anyways, and now Duran is in. I don't know if this one will stay here, but now Duran. That was me testing Overvape without a Nefa. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of my preset teams. In case you didn't understand how versatile this character was. He's just gonna do the new Farina on my account now. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh well. But hey, sometimes I can play them both together. Maybe a video soon. Maybe.
Can I stop here and play? I mean, take a stroll.
Take a stroll. Alright, so yeah, I don't know. Anyways. Yeah, Farina's RNG targeting is or RNG application is a goofy thing. Yep. That DPS Kirara? Of course it was. Of course it was. Anyways, oh, I didn't want to, sorry, I wanted to go check what Navia gets against an enemy that is not geo-resistant. Yep. Should we just, I mean, you know what, forget it, let's just go to Abyss, why not? Let's go look at the Arlecchino though, quick from Lexer. Sorry for making you wait. And by the way, this my Navia is like kind of exactly why I just don't care about Jibai at all. I think Navia is just way more fun at a baseline, and I'm pretty sure anytime I want to play a Geo DPS, I'd be more than happy to play Navia, and Navia has her quick swap fun utility. Like, Navia is just, I don't know. Jibai just seems so boring to me, and that's fine. Boring characters are fine, but like, anyways. Arlecchino. Wow, that's a very good Arlecchino build. Yep. Has a very, very, very good Arlecchino. I'm going to throw this, obviously, overload leaderboard. Definitely top 1%. Is there a homo leaderboard? I guess if there's not, maybe not. Also, look at that flower. I'm going to say rank 1,923 in overload. I was actually pessimistic. My bad. I apologize. I knew it was going to be like definitely in the upper top 1%. Because, yeah. But I was 1,000 off. How dare I? If only I just removed the 1. I said 1,923. If I just said 923, I would have been 2 off. Oh, you can't. Oh, it's not formatted properly. My bad. But, you know, whatever. You saw it. You saw it. Nice Arlecchino. Dude. And abandon. Navia has AoE, so she can do the first hard. Easy peasy, lickety spleasy. What? Ignore me. Oops. Okay, now that Navia has starting energy, we can just like Navia burst, then Duran burst, then Chilonin, then Benny Boy. Yeah, okay. Why no HP substats? True. I made a video building full HP on Arlecchino with Homa. The correct way to build Arlecchino. Arlecchino is my favorite character to build completely wrong. Oh well. Anyway, skill damage for Navia, let's go. Alright, this. Now, only concern is going to be knocking enemies around. But, oh well. I didn't even see the damage number, to be honest. Oh, that was big. That's what it was. Yeah. Doing 10k on a level 6 Navia from off-field. I can't move my mouse properly. Freaking! I'm still using my leg, by the way. Defense Arlecchino. Unfortunately, I think the only character I'd want to build, only time I want to build full defense, is probably. I didn't mean to do that. Probably on Ito weapon. You can do full def builds for funnies. The amount of damage we're getting from her normal attacks is ridiculous. Now, is this a case of constellations go burr? Yeah. Don't get me wrong. But, I don't know. Hey, you can keep Navia doing really, really good damage in the current day, at least. You just have to spec into probably not Navia's constellations. So, it's a level 8 skill on Navia, too. with level 6 normal and burst. Yeah. Crap. Oops. I didn't press my skill properly. Oh, I should not use that skill. Whoopsies. Fine. I'll be back in a second. Okay.
For the everlasting.
No.
It all adds up.
Fine. Alright. In HSR terms, the team is like 13 cost. Wait, why is that 13 cost? It's like, I mean, we do have a J Cutter and Duran, but that's not like the end all be all. This team would not really fundamentally change if I put Amenoma on Duran. So I don't really count that personally, because I don't think Duran's personal damage is that important here. It matters, mind you, but like, you know, you'd do fine on a lower rarity weapon. You'd just be more annoying to build a little bit. So, anyways. Yeah, no, this is not the Freener version. Yeah.
Use of force authorized.
Change of plan.
Let's see. Yeah, let's just start with this. Get energy? No, not quite. Okay, well, that's fine. Who cares? Not me.
Fellow warfare, I guess.
Also, you know what? The flat buff makes it so... I do that. Makes it so good that I can't speak. It's fine. Can you group together?
Fellow warfare, I guess.
What? Oh, okay. Well, that works.
Watch out.
It makes it so you can do pretty decent damage, even without having a buff up, or having a Bennett buff up. Great. Obviously, Bennett buff is still wanted. Oh my god. Leg gameplay. That is absolutely leg gameplay problems. Alright. Almost built yesterday. Who's it best for? Well, luckily for you, it's a pretty easy list to make.
With one heart, we pray. Forest?
Can't hide the truth. No more lies.
Why?
Ends here.
Oh, it's because I'm dumb. I should have started with the never skill. Okay, so it's a base.
For the everlasting forest.
C2 Duran snagging on a rerun for Ilua. I mean,
No more lies.
he doesn't have... I mean, okay, he has like a big multiplier, so like it's not gonna... I mean, it will scale the big multipliers, I guess. And then the flat buff will let you like get more damage on him from an infusion from someone. So, you know what? Honestly, yes. Honestly, I think C2 Duran is a way to make Ilua feel like he does real damage. Yehoda? No. Me being silent there was me making a joke night. My joke there was that there's no one that almost is good on, but that's not true. Like, it's fine. It can be good on Ganyu. It can be good on Linny. Like, it needs to be a charge attack unit. Otherwise, it's a bad stat stick bow. It can be good on Chaska as an okay stat stick, right? She gets so much free crit. That's actually pretty good on her. So yeah. Anyways, let's see how this goes. The C6 Benny boy. So get stacks going. Gotta get that cooldown back anyways, so you know.
Everybody stand back. Feeling lucky.
400k. Nice.
Feeling lucky. Fire.
Should we kill it before it? I don't think we can. Unless we stop using Duran. We could just stop using Duran and maybe kill it before it goes to shield phase, but we're gonna get through the shield phase so fast, it doesn't matter. I don't know, maybe you could optimize this and kill it before the shield phase. Interesting. And bet. I just held it long there for funsies. Navi is so satisfying. I like her. I like her a lot. Why do I always do that in this boss? Okay, I don't even need to fight this, but whatever. Do it because I can.
No more lies.
What? I protest your bullshit. Screw you, we're gonna brute force. It would literally be faster to plunge it, but I reject your shield. Alright. There you go. I don't know. That's it. So, in conclusion, yep, I am indeed the power creep. I don't know. Like, this obviously makes my account even more unrelatable, but like, again, like, my account has been unrelatable for a long time. And I don't even think it's necessarily because of Constellation's 5-star weapons. I think it's just because my account is not relatable to most players' accounts because of the fact that I've been playing for 4 years straight. So, yup. And I don't think any account that's been playing a long time is particularly relatable to any other account. And not saying you can't make active efforts. You can. You can definitely make active efforts to lower the power of things in your account to purposely struggle more and whatever. But, you know. Will this cause me some annoyances in the future in trying to, like, showcase a team at C0 investment for someone asking a question? Potentially, yes. But, you know, oh well. At the very least, C2 Duran, if I need to, is quite easy to, well, I shouldn't say quite easy. It's annoying to turn off, but it's giving 50% damage bonus, which is about the same as a goblet, right? So I can, you know, just remove. Someone like Navi is a little bit annoying because it's an onset goblet, but if I'm not relying on an onset goblet, which is the case for most characters, I can just, you know, remove their goblet. Or removing their goblet completely, like this, is obviously more than enough. But in this case, it breaks the whole 4-piece bonus. So, like, removing this goblet would massively lower Navi's damage way more than what C2 Duran is doing, right? So, I can power down things as always if need be. And that's why I'm kind of fine with getting things that are fun for me. And, yep. It'll probably feel... I don't think there's any team I'll feel like that strongly like, ah, yes, I really wanted this, other than the Lanyan situation. Because Lanyan being able to do what she can do with C2 Silali and C2 Duran is just too fun to me. I couldn't resist. I couldn't resist. So, yeah. Anyways, that's it. Did I go on to Poems Only today? I don't think I have. Okay. We can bring YouTube chat back. Forgot. Let's go. Get. Wait, what? Why can you farm? Oh, you can farm everything today because new banners now. Nice. Been a nice stream. Yeah, stream will end a little bit. So, C2 Silali, C2 Farina, C2 Duran, Lanyan team win. I strongly feel Lanyan is kind of tied to Bennett. She's probably the most tied to Bennett character on my account at this point. So, yeah. Eon's on C0 still viable? I think you strongly would desire Eon's on C1 at least, because she's kind of a... What? She's kind of a pain in the ass. Build-wise. Can you hit both? Yeah, you can. Nice. She's kind of a pain in the ass to get her burst back consistently without the energy refund from C1, in my experience. It's viable, yes, but I probably personally wouldn't bother playing any Eons on C0 very often, unless she's at least paired with another Electra unit specifically. Right. So, that's my overall thoughts on Eons on C0, but I don't know. I made back when Eons on released, I made a long stream testing Eons on C1, so same power level as C0, but just more energy, right? With and then testing C2, testing all the constellations basically, and my overall findings was Eonson was even better than I thought she was going to be, and she was much more viable than I thought she was going to be for a generic buffer as an alternative to Bennett, particularly from C2 onwards. But yeah, C0 Eonson was better than I thought, C6 Eonson was better than I thought, and C2 Eonson was very good. And yep.
Leave me alone and don't make me.
Leave me alone. Damn. I didn't actually do shit on it.
Yes, you are. Qualified.
Doo-doo-doo. Thank you. See when Eon's on today, I barely noticed the difference. Or what character are you playing with? Are you playing her with an electro character? Because like, if you play Eon's on with like Arlecchino, you should probably notice.
Witness the power of the rock. Rain outlines.
Right?
Dreams echo. Visible evidence.
He is certainly a Yonfei build. Not that I'm playing well, but alright, Veressa. Well, yeah, then no duh. That's why I said if you're playing like C0 Eon's on is primarily more compelling on an Electro unit. Okay. Do. Yeah, if you have double Electro and Veressa particularly, gives a lot of particles to Eonson. Eonson's very easy to use with Veressa with low energy needs. So, but if you end up wanting to use like solo Electro Eonson, yeah, solo Electro Eonson with C0 is rough from my own experience on my casual account. I've done Prototype Amber Sea Lolly plenty of times before. I have no qualms with Proto Amber Sea Lolly. Is this the same team? Oh my. Is this the same team she had before in her trial? Why the hell does she not have Eons on her trial? That matters. Like, oops. What? Oh, it was a stupid Natlan auto switch. Alright. Flame. Goodbye. Alright. Heresy. Look, you need healing sometimes. For free now. I don't know what to tell you. Sorry. Alright. But yeah. Anyways. Anyone's wishing on whatever here, best of lucks. Was that text here before? I feel like it was. Was it not? I don't know. I think I'm just dumb. Alright. Anyways, I'm not wishing on any of this because why the hell would I already have all the character C6? But we will actually. Do I have any resources on my casual account? We'll check. Got surprisingly lucky for your greed. What was your greed? Oh, you mean going for a copy of Shalonen for level 100 Ilua? Alright. Not even 160 resin. I don't want to do the test runs again here. I'll do them sometime else. 3 mats left with 9 4-star pity and 0 5-star pity. Well, nice.
This
Hello,
realm is
Lise. We're all done with our Durin testing. If you want my overall summary... Wait, what? Oh no, I bought it yesterday. Duh. Dumb.
if you
Don't worry
ever
about it. What was I saying? No. I do not remember what I was saying. My brain. Oh, C2 Durin. Yep, it's good. And C1 Durin. We tested a smattering of different, like, team archetype and ideas to get a vibe for things. And yeah, I very much like his constellations. His C2 is kind of stupid strong. Very stupid strong in some team contexts. Not crazily stupid strong in every team context, but most of them. And I think I still maintain though that his C1 is the more fun one, to be clear. But C1 plus C2 is a bit ridiculous. Thanks, game. Thanks. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. I feel like the game is taunting me. Like, I'm only farming for a circlet for Flynn's. And it's like, here. Wouldn't you like to dream of a Columbina that was a polearm unit? Although honestly, imagine Columbina. Well, okay, if Columbina had the same kit and she was a polearm unit, she would just have way lower ER needs. Because, oh boy, if she had the same exact kit, she would be quite a bit worse. It would be so much like what weapon would you even put on her if she had literally the same kit? Gold make Duran based off Nibelung since her project called Primordial. Nope, did not see that theory. Fav, yeah, but it's high base attack, low ER. It's like it's really shit. Like it still probably is Fav. You're not wrong to be clear, but you literally would need 100. You need an ER timepiece. And like with two piece ER, you'd still probably for like Nefer and Flynn's need like 30 to 40 ER in substats. Catane? Yeah, actually, you know what? It would be Catane. Yeah. That's so dumb. Alright, do this, I guess. Yeah, no, they definitely balance characters with weapons in mind. I can't. Game. Stop. It's actually trolling the shit out of me. Candace build, Serenade. I just want circlets for my fields. Can I give you? Can I have that? I'll trade 3 of artifacts like those, like that one, to you, in exchange for a Flynn's 4-line circlet with crit damage, crit rate, attack percent. I can't. Alright, fuck you, dude game. Deal? Alright, sweet. I'll have my lawyer send up the agreement. You care for damage on Candace? No, it's just, she just needs to burst. She needs to burst. She can do some damage by contributing to the reaction though, technically. But she just needs to burst. Also, by the way, another Columbina piece. An ER double crit with an HP percent. We would probably want to reroll for min-maxing here, but like, you know. For funnies, why not? Figures. Yeah. Low rolls, but you know. It's gonna get another crit roll. It's gonna be better than one on my main account. Yeah, I told you. I just... Okay, to be clear, the one on my main account is the same as this, but has an extra ER roll, which honestly might be better. But that's what my farming experience is going like on this account. Give me all the pieces that I would like on my main account, because I like Serenade more than the DPS out of my main account, And on this account, I only really need Serenade. Alright, crit or you're getting the trash can. What? Okay, what in the support piece? Okay. Is that better on my Candace at this point? Maybe. Kind of. Not necessarily. Weird. Alright then. Heckin' fab artifact if I've ever seen one. Yeah, also just, yeah, cracked column being a piece in general. Yup. Honestly, oh, we can get rid of this now. Okay, so I can get some XP back, because, like, why the hell would I keep this at this point? Alright then, cool, I guess. Thanks, game. Not really that useful, but I'll take it, why not? And circlets for Raiden. Yep, that's exactly what I meant by circlets for Raiden. I mean, that theoretically is a goblet for Raiden. Interesting. I think it basically has to roll perfectly to have even a rat's chance in hell of being a compelling piece on Raiden. Like, I already, like, to be clear, we're talking comparing to this piece. Like, it has to roll perfectly. No, don't throw that away yet. Just throw this. Wow. 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 Why a rat? I don't know. Rats. I don't know. I have no idea. Anyways, oh, we need to do dailies. I want that 22 ER. Yeah. I would share, but I'm not allowed to. You've seen my account, you know I need it, yeah. Oops. Is there any characters I forgot about the almost bow recommendation earlier? The problem with almost bow, I feel like as soon as you have a Skyward Harp, almost bow is irrelevant. No? Hello, Dorcas. Well, welcome. Alright. We'll see if I have any Pimo gems on the casual account shortly. Rip, I got 2 Skyward Harp. Yeah, that's basically my apologies. That's basically what I felt when Almost Bow was the last weapon I got from Standard Banner, and I was like looking forward to that because I knew it was likely to be a weapon, and I would have appreciated a number of weapons. I would have taken another Skyward Harp, and I would have gotten an R5 Harp. But I also would have appreciated something like a Skyward Blade. Really would like a Skyward Blade. Good lord, a Skyward Blade would be great. And it gave me an almost bow, and I was like, wow. And I looked at my R3 and unleveled R1 Skyward Harp. And it was like, yep. Useful. I would have taken a Skyward Atlas. Skyward Atlas would not have been very useful, but I would not have minded it. I only use Skyward Blade these days because it's Stygian. Yeah, I'd probably almost permanently leave it on Bennett too. Not losing that much damage potential for buffing with it. Am I even going to get level 50 in this battle pass? No, I probably will. For a second I was like, there's only a week left. But no, that's Zenless. Zenless's patch is done in like 7 days. Try to get 1 Shivers and got C5 Eons on. Not bad. Hard to complain. Alright, don't walk into the plant. And this is really quick. Whoops. How do that? Simplest dailies in the game, to be honest. Alright. I get that one every day. I feel like they put like no variety into the dailies in Non-Cry because most players just don't experience them anymore, so why care? Which is fair. But it means it's like very consistently quite quick.
Thank you for
Like 2 of those dailies I had yesterday. So, but I do kind of wish there was some like fun little like there's all kinds of like weird characters in Non-Cry. Like there's no dailies that have there's no like daily quest chain as far as I'm aware that involves some characters. And that would be fun. But oh well. Oh well. Why did I click on that? I guess we're doing one more. Wow. Alright. I think it's better they put more resources on Archon quests. But why? Okay. Hoyoverse makes a lot of money. That's the only argument that like, oh, that just means they put more resources into Archon quests. And that's like a nice way of thinking. But like, we can have both. Right? Just because they put more resources into Archon quests doesn't mean they make other quests worse. Right? Yeah, Monster had fun daily quest chains. Inazuma did too. I think most areas do. You can skip daily by spending 120 resin. Not if you ain't doing a bunch of exploration and shit and quests. That's why I'm doing dailies in this account. I spent resin. You don't get dailies completed for resin. You get dailies completed for resin if you also have encounter points. Like, anyways, like, why not both? There's no reason we can't just have the normal like good dailies, and they just have to, you know, put one employee on it for whatever amount of time. It's not. I don't think it would have taken that many resources from Hoyoverse to be able to do better random daily quests. But it's fine because it makes the dailies really fast. So it's not that upsetting to me or anything. But I'm just trying to embrace the Kiwi mindset. Okay, I feel like Kiwi is probably upset that Non-Cry has poo-poo dailies that have no meaningful story or character content. So, anyways, by the way, Kiwi is like super sick. I messaged her and I'm like, yo, I hope you didn't force yourself to like partake in the collab, because I saw on her server she like mentioned she was like vomiting. Like she has a real bad flu. I'm like, yo, please take care of yourself. She told me that it's fine. She was high on Dayquil during the Jeopardy thing. Oh. So, anyways. Kiwi streams next. Hopefully she will be fine. Anyways, but I understand. I've certainly been quite sick and chosen to stream regardless myself. Alright, what am I doing? Oh, we're going on the casual account for the first time in a bit. But yeah, I think she might. Sylveon Forever updated their status 21 days until Ilua. Okay, I'm so sick of these Discord notifications. It's not your fault, Sylveon. It's Discord. Like, Discord has added this stupid ass feature where they notify people that you're friends with that they've changed their status, and it keeps on giving me notifications that you updated your status, and then my brother updated his status. Stop it. Discord, I don't give a shite about people updating their status. I don't use this platform as Twitter. Okay, Discord, let's see. Notifications. Let's see. Let's see. I don't see a notification category for this in the settings, which somewhat angers me even more, to be honest. Oh, wait, I think I might have found it. It's notifications, community activity alerts. Wait, no, this is a per server thing. This isn't the stupid status thing. I actually don't think there's a setting. I'm gonna send a freaking angry email to Discord. Status notifications? Yes. Oh, I found it. Oh yeah, it's on the bottom. I'm a dumbass. Okay, yeah, never mind. Turn that shit off. Garbage ass feature. There we go. Stop fucking notifying me about someone upgrading their freaking description on Discord. Ugh. So dumb. Anyways, there we go. Okay. Settings, notifications, and then scroll to the bottom. It's like the second from the bottom. Discord becoming WhatsApp? Yeah. Alright, casual account. I haven't done shite on this account since Nogtry, basically. Claim that. Well, I logged in to wish for Durin. We lost a 50-50. But I have, because of a side effect of farming for Skirk artifacts, I have good artifacts. I have like some cracked pieces for Varessa. I don't know what weapon I would put on her though. Probably Widzith, I guess, yeah. I have a guarantee. And the 4 stars are cracked. I have C1 Eons on. I got C0 from Varessa's original banner. And I got C1 from a random standard banner pull, if I recall. We also have, what do we have for Chivalrous? Check Gomming as well, I guess. I think C2. Yeah, C2. Okay. I'd be very down to try, like with the C6 Chivalrous, I'd be super down to try to get like if I got C6 Chivalrous, get a Nepha and then try Overvape Dia with C1 Dia. Because C1 Overvape Dia should work pretty well. I got me some Rain Slashers. Alright, do I have no Gommings? I don't have a Gomming. Okay, well, I don't want Gommings then, quite frankly. And that's all that is. Look at this, level 0 battle pass. Apparently I got 12 stars in Spiral Abyss though. Oh, because it reset, yeah. I could get Primogems from a little bit of here and a little bit of here. I don't really think I want to do that right now, but I probably will at some point. We'll just claim the level 9 Primogems here. Wow. Oops, cutting it. Have any pity? Yeah, like 35. I don't necessarily want a 5-star that strongly, to be clear. I'm just saying Varessa wouldn't be bad for the account. So... Wait. What's my 4-star pity? And getting Eons on C2. Like, my preference would probably be getting Eons on C2. And then... getting Eons on... Or, sorry, Chivalrous C6. Chivalrous C6 is the big one here. Okay. 2 Chivalrouses in 1 pull.
General Goro of the Watatsumi Island Resistance ready and waiting. I've long heard of your sterling reputation, and
Plus 1 standard wish? No, it was not 1 standard wish. Oh wait, you mean as a new character. I guess that's true. Not wrong. Well. That was cool. I like wishing for 4 stars. This account has taught me how, like, if you are a very casual player where you just don't, you know, you don't regularly log on and do all the fucking events and whatever, it is like... I don't even think it's worth buying this. It is hyper punishing to try to get 4-star copies, right? It is extremely punishing to try to get 4-star copies if you're a more casual oriented player. It's hard enough when you're not a casual player, right? So I maintain this account has made me even more strongly feel that the 4-star situation is absolutely cringe. So it's good though. Inazuma local specialties are hell without him. Yay. How exciting. But anyways, I don't know. I could definitely get another 10 pull without a problem just with logging in for a couple hours doing a little bit of Abyss. Not necessarily floor 12, like 9 stars, but just 2 stars, whatever. And then theater, whatever I can get at theater. I actually don't think I've done... You can still do this, right? Yeah, you can still do this. For the rewards, I believe. Just not the artifacts. So, you know. There's enough sources of primogems to easily get to pity, even if I wanted to, but... Honestly, after that Goro, I kind of don't care. The C6 Shivers is very tempting. I don't know. What do I do on this account? I don't know. I don't really strongly feel a desire for mini characters in this account right now. And it's a side effect of like every fucking character they release now is basically a bundle character, right? Like Duran was the character that I was tempted by. But then I lost to 50-50 and I was just like, well, alright, I no longer feel motivated to play on this account. So, yup. Yeah, Varesa's bundle is a 4-star. Like, Varesa's would be fine to get. But like every new character is just like, oh, they're bundled with some other shit. And it's just like, well, cool. So I'm just gonna forever be forced to have not as compelling teams unless I save a shit ton of resources. And it's impossible to save a shit ton of resources if you're not logging in regularly. That's the whole point of this account, is to simulate not logging in regularly. But then the way they're designing characters makes me not even want to log in semi-regularly. Like I haven't really logged in for like, not for realsies, I haven't really logged in since like 5.8. So, yup, and that's probably going to continue. This account might just go a year barely being logged in and just claiming Fremo gems. So, I don't know. Anyways, I'll probably do at least another 10 pull or 2.
Watch out.
So, yup. And then I don't know. Like it wouldn't be the end of the world. I'd be perfectly fine with like saving my guarantee until getting to get a Scopier for Farina. Or that's it for Farina. For Skork. But you know. Anyways, and I don't even feel like, right, we don't even have expedition or encounter points, right? We lost our encounter points. So like I don't even feel like doing dailies because of the yearly encounter point reset thing. I had a good like 300 encounter points that were all lost. And like I was logging in fairly regularly and spending resin for like through 5.8 to use up the encounter points. And but then after the reset I was just like, well, no. So this account be embracing the casual mindset of taking a break basically. And yeah, it be a gacha game. They really do be punishing for taking a break. That's all. Varesa's free to play because she uses 4-star statement. True or misleading? I mean, I think it is true in the sense that it is much easier to get her to nearer to her max damage potential on a pull investment level. But on a level of like C6 Eons on is one of the main ways to like I don't think there's that much of a difference for most players between C6 Eons on and a 5-star teammate, right? But the thing is, C2 Eons on is much more reasonable to acquire than C6 Eons on. And most of C6 Eons on is inside of C2 Eons on. So, like, it's not as bad as a 5-star bundle teammate, right? It's not as bad as a Nefer Lama situation. It's nowhere near as bad. Nowhere near as bad. And then for, like, the last slot in a Shivers team, you can kind of put in just Pyro Traveler, and that's not that much worse than Mawika. Or Duran at this point. It's worse, but like, for like the typical player experience, like on this account, I wouldn't really feel particularly bad about using that. But like, not having Eons on constellations, not having Shivers constellations, I can tell you if I just got Varesa, if I did those single pulls and I got Varesa, but I still have C2 Shivers and a C1 Eons on, I wouldn't feel like Varesa is quite weak. Like, even with better artifacts on this account than on my main account. If I compare like Widzid to Widzid with better artifacts, I would feel like Varese is quite weak. That's my vibe. So, like, yes, she is relatively friendly, but the conjunction of, like, you know, the important 4-star constellations still matters. And I don't think on this account I would not stress trying to clear Fearless difficulty in this account with Varese, even though there's a plunge boss that chills her. I think my 4-star teammates would not be good enough for me to want to bother with Fearless difficulty kind of thing. Let alone the problem with the other bosses, to be clear, but, you know. So, yep. Columbino livestream? I mean, if they didn't, it's not going to be this week. It's probably going to be the week after this week, presumably. C1 Chef is a lot bigger for Varese than people notice. Yeah, that's fair. I hadn't considered that, but yeah, the energy for her. Oh wait, it was announced for the 2nd of January. Okay, so yes, I was correct then, right? That's the week after this Friday. Yeah, it is. Yep. So, anyways, expectations for it. I think it's gonna be boring. I think it's just gonna be them. Wow, look, it's Columbina and it's Lantern Rite, and wow, we give you a free temple for Lantern Rite. It's gonna be normal Genshin things. To be clear, I think what Genshin should do is they should try to throw themselves a bone. I think they would get a lot of players considering trying to start playing Genshin again. They already got some players to come back with non-cry, but then I think them having the 2 patches of nothing for exploration content and whatever, just quest content, has made them lose some of the players they got back with non-cry. And I think it's high time for them to release a fucking free 5-star character. Like, I cannot believe that they still have not given out a free 5-star character. I mean, like, every other gacha game does that because it's such an obvious marketing thing to get people to log in and start playing again, right, and come back. All players that haven't played the game in years will, like, log in and, like, claim the free character, right? Yeah, we got Aloy. And so it blows my mind that Genshin hasn't done that, right? So I don't know, right? I don't think Jabai is free, to be clear, because she's too strong. And they didn't nerf her this week. Technically, they minorly buffed her in a way that didn't matter that much, but it was not a bad change. So like if Jabai was like 100k DPS at C0 and then C1 with Columbia, and then C1 bumped her up, or weapon or whatever bumped her up to like 120, 140k, then that would be like, that's weird that this character is this low of DPS at C0 with premium teammates. And that would make me think she is free. And she would be an amazing free unit then. That'd be such a cool thing for them to do. But no, instead she's just, you know, a typical new good main DPS with her premium teammates. And she's definitely not free. But I think she should be. Because quite frankly, I don't think they're going to make much money from her. That's my prediction. I'm sure people will pull for her because pretty hot lady, whatever, but I think there will be a lot more content. My prediction is there'll be a lot more content going over the fun things to do with geo units that with Columbina that aren't Jabai, right? Like Navia. I think a lot of people will have more fun with Navia Columbina things and Noelle Columbina things, and therefore will not give a shit about pulling a new geo DPS, right? So, and she hasn't been in the story at all yet. There's no one looking forward to this character on a story level. I shouldn't say no one, but I think Kiwi looks forward to her because lore. But like, so anyways, my expectations is everything normal. What I would like to see is them to, you know, go a little bit further and announce beneficial changes to Genshin. Also, other real hope, this is again not an expectation. I actually have indirect information that I'm not going to say why, but I'm like 90% certain now, by the way. Like, you know how I mentioned in the past, because everyone's like, oh, they said that Miliastra is going to support bringing our characters into Miliastra in Luna 4 or 3, whatever, the next patch. 6.3. They're gonna let you bring our characters into Miliastra. I've said every single time people have brought it up that just means bringing your characters in. That's all they said. They haven't said anything other than bringing your characters in. It does not mean custom combat. It just means like, oh, you can go walk around and do mini games in Miliastra as Skirk or whatever. That's all it literally means that they're technically probably going to do. And I am like, not gonna say why, but I'm now like 90% certain that is the case, by the way. I'm like 90% certain they're not doing custom content. No, it's not Creator Server. I don't have Creator Server access at the moment. I might be getting it, but I haven't gotten confirmation or not yet. I'll message them again this week if they don't give me confirmation this week. Because the Creator Server doesn't open until a couple weeks before the patch release anyways. So, and I probably won't know until right near its opening. So, anyways, Jibai's in a weird spot where like, yeah, they're releasing a 5-star, two 5-stars in the same patch, and it's a main DPS and the support. But the support, unlike last year, right, where Muika was the character people were waiting for and thinking about and getting hyped about, not as many people were hyped about Seat Lolly, because she wasn't trying to. They weren't trying to get people hyped about Seat Lolly, whereas they're trying very hard to get people hyped about Columbina. People will prioritize and will pull Columbina, and anyone with like Nefer Flins will probably be happy just using Columbina for Nefer Flins. And they created this problem of like, you know, Nefer Flins and Jibai all want Columbina as the best in slot teammate too. So like, it's very easy to be like, well, I don't really have a reason to get another non-crime main DPS when I know it's not possible for me to play both of their best teams at the same time, right? So, anyways, yada yada yappity bat yap. Jibai is in a weird spot, and I think they're gonna make like no money from her. So, yeah, and her gameplay doesn't seem that interesting. I'm sure the people that like Jibai will find her perfectly fine and compelling to play, to be clear. I think she's a good unit, but she's just a good unit because she's a modern DPS and she's relatively team restricted, and to make her be compelling as far as I can understand. She doesn't have that much nuance to her kit. Visual effects are kind of lacking. I don't mind understated visual effects. I don't actually mind that. I like her design. I really like her. I really like her like ponytail. She's mostly clothed. One of the most clothed characters in Genshin in a while. So I don't know. Yeah, but like, it's Lantern, right? They're doing the whole shit with lunar stuff. I don't know. I feel like there's a chance. I don't think it's entirely cope in that they do a free 5-star, but she does feel like she's too good to be free. But, you know, we'll see. Bina is so restrictive. Yeah. I mean, I think people will pull for Bina, and I think Bina's not going to be that hard to enjoy, to be clear, if you didn't pull a Nodcry main DPS. She's going to be harder to enjoy, though, if you didn't pull a Nodcry, like, 5-star at all. Like, no Lama, no Anefa. So, yeah. Oh, by the way, you're right. I saw Kelks. C6 Columbina without Lama. So, like it was with, like, Nahida. C6 Columbina with Nahida. Her... I don't know if this is the whole team DPS or if this was just her personal DPS. Calcs about the same as C0R1 does with Lauma. To be clear though, I think the same person also mentioned that Enefa main DPS, C6 main DPS Columbina, but compares a little bit more favorably. Like, it's not quite as bad. Like, C6 main DPS Columbina, I don't know what the exact team was though. C6 main DPS Columbina with Enefa was better than C0 with Lama. What am I supposed to do? I mean, the best thing you can do is wait for Llama. If you, depending on your luck with Columbina, I think you should definitely still strongly consider getting an FF for her. So at least you have that as an option. Because it'll give you more team options in general for her to feel compelling to play, right? But if your wishes go poorly, then you just deal with having the equivalent of a C0R1 Columbina. Oh, this game's balance. This game's balance today is amazing.
Take me up.
Oh boy. Columbina and Frida could work together. Kind of. Like, there's going to be teams I'm going to play Columbina and Frida together, for sure. I quite like the idea of Columbina, Farina, and Raiden. Forgot who I had written down in the last slot, but one fun thing, Raiden has the ability to reduce Columbina's energy needs essentially to nothing, by the way. Like if Columbina with her SIG weapon,
Return to the skies.
Columbina has 0 energy needs with Raiden. And in the worst case, if you have like solo Hydro Columbina, this is not like with constellations, this is a C0 Columbina. If you have solo Hydro Columbina, entirely off-field Columbina, not main DPS, right? With Raiden bursting, and no Favs on the team. So no Favs, just Raiden burst. Columbina's ER needs is like 30. Only 30. Like Raiden is actually goated for making Columbina do more damage. So like, Raiden as a driver build around for Columbina damage off-field actually seems quite fun. Because you can like throw Sacrificial Jade on her then. And the new artifact set and actually build her for significant damage. Like compared to some of the calcs we've seen like with Columbina on Proto Amber with like Nefer or whatever, I'm pretty sure we can probably get Columbina to do almost twice the damage that, and this is again all off field, like almost twice the damage that we're getting for calcs with us, and then in the teams where she has to have Prototype Amber with 200 ER, right? So if we're talking a Sacrificial Jade, you can definitely have methods of amplifying her damage, and people are gonna call it wheelchair for Raiden, but the point isn't to wheelchair Raiden. The point is to use Raiden to increase the Columbina's damage, right? Which is cool. So, anyways, like I don't think that's inherently problematic. And I think you might still be able to make Raiden do pretty good damage, to be clear. Like, it's just gonna be weird because, like, theoretically you could do Columbina Farina, Eons on Raiden, and then put Columbina on Proto Amber. Except wait, the whole point was to get Columbina to do more damage by like giving her a crit weapon or whatever. So giving her Prototype Amber again to make her a healer so that Farina can be used is kind of so I don't know, right? I don't know what the exact team will look like. I'm thinking over what to do right now. So
Watch out.
do you want to do my polls? I'm down. Yeah, I will. If you want me to do C6 Columbina polls, of course I'm down. I'm very, very down. Maybe not call it wheelchair? Yeah, no, I would not call it wheelchair. But I'm saying people will call it wheelchair. I'll probably make the wheelchair video when Columbina releases, by the way, but, you know. Pamber doesn't stack if you have 2 on the team. I thought it did. Oops, wrong thing. This will be the last thing we can check for the stream. Because I have 2 Pambers. Yeah, so let me check my notes. I had actually written down something for ideas for Columbina riding together. Oh, well, okay. One of them included Llama. Sorry, because I have C1 Llama, and also Llama can be a Proto Amber holder, right? So you could have Llama be a Proto Amber holder instead of Columbina, so you could spec Columbina into more damage and then do Llama, Farina, Columbina, Raiden. So that was hybrid Raiden, right? Was my intent there. So I will definitely try hybrid Raiden with Columbina. It's the first time I think I actually like the idea of doing double Hydro hybrid Raiden, because normally I don't like double Hydro hybrid Raiden because it just turns more into a hybrid bloom team, and being that you're purposely sacrificing Hyper Bloom damage to make Raiden do more talent damage just didn't make sense. But I also wrote down Raiden, Anefa, Columbina, Eon Song, which might be compelling, but again, that's just going to be a team focused around not Raiden's damage. So Raiden still would get okay damage from Eon Song, buffing her, but it certainly wouldn't be incredible. But still, like it'd probably be like, you know, not fundamentally different than the kind of damage you would expect from Raiden with a national team, right? Raiden, yeah, Raiden, Bennett, Chongling, Xingqiu, whatever. Like Raiden, that kind of team doesn't get insane personal damage. Be the same shtick there, except Anefa and Bina will be doing way more damage than a national team core. And again, making like Anefa Raiden Eon Song combo means like ER needs to be nothing for the Electros. Anefa can burst every rotation easily. Yeah, I don't know. That seems fun. And then also, oh yeah. And then the real thing that I think might end up being fun. I don't know if the right geo unit exists for this. I was thinking Zhongli Albedo. So this is something I hope I get creator service access for, because I'd love to test this. Can you stop moaning, lady? That's why I don't play you. Raiden Columbina Albedo Zhongli, right? So doing the question of this one depends though on, like, I think Columbina might not apply enough hydro to actually make it worth doing double geo, but the thinking is having, you know, just having lunar crystallized damage going burr, and having fun microwave damage going from off field while doing Raiden on field, and then Raiden will buff Albedo and Zhongli's burst damage a bit. So yeah, I don't know. And she can fuel them, and I don't know if have we gotten confirmation that Zhongli, because Zhongli applies Geo, or sorry, so the, like, normally Geo can't stay on enemies, right? But when Zhongli's burst happens, Geo does stay on the enemy while they're petrified. I don't know if we've gotten confirmation of whether or not you can trigger a lunar crystallize off of that. I assume if wait, can we do that normally? I guess if anyone has Zhongli, test it for me. But so I'm not sure how it will work. Is my point. But I think there's fun things to figure out with Raiden and Columbina together. But it will ultimately definitely be Columbina doing more damage than Raiden. So anyways, what are we testing? Prototype Amber. 2 catalyst units. Wish the wheelchair and agenda impact bullshit never existed. Okay, what is in your head as wheelchair though? Because, like, again, this Raiden team is like, it's just called speccing into the off-field damage, yo. Like, Raiden and Columbina would not be able, like, even if Raiden is not doing fuck tons of damage, because it's Raiden, like, I don't think it makes sense to call that wheelchair, because Raiden is the character that enables Columbina to do half of her damage in that team, functionally. Because normally Columbina's ER needs are miserable, nightmare. But Columbina can be solo hydro with basically no energy needs with a Raiden, right? Oh, you're just calling it the term. Okay, sure, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously you're on the same page as me because I ranted about that. I'm not gonna rant about the wheelchair again. Let's see. Do I have any preset team with 2 catalyst units? I'm not seeing any. Yeah, there we go. So, to be clear, we'll do what I like Raiden buffs so that Raiden was a more functional character, and will Raiden have problems in this team context for Stygian? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like, that's the main thing that actually defeats the relevancy of the Raiden Bina synergy, is that Stygian Onslaught is configured in a way to basically middle finger constantly to Raiden 100% of the time. But at the very least, there will be a boss next Stygian that immediately refunds energy with Columbine on the team. So it won't be a problem next Stygian, but it will be in the future and against different bosses. So for the Zhongli thing, you can have both elements in the enemy, but it didn't trigger crystallize. Okay, interesting. Okay, so the Geo on the enemy with his burst is literally pointless. All right, weird. But yeah, I was thinking, for my own account, I was thinking Geo Traveler would be interesting, because Geo Traveler has a high burst cost and does a pretty decent amount of damage when you activate their burst. So yeah, I don't know. We will see. There's fun things to try, I think. I was thinking Geo Traveler Chiori, right? Geo Traveler Chiori, Columbina, Gobert with Raiden.
Let's light it up.
Go away. Wait, I need to damage my characters. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's a really cool synergy. God damn it. Okay. I thought I would die if I fell away. Character review that you redeem back in Stygian Help stream? Sure. Give me your UID off.
Couldn't break.
Yeah, he did die. God damn it.
Curse.
So anyways, I plan to have fun with those kinds of shenanigans. There we go. Wow, that's not enough damage. God damn it, lady. Pyro Mannequin with Muika, Seat Lolly, Shalonen, nice. Okay, well, whatever. We're just gonna kill everyone, I guess. Wait, I don't need to kill everyone. I just need to kill... Yeah, oops. Also, I need to see Lolly's burst. God damn it. God damn it. No, wait. Okay, hold please, sorry. We'll do your thing, Aqua, once we test this. And I'll do your character reveal, then the stream will be done. Do enemies exist here? I think the answer is no. Okay. Lauma energy deers? What the hell is that? Durin, you got Durin, honestly, I'm very happy. So use him with Mualani? Yeah. I think he is definitely one of the most convenient ones to use with Mualani. As far as ease of play goes, that is. The deer on Hisi Island, they'll refill your energy. Interesting. Like when hitting them, or do you mean they just refill you when you're nearby? Wait, I should get the artifacts one here. Just nearby? Okay. Interesting. I will try to remember to go put a pin down where they spawn at. Oh, only if you have Lam on the team? Never mind. I don't give a shit then. That's no. Having to go, well, let's wait 7 seconds to go press this. Go scroll through my list. So there's Llama. Okay, hit switch.
Follow me.
Okay, there we go.
Bask in
And
the
then on top of that, then you also have to go. Oh, the deer's over here, and then wait for loading, and then remove her from the fucking team after. That's so ass. Especially because what if I wanted? No, that's shit garbage. Okay, never mind. That was a cool feature, and then you just convinced me that's garbage and useless. Sorry. Anyways, all right, we need prototype Amber on you. But yeah, what's weird is like I'm not actually sure that multiple prototype Embers stack. I thought they did, but it's possible they don't, and because what's weird is like prototype Amber's ability can stack with one prototype Amber, because I know you can use Veresa and do, you know, multiple mini bursts in succession, and you will get multiple ticks over you will trigger this again. There's no cooldown on this ability. Anytime you use an elemental burst, you get it. But that's on one character. So anyways, so what we should see, we don't have any healing bonus going on, of course. So what we should see is a total of 36% of each character's HP healed. So we should see, you know, a healing up to like here, and it'll be about here, so a little bit past halfway if we don't get both healing from both of them. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like it stacks. We would see multiple sticks. Yeah, weird. Interesting. Yeah, so Mies was right. That's lame.
Time.
I hadn't considered that before. Notably though, to be clear, I think, so let me refill my HP again. Alright,
We go.
my energy.
Yeah. They're closing in.
Oh yeah, I have no energy on this pyro build.
Show no mercy.
You know. Cutting it. What's interesting though, I think, is I'm pretty sure you can just delay the activation. So, for example, and this might just happen naturally in some teams. What I'm going to guess happens, I need to take some damage. Don't heal me, Aquila. Here, shoot me. I'll go about halfway. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can just wait the 6 seconds. So we will burst. I'll count to 6. I think it activates the moment I burst. So 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi.
Dancing in the wind.
Yeah. So if in the rotation, so that you can use 2 prototype members on the same team and, you know, get 36% equivalent HP healing, but you want to delay their activation a little bit. And so the notable thing is not to like purposely wait for it like I did there, to be clear, but I think you would just want to like what's the team context where this makes, I mean the team context where this is going to be relevant is like with Lauma, Columbina, Farina or something, I guess, maybe, or if you're doing like Columbina Mona Durin something, I don't know, right? Then you could do Mona and Columbina on Prototype Amber, and you generally would probably like start a rotation with Columbina burst, do your setup on your other character, and then switch to Mona. So you're already naturally delaying when you're exactly activating Mona burst, and you might not quite get 36%, but you'll probably get like 30%, right? So yeah, which is interesting. But anyways, yeah, you still get the energy refund. I did notice that. Yeah. Yes, the healing itself doesn't stack at the same time. And I'm pretty sure it's I didn't check this, but I'm pretty sure it's a replacement effect. So if you have like, if you have gotten 3, so it happens in 3 separate ticks every 2 seconds, right? So if you have 2 of the ticks that happen on the first one, and then before you get the 3rd tick, like from Silali, you burst on Lanyan here, you should get 5 total ticks instead of 6 or instead of 3, right? That's my assumption, at least. Because I think the new prototype Ember trigger just probably ends the previous one. Let me double check though. Would that change Nahi to Nefer rotation? What's the Nahi to Nefer rotation like with Columbina? You do Nefer E. Yeah, you normally do Nefer E with that's no energy. Just whack on these. I'm pretty sure just the contact particle is gonna be better. Yeah. Okay. What was I saying? So, anyways, Nefer the rotation is. I mean, you probably, well, no, it doesn't. You normally would want to do Nahida earlier, and you want to do Columbina earlier too, so like, that's the case where most likely, I mean, I don't know, right? Because again, it takes, remember, it happens in every 2 seconds. So like the first tick, like let's say you start your rotation with Columbina, you do Columbina QE. So one minor thing you should do is you should do QE. By the time you do QE, you will have 1 healing trigger on Columbina, right? Or not on Columbina, it's team-wide, right? But while you're still on Columbina. And then you switch into Nahida. You do Nahida like E, and then burst on Nahida, and like, it's possible you might be able to get 2 ticks, like just naturally, when you do Columbina QE into Nahida EQ, right? So you try to maximize that gap by doing Columbina QE into Nahida EQ instead of like EQ, EQ. That's a minor thing that might get you an additional healing tick. But in that team context, you don't need the healing for free and for damage for anything. It's just for survivability. And I imagine it doesn't matter that much. So I think you just don't. I don't think you modify the rotation. But if the rotation, like, you can kind of flexibly choose to use Nahida burst not at the beginning of the rotation, right? Like, what you could do is you could do Columbina QE or EQ. I'm not sure if you can cancel her skill activation animation with her Q or not. So that might matter, but anyways. QE, EQ, Columbina, do Llama or Nahida, whatever. Like, do Nahida tag, I'm assuming. Do Llama, EQ, and then switch to Nefer. By the way, 4 Catalyst team. Put everyone on Proto. Wait, that'd be a funny video. That would be a funny video, no? Put every character on Prototype Amber? I could do it. Everyone's going to be talking about Prototype Amber after Columbina releases. It'd be really funny to release a video that's just like, LOL, all Proto Amber Nefer team. What the video title is easy. What if you only use Prototype Amber? I just have to craft 2 more. I have the bill. It's not that expensive. You know what? That video, that idea is too good. And like, I don't even need to level the one for Never because it doesn't give her any damage stats. Same thing for Llama. Like, if I don't need the ER at least. I'll put the low level one, or the R1 copy on the ones that don't need ER. But frick it, why not? I was already considering crafting another R5 copy. May as well craft 2 of them. 2 of them is cheap enough, but I'm down. I'm down to craft 2, just for the funnies. Okay, do this. Yeah, the overall point would probably be to like, I would definitely use it as an opportunity to be like, well, this was obviously silly. I want to talk about Prototype Amber in general and how this has always been a good weapon. For being your sustain option, and you might feel like you can't dodge, but like, it's just because you haven't tried. you were too reliant on Genshin's OP amount of healing. Like, the amount of healing that one Prototype Amber does is about equivalent to what healing typically is in video games, because usually healing and whatever defensive utility and sustainability mechanics in video games, generally speaking, don't make you immortal, but in Genshin they do, and you've grown too reliant on that. And if you stop relying on it, you might find that Prototype Amber is actually better than you expect. So, anyways, but also it would be really funny to just show every character on Prototype Amber, be like, fine, if 1 Prototype Amber is not enough healing for you, how about 2? How about 3? How about 4? Yeah, and people not realizing that you can, do Proto Amber with the Nahida on a healing bonus, but exactly. So, anyways, there we go. 1, 2 R5 Proto Ambers and 2 more. It's so stupid. Alright, I'm so down. Alright. Anyways, obvious support in the future, Farina Shalonen, Columbina, Ilua. Farina Shalonen, Columbina. Probably. I think. Barbara's OP build in 1.0, yeah. I mean, that's what it was originally intended for. It was intended to, like, be the thing that made Barbara's kit make sense. But instead, they just made one of the best weapons in the game. Anyways, that gives Catalyst units more adaptability. So, I don't know. Anyways, healing circlet do anything? Yeah, no, it does. It gives healing bonus. So the healing that you get is based on the character's HP. Not the equipper's HP. Like, it's based on the character getting healed, right? So it always heals 18% of character's HP without any healing bonus going on. But healing bonus stats is the one thing that increases prototype member healing, right? And it's based on the equipper's healing bonus. Now, if arena member fanfare also converts a damage bonus, but it's for the whole team. So that's to the unit that has it equipped. And then maidens gives healing bonus, and so does circlet, healing bonus circlet. So those are all healing bonus for the equipper. So it uses the equipper's healing bonus stat, but then the actual base scaling is based off of the individual character's HP, which means it always has a set amount of healing. And that also means it functionally does a lot more healing on tankier characters, right? So it's a better sustain option with teams that have higher HP totals. So did I get any more Eons on cons? No, I did not, because I didn't need to. Because I thought Eon Sun was one of my favorite characters they released in a long time, and what the game needed for a long ass time was alternatives to Bennett, and they managed to release alternatives to Bennett in a super interesting and actually pretty well balanced way. And so I went for her C6 on her first banner because I didn't want to have to fucking worry about getting her on a rerun banner. And I'm glad I did that. So, anyways. C4 Eon Sun Impact 4, no. Not really. C4 Eon Sun is a bundle constellation with C6. Quite frankly. Okay, not quite. Like, it does... Anytime you use Eon Sun, as long as you don't get whacked, like, mid, before you, like, activate her burst or whatever, you do EQ, you will get a little bit of overflow from her own activation. And that gives you a tiny bit of extra Night Soul, which, like, functionally extends... Like, if you're playing her in a team where it's not enough movement to constantly keep up the max buff, it does extend a tiny bit, like, by, like, a second or so. How long it will take you to drop below the high conversion rate buff, right? So below 42 Night Soul. So it does minorly matter, but, like, not in a way that you have to worry about, in my opinion. I don't think you should prioritize going for C4 Eon Sun. It's primarily meant to be a thing that is minor and is meant to trigger her C6 later. So making her the opposite of Circle Impact was genius. Yeah, no, I think Eon Sun's kit, whoever designed it, Hoyover, is fucking brilliant. Like, completely unexpected to do a character that's like inverse Bennett of, yeah, how about we make a character that actively wants you to, like, Bennett's a character that wants you to stay still, generally speaking, theoretically. Let's make a character that wants you to not stay still. It's and that on top of the, you know, the movement gimmicks of the whole region. Just really clever. I don't think I've seen a single person ever mention, like, what if they do a character that, like, to maintain their buff, because you don't need to move, but to maintain their buff ideally, you want to move more. It's so clever. And like as an example of, like, if anyone says, oh, insert idea here is too complicated for them to code, they coded freaking movement tracking. Like, come on. Anyways, I don't think it was that complicated for them to implement, to be clear, because the game has movement systems anyways already in place that can make it really easy to track movement. But anyways, it was a very clever idea, and they didn't make her broken. She's just balanced, which is good. Anyways, rules for the character point redeem? Yeah, there's a delay on it. That's the only rule. And I mean, I'm not going to review 20 characters. It's meant to be a simple thing, so. What was it saying before I started having about Eonson? Oh, Proto Amber. Oh yeah, we were going to check if, how, like, if I try to activate Lanyam Burst when the second tick happens, I need to take some more damage. I wish it was easier to take damage in Genshin. Keep farming Crimson Witch for Gaming or not? I mean, Crimson is not that great of a set, but I think you want to know what I think the ideal Gaming build is at this point, because Gaming is more than strong enough for Abyss if you have like premium teams for him.
Temper.
Nasty temper. I think hot take it might be 2 PZR. 2 PZR. Because Gaming is absolutely has the potential to be strong enough in Stygian. But he really struggles getting to the point of being able to do that. Oh yeah, there's that ley line with exploding stuff. It's true. Too late now. Alright, take one more hit on Lanyan. Hello? Hello? Thank you. Alright. Okay, so what we're gonna do: 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. There we go. Okay, burst, and we get 3 more. 1, 2, 3. Yep, that was right. So, confirm my theory. When you activate the second prototype Amber, it just overwrites the previous one. So there, I got 5 out of 6 total maximum procs. So I got 30% HP total healing rather than 36%. So I don't think you really have to think about it that much, other than like it's technically ideal to do rotations a little delayed, right? But also the first healing proc seemed like it happens a little bit faster than 4 seconds. So yeah, if you do like Columbina EQ into Lauma into Nahida Burst, you will be able to get, I think, the full 6 procs. So, yep. So you can definitely use multiple prototype Ambers, but if you literally try to activate the burst back to back, that's not ideal. But that's not something you normally do anyways ever. So I don't even think it's that big a deal. I'm pretty sure if you do, again, Columbina QE and then like into EQ Nahida, you'd at least get 4. I'm very confident of that. You'd probably get 5 though, I'm guessing, without even having to think about it. And that's pretty good. And that's 30% HP before any like healing bonus circlet on Nahida. So yeah. Yeah, it is weird though, because like Varessa just maybe Varessa does reset it. Well no, I think Varessa, it's not a problem because you have enough time between her mini bursts, don't you? So yeah. Event weapon for Columbina when? Why didn't okay, I'm sorry. What possible event weapon do you think could be prototype Amber? Let's be real. How would that happen? That's my question for you. Oh, we're gonna go look at things. Aqua, didn't I say I was gonna look at something? Varessa, okay. And then we'll look at Epic's Ganyu. Widzith R2. Oh, 4 stars.
My plans for today?
Whatever I
Doing
want, I
whatever
suppose.
I suppose.
Feel like, sorry.
Same
How
as
did
tomorrow.
I misremember the line?
And
My
the day
god.
after that.
Clearly I'm tired. This is a pretty good Varessa. I'd say. I assume, I'm gonna guess you probably started farming, you know, within the last patch or so. It doesn't seem to be the most incredible Varessa, but overall, seems to be a quite good build. Just built it this Stygian. Yeah, that makes sense. So, yep, it's a pretty good build for I'm guessing around 2,000 resin investment. Yeah. Event weapon seems easier to get than billets. I mean, billets are, if you farm, honestly, prototype Amber is the thing that keeps me wanting to farm weekly bosses. That's why I did for a while, but after I had 2 R5 copies, I was kind of fine. So, you know, move her off Codex. Is it better than your Codex build? Because for a lot of people, I think, like, with a Widzith or whatever, they should probably just stick to Codex. But, has upsides. Has a C6 on you. Wow. Blizzard Strayer, though. Interesting. I mean, Blizzard Strayer is more viable to keep on Ganyu permanently because of her free crit rate. It's not that big of a deal to not have, like, the enemies actually being frozen. Is this factored around that? So you get 20%, right? You get 60 plus 80. It's not factored around that, is it? No. This is balanced around having enemies free frozen. So, a little bit imbalance of a build, but overall, obviously very good build. Don't think you'd get any free crit right now.
Hide when storms are
No.
in the air.
Was this Ganyu on Misa's stream? I don't know. Maybe. Ask the account owner. It was? Nice. Long stream, huh? Yeah. I spent a long time yapping about Durin and other things I was distracted by. Tars earlier in the stream. Because I spent a bunch of time yesterday talking to Meowtus about some ideas I had for a better format of calculation assumptions for evaluating characters by than KQM standards. I think KQM standards are fine for a lot of context, but there's a lot of weird problems they cause in comparing characters properly, in my opinion. And I think there's an opportunity with a number of notable TCers that seem to want to not use KQM standards anyways, that maybe we can do that. I was thinking of doing some work to establish a resin equivalent based format for assumptions. I'm not completely on the side of, like, you know, let's just assume everyone's crowned. I think that's silly. But so I yapped about that, and I yapped about how Durin's constellations be. I have like 4 hours of recording for Durin C2. So anyways. But yeah, very nice Ganyu. Trying to think, is there... What team are you playing with Ganyu? I assume Escoffier, Farina, right? Shouldn't MH just be better? Out of curiosity, why aren't you doing 4-piece Marasusis? I've never really evaluated KQM's artifact standards. Yeah, neither have I. Because I usually when I do calcs, I'm just calculating based on my own exact account. So... but I don't make, you know... calcs that I like send out to the peoples of the world so that I can be an authority on how people decide to pull for and build characters, right? And I think the way that the calcs currently work can cause some teething issues in how we talk about in characters, and I think there are aspects to them that are contributing factors to why people talk about team building and Genshin in a kind of dumb way, in some sense. So Meowtu is one of the big things she said she was going to do was primarily evaluate characters, like do calcs on characters, assuming like Stygian context, like particular boss, assuming different kinds of boss mechanics, right? Which I think is a very important thing. So that's, I think, the number one thing that should change about how particularly pre-release theory crafting happens for characters is like the difference in DPS between two damn characters doesn't matter at all when an enemy has a mechanic that essentially fucks over one character but doesn't fuck over another character. It doesn't matter if one character is a little bit more DPS than the other. So but yeah, personally, I don't do calcs other than for my own specific shit, so I don't need to care about standards. Yeah, I just think there is a way that to do calcs better that isn't that complicated. It'll probably be a little bit more complicated than what KQM is, but I think it could be in a way that is much more approachable for how people actually end up experiencing the video game. That's my vibe. And I wouldn't mind trying to help facilitate some ideas. Or maybe positive change in as far as like the Genshin theory crafting scene goes, particularly for character pre-release. Ew. came up because after that one, I mean,
Can't hide the truth.
I can understand why you feel that way, but the suggestions that I have for reevaluating KQM standards, I think are actually more likely to bias towards Flynn's. I actually think it's more likely to bias towards improving Flynn's like performance on a sheet level compared to Nefer, because I think things like Nefer's difficulty of being built, having less total substats that are viable on her, and then the fact that you have 2 talents that want to be leveled up on her versus Flynn's only really needs 1 talent. So like on my assumption of resin equivalency, I'm pretty sure Flynn's is actually favored in resin equivalency, but I don't think that's what they were arguing. I think they were just arguing like assumed level 10 talents or whatever. But if they're assuming level 10 talents, then Nefer gets significant benefit from assuming level 10 talents too, so I don't know.
Use the force off.
Change of plan.
And if that person was thinking that Nefer should be more ahead of Flynn's,
Papa, get him.
and that's why they don't like the standards, then like I probably should have saved that skill. Then I assume they might be making the mistake of assuming equivalent substats on Nefer and Flynn's, which I just don't think you should do if you're fairly comparing the 2 characters. I think that's absurd. I could have bursted there, obviously, but felt silly.
Fulfill our pact.
I didn't have any. Okay, whatever. All right. I don't know if it's fair to assume level 10 talents. No, I don't think you should. Yeah, I don't think you should, because not players can't universally access level 10 talents. And like to be clear, I think a player that's been playing for a year who doesn't aggressively triple crown. Looking at you, Tars. Any player playing for over a year who doesn't aggressively triple crown probably has a surplus of crowns. Like, I don't think it's that big a deal to assume crown talents sometimes, but that's why I think there needs to be a resin equivalency system. I don't know if we want to draw resin equivalency of crowning specifically, but most characters don't ever care about 3 crowns. But someone like Columbina, for example, who a lot of players will, even if like the meta use cases don't bother with leveling up Columbina's normal attack talent, I think most players will end up wanting to level up Columbina's normal attack talent to try main DPS Columbina. So like I think Columbina should not be assumed to have anything crowned, because players have reasons to level up all of her talents, right? Whereas something like Flynn's, like you could very, very viably leave him level 110 for his burst, right? And I think that's fair to assume crown burst when the other talents are barely relevant, kind of thing, right? And that's where I'm thinking with the resin equivalency. I just don't know what the total amount of resin to assume is, because I haven't run the numbers yet. And I'd have to discuss it with other people, to be clear. Like, obviously, if it's going to be a new standard, people got to agree upon it. That TC is known for being a Flynn's hater. Well, if you're talking about Flip, which I don't know if you are, who are you talking about? I don't think it'd be that hard to convince them. And if they outright say, I don't like being a drama person, but if they heard my argument for how to like balance out things to make things more comparable on a level of like acknowledging that different characters have different relevancies of different talent investment, and different levels that they need to be, and different artifacts subset qualities that make them easier or harder to build compared to one another in order to reach their potential. and how that influences how we compare characters, and trying to factor in spreadsheets accounting for those nuances. If they listen to my argument and then they straight up tell me, well, I just want Flynn's to be worse on a spreadsheet, that would be the first time I'd ever felt that I would ever feel the desire to fucking cause drama. if they straight up told me that after I make an argument for like allowing for a system of standards that allows for some adaptability to properly go over that nuance, because there is nuance. They're not fundamentally wrong that there should be more nuance in the comparison between Flynn's and Nefer on a sheet level potentially. But if their fundamental goal is they just hate Flynn's, then they should not be a fucking theory crafter that anyone is listening to. Right? So lead to mini calcs without burst. I mean, shouldn't unless the burst is just not worth it. I should not have seen Ollie bursted. Is it Vomfi? I see. Okay. I mean, Vomfi is someone I don't know if I can take seriously in general anymore. Like, I don't like. Just go look at how. Just go look at how Vomfi makes assumptions for how Vomfi made assumptions for Yehoda. And how Vomfi, this was the most inexplicable thing that I do not understand how Vomfi said this on Twitter with knowing the following they have. I don't know how you say this kind of shit on Twitter and then like don't understand that you shouldn't say shit like this. How he's like, Yehoda is one of the best healers in the game. And as far as I can tell, the reason he said that is because of the error from Hakushin data. I don't even know if this was ever the case in beta. It might have been an error in beta. Either way, it was very clearly an error because she had like 300% of her HP as scaling or something. There was an error during beta where Yehoda in her initial version was like a normal attack scaling healer, like she is currently, and they had the same scaling she has currently, and she does heal decently. But then for some reason there was some random ass hotfix change or whatever happened. It might have just been a Hakushin issue that like gave her 300% HP healing or something instead of attack healing. and it made her like, yeah, she just heals like the most in the game. And then Vomfi was like, oh, this Yehoda character is kind of great. She's like the best healer in the game. I'm like, yo, how the hell did you not realize it's clearly an error? And then like there was also very obvious clunkiness that Yehoda has, that like when he was just straight out sending like calcs out being like, wow, this Yehoda character might be really good, and then sending a spreadsheet of like, you know, Yehoda getting 80k DPS with Durin, I believe, at C0, and we pretty much knew pretty confidently that Yehoda was going to be clunky. It was a fair thing to like ask someone to do. But like putting the sheets out there and being like, Yehoda's gonna be really good, was like really weird assumptions to make. It was really weird assumptions to make without like also saying in the same ass tweet. Like it's a really, how you phrase things is important, yo, right? Like you gotta phrase things like, I think Yehoda will probably not be like this in practice, but if she doesn't end up being extremely clunky or asterisk, it's possible Yehoda might be able to like reach good DPS kind of thing. Instead, then you just put it out there being like, oh, Yehoda might be cracked. And like, I just like, I don't know, man. I feel like Vomfi makes incorrect assumptions at a baseline, and I'm not quite sure why. So, anyways, yeah, I don't personally take that much stake in Vomfi's calcs. I don't think anyone's perfect, mind you, but like, yeah. What am I doing? Just apply pyro. Wait, just do Alanya still. Should've done that earlier. Sorry. Alright. Yeah, and the Yehoda healing thing was the #1 thing that I can't get over that. I can't get over how a theory crafter who looks at beta kits regularly we've had plenty of instances where like characters had incorrect scalings before from random errors on some level. Like, I can't get over that he actually seriously thought that Yehoda was going to have that scaling. So, I don't know. Most reliable TC in the community? At this point, the TCers that I think make the safest assumptions for the typical player tends to be I think flips tends to be fairly accurate. From what I've seen from Mewtwo's so far, Mewtwo's seems to be pretty accurate. I think TGS tends to be pretty accurate too. I don't know if he's been doing anything lately. And then Zajeff is a little bit all over the place. No offense, Mr. Zajeff. Zajeff's a little bit all over the place because he kind of just makes his own assumptions, and that's fine. But it makes Zajeff's results are hard to compare, and I think his assumptions that he makes for certain team archetypes are a little bit silly. And he's like weirdly pessimistic for certain ideas and then overly optimistic for other things. And it makes him a little bit hard to evaluate on any individual calc basis. But overall, Zajeff's main conclusions tend to be fairly accurate. It's just hard to compare things. Like, Zajeff's own results can be usually compared to Zajeff's own results. But ultimately, like, I don't think it's important to rely on one. I think it's quite important to look at multiple people's. And that's the point of having standards, by the way. That different people are following the same baseline standards. So that you can assume some point of relative comparison between two people doing the same thing. And as long as their assumptions are relatively accurate for what can be achieved in practice, like with the rotation and whatever, right? Then you can compare the things, right? So, yeah. Oh, I got that before the particles got caught. Let's go. Alright.
Everybody stand back. Get to work. You two. Time to end them. Up and away. Swift is the squall. Closing in. Open fly. Yeah.
Okay.
Going in. Let's light it up.
Yeah, so if we had better leakers, it actually would be easier.
Get 'em. Closing in.
It's actually meaningfully better than Animal Lanyon. that was a 50-second clear with Lanyon. That's stupid. Alright. To be clear, I with C2 Venti, or C2 Duran, I'm sure Venti can beat that, but like, it's the Venti Shilobis, he better be able to. Why do I keep doing this? No. Try to do this optimally. But anyways, yeah, I'm not a fan of the only theory crafter I see regularly getting people talking about their calcs that I think gets things wrong because of just assumptions that seem all over the place is Vompi. So, anyways, it's not to say like, but I don't think Vompi is fundamentally wrong though, in that there is reason to care about changing the standards. I think the standards made sense for when they were made, for what Genshin was like back then, right? A rush to put out information? No, that is the vibe I get from Vompi, yes. I feel like Vompi throws together nice looking graphics kind of as quickly as possible and throws out a tweet with something that gets people to look at it, and yeah, Did I not get a melt on that?
Fly. Up and away. Let's light it up.
First calc is the most talked about one. Yep.
Get to work. Eat Lolline, eat Papa. Get him.
I didn't get. Oh, frick me.
Dancing in the wind.
Terrible. No. Terrible.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh. Fly.
Why did I burst? Whatever. That doesn't matter. I shouldn't have done that though.
Everybody stand back. Eat Lolline, eat Papa. Get
It's a little tricky to get the melts. It's definitely not hyper consistent, but it's fine. I don't know. It's not an inconsistent that's so problematic that it hurts the playability of the team, right?
Show no mercy. You two.
Maintaining Bennett buff up time for this is a little tricky. Okay. I'm trying to get a 9. I want to get a 910. Oh yeah, yeah. This Lanyon is not meant to be relatable. If I want a relatable Lanyon, I will play with Farina,
Teamwork is dreamwork.
which will still not be that relatable because I've put so many resources into Lanyon at this point. But
Fly. Go in. Let's light it. Show no mercy.
no, how do I not have energy?
Two. Time to end them. Closing in.
There we go, got a melt there.
Fly. Closing in.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for Durin. Okay, there we go. And now, okay, there we go. There we go. That's what I want. Yeah, that
Get him. Fly.
cryo. Oh well.
Closing in.
Damn it. Oh, also, I cleared the initial thing. Ugh. I had delaying the activate. I don't know. It's got to be possible to do sub 50. I did a freaking 51 second before in the first attempt.
Everybody stand back. Fulfill our pact. Up and away. Yeah. Let's light it up.
Okay, should have burst first.
Go in. You two. Time to end them.
Damn it.
Fly. Ills be gone. Yeah. Everybody stand. Show no
worked.
mercy. Eat Lolline, eat Papa.
Damn it. Keep on activating her E too early. Ah. It's not expecting you to like Lanyon so much. I didn't mention her in beta. Yeah, because we never got any footage from beta that actually showed how Lanyon's skill worked. And I did not know. Like, I assumed throughout, like, beta, we got fuck all in beta from Lanyon. Nothing. Like, and if you read her kit, she has one of those misleading ass kits in the game, in my opinion, for how her skill works. And it does not properly make you understand the number of total hits that Lanyon's skill has. And like, I thought it was just, you press E on this character and you get like 1 or 2 hits on her skill. So her total like motion value on her skill activation was 300%, and you activate her burst, and yeah, her burst can do a little bit of damage, but then that's all she can do. No, in fact, her skill can hit 24 times. Which, you know, makes a 200% multiplier a little bit different. So, yeah. I test Dendro teams with Durin C2. Yeah, I did.
Get to work.
Well, I primarily there was a couple different ones I tested. Yeah, I gotta test more still, but you know,
Let's light it up.
we'll see what happens. Okay, do this. That.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
That.
Show no mercy.
Good.
Two. Time to butterfly. Dancing in the way. Closing in.
Okay, that was better. I may have done that earlier. Okay. I wonder if that's ideal. I don't know. Do this.
Going in. Lolling. He's Papa. Get him. Butterfly.
Yeah, not bad.
And away.
Not bad. Yeah, I don't know. Bot News, do you have a particular Dendro team you wanted to see with Durin? But I tried Overburn, and I tried some. I mean, it's always gonna be Overburn most of the time. Oops, no, I got cryo, or I got nothing actually. What was it saying? I tried Yai, Tignari, Durin with Fischl, and with Nahiden. Nahiden didn't work very well. And I tried Overburn with Chlorinde. It's the primary Dendro teams I tried, I believe. Split Heracurs and Lanyan. Yeah, but it's long enough that I don't know. I don't disagree. But it's not as bad of a split hair as other characters, but I'm biased at this point. I like how it moves. At the very least. Like, my like for long hair, I guess, maybe overrules my dislike of split hair. God damn it! Maybe it's not ideal. God, it's so hard to like actually switch over and actually get a pyro right away. I have to wait for the Bennett tick. Yeah, it's bird themed, yeah. Didn't experiment with it yet. Asked your Dendro teams, yeah. So yeah, it was Yai, Fischl, Tignari, with Durin, and then Emily, Chlorinde, Fischl. So both had Fischl. To be clear, I think the Overburn team can work without Fischl, but Fischl's still kind of just the best. Because it's Fischl. Who knew? Okay, do E. Okay. And then... Yep. This. I think I got it there. Should have saved that skill. Whoops. Frick. I didn't think that... Okay, that was the first time I was able to get to the shield phase before I even used the third skill on Lanyan. And if I had that extra skill here, that'd be really good. Frick. That would have been the sub 50. Okay, that's what I need. Damn it.
Closing in. Yeah, open fire.
Sub 50 just against C6 Duran. Yeah, true. Easy. Especially when the banner's gone.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Get to work. Let's light it up. Everybody stand back. Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Up and away.
Alright, cryo. Did I get cryo twice? What happened there? It definitely should have had his meter charge up there. Okay. Wonder Swirl, 2 elements. I don't think they apply. Wait, do they apply? I don't think they apply at all. I think it's just he just like tracks elements for his like either getting additional attack, a little bit of additional points or whatever, right?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's fulfill our path. Simplify.
Stop waddling.
Let's light it. Everybody stand back. Show no mercy. You two. Time to end. Closing in.
No.
Simplify.
Me. Ah. Just needed to wait a little bit longer. Being too aggressive.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Closing in.
Eh.
Going in. Fulfill our path. Eat Laline. Eat Papa. Get him. Up and away.
What?
Simplify.
God damn it, Brighton.
Closing in. Swift is the
Why did I burst there? Why am I still streaming? Because I want to get this, is why. But also,
stand back. Show no
I said I was going to stop streaming like an hour ago.
time to end. Up and away.
Why did I burst?
Yeah.
I still didn't get... Yep. Were there to do 2 Lanyon skills at first? No, like right away. You mean like do Bennett E and Lanyon E? Definitely not 2 right away, but 1 Lanyon E earlier could be worth it. Do this.
Teamwork is dreamwork. We get to work.
Yeah. Oh wait, well we have a sack reset, so of course it's worth it. Well, unless it causes not having line up the things, but it might not matter. But.
Fulfill our path. Suffer the wrath of... Closing in. Dancing in the way.
Oh well. Fine.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Get to work. You two. Time to... Yeah, up and away. Swift is the swallow.
I don't know. Freaking shield phase is a pain in the ass. Or not even the shield phase. It's just really this build up plus the shield phase. And then the weird windows for when to do damage in the in between.
Simplify. Everybody stand back. Up and away. Let's light it up. Let's light it up.
Okay.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of Eve. Closing in.
Okay.
Papa. Up and away.
Damn it. Whatever. It's fine. 51 seconds is acceptable. I think I might have missed the melt there though. I think that was if I had landed a melt properly, I would have gotten it. Frick. I'll have to go watch that footage over, but I did record it at least. Oh well. Good enough. Okay. Do this properly, boys. Just break the shield first. Ow. Okay. Oops.
Guy the frost on the bow. No more lies. Can't hide the truth.
Oops. Wow, see? You do it properly and then you kill it in rotation. Crazy. DPS sucrose could work with him since Animo Shredder. Good news for you, bot news. Guess what one of the teams that I tested was? So with my sucrose I'll just give you some numbers. So you can rewind for the stream if you want to see. It's gonna be, it's gonna be like 3 or 4 hours back though. But with level 7, 11, 11, I don't remember what the burst got, but I know with C1 Duran, I was able to get like 90k, 80 to 90k skill hits and 20k on like normal attacks, and then did some plunges too because I was doing the plunge boss, but at menacing difficulty, so no like massive 600% attack buff or anything. And yep, overall that was pretty strong. Like DPS sucrose for the menacing boss, which is like 4.8 million HP. I got and this was just like doing one attempt. I wasn't like hyper optimizing my gameplay. With C1 Duran, I got 105 second clear, and with C2 Duran, I got an 80 second clear on the menacing boss. So yeah, and was getting over 100k with skill activation post C2 Duran, and then like 30k's I believe ish, and 70k plunges from normal attack talent. So yes, definitely works. Oh, and also that wasn't like with me using a damage maximized build for sucrose either. I just threw her on the same build I had on Venti, which is a good, very good substance to be clear, but 4-piece VV DPS oriented build. Whoopsies. 4-piece VV DPS oriented build. So yeah, with a Verasa weapon. Should switch her back though. Tap. Should we? Okay, this won't take long. Should I do one more quick? Just one more run. Should I do one more quick run? What freaking circle did you have before? One more quick run, but with Venti and Abyss. Probably should. Probably should. Like, we want to give him his fair shot. Actually, honestly, nah. Keep him on elegy. This is a Venti Shield Abyss. Well, okay. I mean, I would keep him on elegy for... The thing is that his damage is not that much worse on elegy. It's really not that much worse if he's on elegy. But fine. I'll give him Skyward Harp. Whatever. 92, 142, 194, sorry. This is, we're 100%. As soon as I finish the Abyss, I'm just ending the stream. Okay. Ending the stream. Unless you want me to raid someone on Twitch. In which case, if someone wants me to raid someone on Twitch, this is your opportunity to go find someone you want me to raid now and mention it in chat now. If no one mentions anyone they want me to raid on Twitch, I'm going to end the stream as soon as we're done with this. Because I've been streaming too freaking long. But sue me. I enjoy testing characters I enjoy playing. Wait, that is not what I said I was going to do. Where's Venti? Venti. Duran. Bennett. Farazan. Okay. And we'll just snap her on the second side again, because lazy.
Gears of the storm. Dare to mess with it. I'm going in. Huh? Yahoo! Think you can get away? Brace yourself.
No, I'm not trying to do optimal combos. I do not think it matters, but
Turning point in swing.
Have fun with this game. Everybody stand back. Time for takeoff.
it's definitely stronger. That's for damn sure. By stronger, I mean stronger than when I tried Venti before.
Turning point in swing.
Truth repeats its course.
I should have spawned that on the other side, so it spawned, so it counted for the the final enemy.
Think you can get away? Yahoo!
100k skill hit. All right, sure. Wham. Make sure you don't hit 8 hours. I mean, I have 3 minutes, or sorry, 9 minutes.
With one heart.
Scroll Farazon be better here. Guess what? Guess what? Farazon is on. Peace. All right.
For the everlasting forest.
Bam.
It all adds up. Can't hide the truth.
Is it better than Tenacity? I mean, in my calcs with Lanyon,
No more lies.
Scroll Farazon was meaningfully better than Tenacity Farazon. I did a whole bunch of number running, and I'm quite and this was with Animo and with Pyro DPSing. So I am quite confident that Scroll Farazon is actually just better here. Is it to a degree that's like super matters if you already have a good Tenacity Farazon build? No, but I do think Scroll Farazon is just actually straight up better.
Change of plan. Gears of the storm. Dare to mess with me. Everybody stand back. Time for takeoff.
Like, I'm confident enough about it that I don't even feel any need to verify it at all, but maybe I will at some point.
Yahoo!
Please. Yeah.
We'll see about it. I'm going in. Here we go. Think you can get away?
Wow. 35 seconds.
Here.
Oops, that was slow.
With one heart, we pray.
Tenacity Farazon on my straight up ass, so I'll see if I can do it, yeah. Like, most people are much more likely also to have good crit substats on Scroll. So, even more so, I think Scroll Farazon is better. My Scroll Farazon is a little bit better than my Tenacity Farazon could be.
Can't hide the truth. No more lies.
For her own personal damage, that is. The main thing here actually would be, I do wonder if Elegy Farazon would be better. I don't know how relevant the fab particles are here, because like Venti's energy needs are pretty low,
Here's the storm. Dare to everybody stand back. Let's
but I'm not sure.
yourself. Time for takeoff.
Alright.
Look for it, rest. Here we go. Have fun with this game. Teamwork is dreamwork. Yahoo! Think you can get away? Wouldn't gliding be faster? Yeah. Dare to mess with me.
Oh no. There we go.
Here's
Okay.
the storm. Everybody stand back. Let's
Oh no, ain't no way.
time for
Oh
takeoff.
my god, okay. Well, worse than Lanyon confirmed.
Here we go.
Clearly. But you can see, you can see why, like, yes, obviously if I put Venti on a different build, and obviously if I put, if I had him level 100 and crowned, right, 10, 10, 10, rather than 8, 8, 8 at level 80, like, yes, I think he would more handily beat Lanyon, but for him to feel like he's actually meaningfully worth it to use over Lanyon, when I enjoy playing Lanyon more, like he's not doing so much damage that I feel like he's gonna be a really compelling unit for Stygian in the future, kind of thing, right? Like the good things about Venti are just still that he's really fun in an AoE situation. So I don't know. Like, we can see if we can. Like we should be able to beat Lanyon's time, I think. Is that just going? Okay, whatever.
Repeat discourse. Let's play. Teamwork is dreamwork. Think you can get away? Yahoo!
Stay away from me!
Have fun with this gift. Going in. Let's light it.
I don't know. Why do you keep it?
Time for takeoff.
Okay, let's quietly go to you. Oh my god. Okay, well, no, I still prefer Fat Flowers on, that's for sure. Why? Okay, you know what? Here, solve this problem by skipping the first Venti burst.
Here's the score. Everybody stand back. Let's play.
Reason to use it anyways. And just apply the equivalent pyro just by like staying on Bennett anyways. Okay. Now we do it.
Have fun with this gift. Teamwork is dreamwork. Think you can get away? Brace yourself. Let's light it up. We go.
Okay, there we go. That's what we needed.
Scared enough.
That's what we needed.
Everybody stand back. Yahoo! Time for takeoff.
Come on, Betty, go. Oh my god, he's still gonna. No, oh my god.
Play.
He's still doing worse than Lanyon. Okay, again, with talent, with more talent levels, he definitely would have beaten her. Okay, he would have beaten her at equivalent investment, as he, I hope, should. But Lanyon is more fun to play. I'm sorry. And I was also doing Pyro Lanyon, to be fair, not Animo Lanyon. I haven't. I said I was gonna end the stream. I have to check. I can't have the thought of how does Animo Lanyon do and not check. I said, brain, I need to end the stream. Oh boy. Yes, new Venti is extremely squishy. Yeah, like I would emphasize the hardest clear I did when I played this at Abyss, right? When the Abyss was new a few days ago. The most difficult clear I did, to be clear, I think my brain was just having issues at the time. But the hardest clear I did was doing reverse shill, where I used Varesa on the first side and I used Venti on the second side, and I just was constantly dying in the second chamber. Like, he is indeed very squishy. Lanya does not have that problem.
We'll see about that. Ills be gone. Up and away. Too late for regrets.
Story is only just begun.
Dare to mess with me? Ears of the storm. Swift as the swan. Let them fly.
You die. Okay. Obviously, Venti's better in this chamber, which something would be severely wrong if Venti wasn't better in this chamber.
Dancing in the wind. Butterfly.
I missed. Alright. Bow characters are squishy in general? Yeah, they tend to be. Like, the only character that tends to die in the Lanyan team is Farazan. Because she's the only unit that in sustained rotations tends to be both unprotected for short period. Oh, fuck. Whatever. Doesn't matter. For short periods without having Lanyan shield up. And, yeah. I mean, that's basically it. She doesn't end up having a Lanyan shield, so I had to be a little bit careful with Farazan, but the balance of survivability is much more appropriate, I feel like. What am I doing? Do this. Yeah.
No more lies. It all adds up.
I have to use Never Burst. Or not Never. Llama Burst. Whatever.
The deception ends here.
Bow survivability was so bad you used to run full EM Goro. Down was your only option most of the time? Yeah, I believe it.
Change of plan.
Well, should have done Bennett either first to start, but
Everybody stand back. Have fun with this gift. Dare to mess with me.
like you over here, please.
Swift is the swan.
God damn it. Did I just get all non-crits and oh, that's terrible. Honestly, these guys should already be dead. I might redo it. See if I can get them killed.
Dancing in the wind. Closing in. Butterfly. Twinkle bird rat.
I just... Why brain... Okay, fine, redo. Oh yeah, Siege Wind was probably a really great character for you.
Change
No,
of plan.
Bennett first, Bennett first. I...
Change of plan.
Brain. Brain. Also, another thing. Bennett.
Change of plan.
Farazan. Charge attack. Yeah.
Everybody stand back. Here's
That was all just to keep him gripped for that, yeah.
Swift is the swan.
Yeah, see?
Closing in. Butterfly. Dare to mess with me.
Oh, you're definitely... Okay, well that wasn't quite ideal. But, oh well.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
The gameplay optimization. And that kind of thing is exactly what... A big part of why I like DPS on it. By the way, the flat buffs on... from Durin really help make Lanyan's charge attacks actually a viable way of doing damage.
Let's light it up.
So... I appreciate that about them too.
Butterfly.
Although I probably should have just
Dare to mess with me.
switched over to Farazan instead. Want energy for the next chamber? Okay. 8-hour stream, it's ending very shortly. Yeah.
With one heart,
Flash attack. Can't hide the
I
truth.
need to see if on the third boss,
It all adds up.
if Animo Lanyan can also beat Venti. At my investment. Please. Why did it take so long to get that?
by the frost moon of old,
Is that why you're crowning her now? No. Just because I like her enough that even though the talent level is not that incredible, I want to have her crowned. And then the other reason is I can probably clear the plunge boss more easily with it crowned. That's all. That's all. Alright.
Everybody stand back. Up and away. Let's light it up. and fly. Up and away. Let's light it up. Everybody stand. Ears of the storm. Yeah. Hills be gone. Closing in. Up and fly. Closing in.
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Venti. Again, my Lanyan is higher investment than my Venti. Venti would probably beat out. I'm pretty... He should... He would... We'll just say he would. Venti would beat out Lanyan, okay. Normally. Theoretically. Maybe. But even at equivalent investment, crown skills, whatever, he's not going to be that far ahead. And also Venti has an R3 Skyward Harp, for what it's worth. But he has the wrong artifacts, and he also has a dedicated real artifact set next patch too, so like, you know. But Lanyan does have a much more compelling and universally accessible weapon option than him. But anyways, yep. Also, Venti has to burst, and that's annoying as shit. Lanyan wants to burst, but has flexibility for when and how she bursts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Venti. I vastly prefer Lanyan. This is why I'm not posting the Venti video. Like, ultimately, I don't care about DPS Venti that much. I probably think DPS Venti would be super fun if Lanyan didn't exist. But, okay. Hello, bye. How was your stream? But your timing is extremely comical, by the way. Because I literally have spent like I said I was gonna end the stream like an hour ago, and then I was like, oh no, let's go do it. And I was like, I'm in the mood to go do a Pyro Lanyan run in Abyss. The Venti shit talking upon entry. It's not shit talking. It's like he's good. I think the changes are good, but I just think they're good from a perspective of anyone who wants to main him. And then the other good things about Venti are the things that have always been good about Venti, and he's going to continue to have the problems that he has always had, where like he's only going to really shine in AoE abysses, and they don't do those very often. And you rated me just as so again, my Lanyan is higher investment than my Venti. My Venti's 888 talent, level 80. At equivalent investment, he should beat her. But I just did multiple instances of different runs, and I tried to optimize my Venti clear to be clear. And my first attempt with Lanyan beat out Venti's time. By like 2 seconds. So... yes, indeed. Leeway def? Yeah, pretty much. So, should we do one more? Here. You know what? For the Bite Raiders. Welcome, Bite Raiders. Here. I won't do the disservice to Venti. I won't show you Venti. Okay? And again, it wasn't a proper comparison. I acknowledge this. But may as well do one more. I was... the amount of times I've said I was going to end the stream. Please, switch. Alright. Not Seat Lolly. I mean, we can do Seat Lolly. I could show you Pyro Lanyan, but you're not ready for Pyro Lanyan. Pyro Lanyan, by the way, is better than Anima Lanyan on my account now. After activating the constellations, and if I use C2 Seat Lolly and turn Lanyan into a Pyro DPS, and if I play it properly, it's a little bit harder to play than Anima Lanyan. But it is better. Not in this chamber, at least. But. Venti is better in this chamber, to be clear. It's specifically the third chamber I was talking about. But if Venti wasn't better in this chamber, something would be severely wrong.
Everybody stand back! Ears of the storm! Hills be gone! Up and away! Up and fly! Too late for regrets!
Story has only just begun!
Going in!
Alright. Anyways, what were you, I'm assuming you were just doing like typical viewer help, Bite? Nice. Hopefully your stream was good. I don't know. It's so fun using Farazon in this team too. Like, especially this chamber. I don't know. It's so much more fun using Farazon than it is.
Dancing in the wind.
Oh, this is a really good clear, by the way.
Up and away.
That was a really good clear. Okay. Oh, did I miss some crit or something? Okay. That's probably the best clear I've had with Lanyan so far, but and the chamber. Anyways, I don't remember what I was saying. Anyways, I got C2 Venti. I'm getting compelled to level 100 Lanyan. But level 100 Lanyan doesn't make that much of a difference. Did I notice it? Yes, because I was very familiar with Lanyan's performance, and I appreciated it because it's just one of my favorites. And it doesn't make a difference in the context of comparing Lanyan to Venti here, right? But at the same time, she gains less from level 100 than Venti does, for what it's worth. Because she has partially. How are you alive? She gains, bro. How like? Okay, there we go. Okay. Dude. That's very high. Alright. Yeah. So, anyways, the level 100 Lanyan does make a difference, but less than it actually would on Venti. Which is arguably an advantage Venti has. It means if you invest higher in Doom, he will scale better in some ways than Lanyan. But also, as you invest higher into Lanyan, she can become a Pyro DPS if you have C2 Sealolly and C2 Durin. Well, actually, you don't even need C2 Durin. Like, with C1 Durin and C2 Sealolly, I would say Pyro Lanyan is equivalent to Anima Lanyan, which is incredible. So, anyways. What's Lanyan's burst at? Hopefully it's fine. Oh wait, we're in the second chamber, doesn't matter. Oh wait, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. Group them. Oh, I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna group them to start. Stagger the small ones to start, and it fixes issues.
We'll see about that.
Alright, and now Farazon burst murders. Actually, you know what? I should have used a skill there and saved more Lanyan optimizations. I can save a Lanyan burst for those because it's better to use for AoE, right?
Change of plans. We'll see about
Ow,
that.
interrupted me.
Teamwork is dreamwork.
Save yourself.
Truth repeats its course. Terrific. Up and away. Health be gone. Dare to mess with me?
Yeah, look at that.
Everybody stand back. Too late for regret. Have fun with closing in. Dancing in the wind. Flip and fly.
Didn't sequence that quite properly. Or it was a non-crits, one of the two. If I optimize this, I could definitely get it down to a 40-second clear. Which is like 5 seconds worse than Venti, by the way. Oh, God.
With one heart, we pray.
Whoa.
It all adds up. The deception ends here.
Goodbye. Alright. And now, let's see. We got 907 before. Let's see if we can beat 907. It's gotta be on my first try though. Doesn't count if it's not on first try, let's be real. Stop pushing me out of my burst. Oh, the non-crits. No. Hey, Bap. Oh no, the non-crits again!
Dancing in the wind. Closing in.
I got a 50-second. That was actually better than I got with Pyrolanion. To be clear, I think Pyrolanion has setup problems that Animalanion doesn't have against that boss. So, yeah. Okay. Oh boy. And if I had landed like some crits on the burst either earlier on or later on, that would have been like a 48 second. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, C2 Duran now at this point. For what it's worth, with a yeah, no, I activated C1 Duran before. What am I doing? I did get a sub-minute clear before activating C2. C2 is a meaningful improvement, but anyways, we don't need to clear this. But anyways, alright, I guess since Byte donated to me some viewers, I should raid someone else, but that's okay. Goodbye, YouTubes. Thanks for watching. Hopefully I will remember to turn off or reduce the ads. Leave a comment if I forget. Wait, how are they gonna leave a comment if I don't? If they don't, well, whatever. Anyways, bye-bye, YouTubes. And then we can raid someone on Twitch. 8 hours.